Hello everyone and welcome back to another video by Simplilearn. In this video, we will see a comprehensive full course on backend development. Backend development refers to the process of creating and maintaining server-side components of a software application or website. It involves building the logic and functionalities that runs behind the scenes and support the user interface, data storage, and interaction with the client side, which is the front end of the application. Let's move to the agenda for this full course. First, we will see introduction to backend development, in which we will cover what is backend development, backend developer skills, backend developer roles and responsibilities, and backend development salary, and we will tell you how we can help you. After that, we will see front-end development versus backend development. Moving ahead, we will explain you Node.js with Express.js, when we will also create a project using Node.js and Express.js, which is a user registration form. After that, we will see what is Django. You will learn concepts of Django in depth. Moving ahead, we will explain you SQL, which is a database. After that, we will explain you MongoDB. Moving ahead, we will tell you what is Github and how we can use it for the development purpose. And moving ahead, we will see how to become a backend developer. And after that, we will see top 6 projects to add to your resume in 2023 that can help you land a good job. And then we will see backend interview questions and answers that are frequently asked in the interviews. We will cover topics that will help you showcase your expertise and you can land a great job in the domain of backend development. This comprehensive course will give you the skills and knowledge needed to become a proficient backend developer. So, without further ado, let's get started. But before that, let's see what our learners say about us.
Learning is growing, and we not only decided to grow together in life but learn and succeed together as well.
I successfully switched my career to full stack Java domain with a 15% salary hike.
And I was able to grab new opportunities in my current organization and also receive a 10% salary hike. Hey, I am Somajit Basu. I am a senior QA engineer at Encora Inc.
And I am Shomi and I work as a senior quality analyst at Doodleblue Innovation.
We started our upskilling journey together with Simplilearn, and certainly we made the right choice.
After our marriage, I had to relocate to Bangalore and take a year gap after working for 5 years. But I decided to restart my career again and make a switch to software domain. So I enrolled myself in full stack Java developer program from Simplilearn.
Seeing my wife's passion for learning every day inspired me to take up a course on Simplilearn as well. I've always been passionate about technology and learning DevOps was always in my bucket list. When I saw Simplilearn's collaboration with Caltech CTME, I decided to take a course on PG DevOps.
After the course, I not only switched my career to full stack Java development with a 15% increment in the salary, but now also I can work from home since it's a software domain. And being the new mom, that's the best thing one could ask for, to spend time with little one during these early years.
For me, learning DevOps was fun and fulfilling at the same time. Earlier, I had to rely on others at work, but after upskilling myself, I single-handedly can set up the entire blueprint on my codebase alone and get the desired output. And because of that, I could grab new projects in my organization with a 10% salary hike.
We enrolled to upskill ourselves when we were expecting our first child. So upskilling journey with Simplilearn would be undoubtedly very special to both of us.
While doing the course, we did come across a lot of challenges due to the pregnancy, but my wife Shomi was a great inspiration for me as she was handling it all together and she kept motivating and inspiring me all the way. Moreover, the recorded classes and the weekend class helped us maintain the balance between work and learning.
Apart from work, we love to spend time with our little one. Learning with Simplilearn was quite a fulfilling experience for both of us. We believe that growth doesn't happen overnight, rather it's a journey of several small steps, and upskilling is one of them.
Hey guys, I'm sure you all have heard about phrases like web development, front-end development, back-end development, and so on. But if you're not sure about what exactly they mean, don't worry, you're in the right place. In this video, we will focus on backend development. I suggest you check out our other videos on front-end versus backend and full stack development. But before we begin, if you haven't subscribed to our channel already, make sure to hit the subscribe button and the bell icon to never miss an update. So here are the topics that we're going to be covering. First, we'll see what exactly backend development is. Then we'll understand who exactly a backend developer is. Moving on, we'll look at some of the skills that a backend developer must have. Finally, we'll look at some of the job roles and job responsibilities of a backend developer. From there, we'll look at the salary of a backend developer. And lastly, I'll let you know how we can help you. So first, let's begin by understanding what backend development is. Now, web development that occurs at the backend of programs is accurately termed as backend development. Backend development covers the server-side application logic like integration, writing APIs, creating libraries, and working with system components, as opposed to front-end development, which focuses on customer-facing services and programs. Now, backend development involves ensuring data integrity and consistency, and also involves scripting and writing code to communicate with the database. Now that you know what backend development is, I'm sure you have an idea about what a backend developer does. But to name a few, a backend developer is the one who builds an effective website architecture, who also writes code to communicate with the database, and again, as mentioned, ensures data integrity and consistency. Now, essentially, a backend developer handles what you don't see. They're in charge of the backend of a website, which includes servers, database, applications, and so forth. So if you wish to become a backend developer, you can. But there are a few skills that you need to have. So let's look at the skills that you need to hone to become a successful backend developer. First up is data structures and algorithms. Now you must have a good understanding of data structures and algorithms. Understanding how the data is being stored is crucial. So concepts like stacks, queues, linked lists, sorting, and search algorithms are important. Next, we have programming languages and frameworks. One of the most critical skills of a backend developer is the in-depth knowledge of backend programming languages. This includes JavaScript and its environments like Node.js and Express.js. Java in particular was built from the ground up to be run on server-side. So popular JavaScript frameworks like Spring and JSF are also important. Moving ahead, we have Python, which is the most popularly used language. Now it is flexible and easy to use, so there are frameworks like Django and Flask. Again, these are crucial and it's important to have a good understanding of these frameworks. We also have C#, which is the preferred architecture for backend programming. So it includes ASP.NET Core and .NET MVC. Now other programming languages include PHP, Perl, and Ruby. And since backend and front-end developers work so closely, it's also helpful to have a foundational understanding of front-end web technologies like HTML and CSS. Proficiency is required not only for performing daily tasks, but also for working alongside front-end developers to develop solutions. So moving ahead, we have version control. Now, version control systems help manage the project files and keep track of the entire history of users' things. So popular ones are Git, GitHub, and Subversion. Now, Git helps manage the project files. It keeps track of the entire history of things that the user is working on, right? And GitHub is a web-based service for version control using Git. Moving ahead, we have database management systems. Now, a backend developer writes code that is used to perform relational mapping to fetch data from the database. So some popularly used database management systems are MySQL, there's PostgreSQL, SQL Server, and you also have MongoDB. And lastly, we have web hosting platforms. Now, web hosting platforms allow you to deploy your product on a cloud service provider, so it can be accessed from the World Wide Web. Now, popular ones are Amazon Web Services, Google Cloud Platform, Heroku, and Microsoft Azure. Now, of course, a backend developer should also possess non-technical skills like problem solving, critical thinking, decent communication practices, and analytical skills. Now, they should be adept to working independently as well as in a collaborative team. Now that you're familiar with the skills, let's have a look at the key responsibilities and roles of a backend developer. To begin with roles, a backend developer could be assigned the following roles: backend developer, Java developer, full stack developer, DevOps engineer, software engineer, and iOS developer. And here is a list of responsibilities. First up is to form an understanding of the website's performance needs and goals to develop effective and efficient solutions. Development and management of application programming interfaces. Having a good knowledge on programming and ensuring framework utilization. Developing solutions for websites to accept and store data securely, especially for those involved with payment processing. Writing, testing, and maintaining the development solutions for code-related issues. Effectively communicating with developers, designers, and system administrators, and organization of system logic. Now, it's also crucial to ensure the development of website architecture using proper methodologies like Agile, Scrum, and Framework. And it's also important to know how to troubleshoot and debug applications. So now that you're familiar with those responsibilities and roles, let's have a look at the backend developer's salary. According to Glassdoor, a backend developer in the United States earns around $102,000 per annum, while in India, a backend developer earns an average salary of 7,23,000 Indian rupees per annum. So now that you're familiar with backend development and know what the roles and responsibilities are, you must be wondering where to begin. Well, look no further. You can head to the official Simplilearn website and just search for backend development. A number of articles, courses, and programs will appear. You can also choose the one that suits you best. You can just click on the program and get an overview of what the course consists of. And depending on your requirements, you can opt for the course that is most appropriate for you. Hey guys, I'm sure you all have heard about phrases like web development, full stack development, front-end, and back-end development. But if you are not sure about what exactly they mean or how they're different, then don't worry. You're in the right place. This video on front-end versus back-end development will help you differentiate the two. But before we begin, if you haven't subscribed to our channel already, make sure to hit the subscribe button and the bell icon to never miss an update. Now let's jump right in and look at what's in store for us. So first, we look at what exactly web development is. Then, we look at the different types of web development. Going ahead, we'll look at what front-end development is and understand what exactly back-end development is. And lastly, we'll be comparing the two on the basis of languages, libraries and frameworks, skills, job roles, and salary. So now let's begin by understanding what web development is. Web development is the process of creating a website on the internet. It refers to the non-design aspects of a website, such as creating features and functionality using programming, markup, and scripting languages. Developers concentrate on the technical aspects of web development, such as architecture, programming, application integration, and graphics. Now let's look at the different types of web development. Now, web development could include the front end and the back end. Now, together, they form something called as full stack development. Now, I'm sure you're wondering what they actually mean. So, let's go ahead and understand them. Let's begin by understanding what front end development is. Now, front end development is the part of the website that codes and creates front end elements of a website, which are features that are directly viewable and accessible by the client. Now, essentially, a front end developer is in charge of everything you see, be it styling, graphics, text, alignment, navigation, colors, etc. And he attempts to improve the user experience to make it as seamless as possible. Now, these front-end developers also contribute to the overall design and aesthetic along with debugging. Responsiveness and performance are the two main objectives of front-end development. Then what exactly is back-end development? You guessed it right. Now, web development that occurs at the back end of programs is accurately termed as back-end development. Now, this backend development covers server-side web application logic and integration and activities like writing APIs, creating libraries, and working with system components as opposed to front-end development, which focuses on customer-facing services and programs. Now, backend developers create code that allows database and an application to communicate with each other. Essentially, a backend developer handles what you don't see. They are in charge of the backend of the website, which includes servers, databases, and applications. So now that you have a brief understanding of what front-end development is and back-end development is, let's go ahead and compare the two. So we'll be comparing the two based on 5 different features. That is languages, libraries and frameworks, skills, job roles, and salaries. Now let's begin with languages. Now, front-end development typically includes coding using languages like HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. Now, as you all know, HTML is a markup language that is a standardized system for tagging text files to achieve font, color, graphics, and hyperlinks. Now, CSS is used to format the layout of these web pages, and JavaScript is used to create interactive elements on the web page. When it comes to backend, the languages include Python, C#, Java, Perl, PHP, Ruby, and some JavaScript. Now, Java in particular was built from ground up to run on the server side, so Java is extremely useful. Python is also one of the most popularly used languages, and C# language is the preferred architecture for backend programming in Windows environments. Now, talking about libraries and frameworks, front-end libraries and frameworks include React.js, Angular, Vue, jQuery, and Bootstrap. While talking about backend frameworks, we have Express.js, Node, Spring, Django, Flask, JSF, ASP.NET, and .NET MVC. Now, front-end and back-end developers work very closely, so it's helpful to have a foundational understanding of front-end developer technologies like HTML and CSS as well. Moving on to skills. Now, front-end developers are in charge of bringing visual elements to a website as well as interactive elements such as navigation, buttons, and anything else that improves overall usability. HTML, JavaScript, and CSS are frequently used to ensure that a site's visual side operates well. So it's crucial to know these languages, and a good understanding of JavaScript frameworks and libraries is also essential. And other general skills include a good grasp of front-end programming languages, the ability to create a responsive design, the knowledge of testing and debugging, and an understanding of front-end development tools like automation, content management, version control systems. Talking about the skills required for backend development. Now, backend developers deal with backend languages and frameworks like Java, Ruby on Rails, etc. Now, backend developers deal with languages like Java, Ruby on Rails, etc. to make web pages and applications operate. Now, it's vital to know commonly used backend languages and frameworks like Django, Node.js, Express.js, and so on. Other important skills include database management, framework utilization, programming, knowledge of accessibility and security compliance, and understanding requirements and ensuring data consistency and integrity. Now, moving ahead, let's look at some of the job roles for front-end and back-end development. Talking about front-end, we have the front-end developer, the CSS or HTML developer, we have front-end web designer, we have front-end SEO expert, full-stack developer, and a UI developer. Talking about back-end, there's back-end developer, Java developer, full-stack developer, DevOps engineer, software engineer, and an iOS developer. And lastly, let's look at the salaries offered to these front-end and back-end developers. In India, the average salary of a front-end developer is around 6 lakh rupees per annum, while a back-end developer earns about 7 lakh rupees per annum. In the US, a front-end developer earns around $100,000 per annum, while a back-end developer earns about $121,000 per annum. So what exactly is Node.js? Now consider a scenario where a user interacts with a web application. The user only interacts with the front end of the application. But there's a lot of work that goes behind the scenes. Now in a web application, there's a front end, a server, and a database. The front end is developed using JavaScript and frameworks like Angular and React, while the server is built on Java, PHP, or Node.js, and the backend database that stores the data usually consists of MySQL or MongoDB. So Node.js is an open source, cross-platform JavaScript runtime environment for running server-side applications. It is used to develop I/O-intensive web applications like video streaming sites, single-page applications, online chatting applications, and other web applications. It is used by large, established companies and newly minted startups. Node.js was developed by Ryan Dahl in 2009, and at the same time of this session, its latest version is v13.3.0. Now that we know what Node.js is, let's go ahead and look at why it was so prevalent in the field of web development. Here are a few points. First up, Node.js is extremely fast. Being built on Google Chrome's V8 JavaScript engine, its library is extremely fast in code execution. Node Package Manager has around 50,000 bundles for developers, so whatever functionality is required for an application can be easily imported from NPM. All APIs of Node.js library are asynchronous, that is non-blocking. It means a Node.js-based server never waits for an API to return data. Node.js dramatically reduces the processing time while uploading video and audio files. It is also an open source platform and is easy for beginners for web development. The above reasons more than justify the popularity of Node.js platform and why it is being adopted by a large number of organizations and businesses today. So now moving on, let's familiarize ourselves with the parts of Node.js. Node.js consists of several components. Now let's look at them one by one. First up, we have modules. Now modules are like JavaScript libraries which are used in a Node.js application to include a set of functions. Now we can use require function with a parenthesis to include a module in a Node.js application. Node.js application has many modules to provide basic functionality needed for a web application. Some of them could be HTTP, util, fs, URL, query string, stream, and zlib. Next up, we have console. The console module provides a simple debugging console that is similar to the JavaScript console mechanism provided by web browsers. Now the console can print messages to stdout that print standard output messages and stderr to print the error messages. The next component is cluster. Now Node.js is built upon the concept of single threading programming. A single instance of Node.js runs in a single thread. To take advantage of multi-core systems, the user will sometimes want to launch a cluster of Node.js processes to handle the load. A cluster can be added to an application in this way. Here's a small code for you. The next component is global. Now global objects in Node.js are available in all modules. Now these objects are functions, modules, strings, etc. Some Node.js global objects are mentioned in the table. You have dir name, that is a directory name, file name, exports, module, and require. The next component is error handling. Now Node.js applications experience 4 types of errors. We have the standard JavaScript errors, system errors, user-specific errors, and assertion errors. Now errors in Node.js are handled through exceptions. Now for example, let's handle an error that would occur when we divide a number by 0. Now this error would crash the Node.js application, and so we should handle this error. Here's a small code for you. Next up, we have streaming. A stream is an abstract interface for working with streaming data in Node.js. Streams are objects that let you read data or write data continuously. There are 4 types of streams. First one is the readable. These are the types of streams from which data can be read. Writable, these are the types of streams to which data can be written. Duplex, these are both readable and writable streams. Lastly, we have transform. These streams can manipulate the data while it is being read or written. Moving on to the next component, buffer. The JavaScript language has no mechanism for reading or manipulating streams of binary data. Buffer is a module that allows handling streams that contain only binary data. An empty buffer of length 10 can be created by this method. Next up, we have domain. Domains provide a way to handle different I/O operations as a single group. Domain module intercepts errors that remain unhandled. There are 2 types of methods that are used for intercepting these errors. Firstly, we have internal binding. In this case, the error emitter executes its code inside the error method. Next up is the external binding. Now here, the error emitter is explicitly added to a domain via its add method. The next component is the DNS. The DNS module enables name resolution. For example, it is used to look up the IP addresses of host names. DNS module is used to connect to a DNS server and perform name resolution by using the method dns.resolve. The DNS module is also used for performing name resolution without a network communication by using the method dns.lookup. The next component is the debugger. Node.js includes an out-of-process debugging utility accessible via a V8 inspector and built-in debugging client. This Node.js debugger is not feature-packed but supports simple inspection of code. It can be used in the terminal by using the inspect keyword before the name of the JavaScript file. In order to inspect a file, say myscript.js, you can use the following method. Now that we are familiar with all the major parts of Node.js, let's go ahead and learn about the Node.js Express framework. Express is a flexible Node.js web application framework that provides a wide set of features to develop both web and mobile applications. You can assume Express as a layer built on top of the Node.js that helps manage the server and the routes. Now let's have a quick look at some of the core features of Express framework. It is used to design single-page, multi-page and hybrid web applications. It allows the setting up of middleware to respond to HTTP requests. It defines a routing table that is used to perform different actions based on the HTTP method and URL. It also allows dynamic rendering of HTML pages based on passing arguments to templates. Now moving on, let's take a quick example of a simple Hello World program. Now this is developed using Express framework to gain a better understanding. Alright, first up we have the var express. Now this is used to import Express framework into our Node.js application. Now the app.get method is a callback function with parameters request and response. The request object represents the HTTP request and has properties for the request query string, parameters, body, HTTP headers, etc. The response object represents the HTTP response that an Express app sends when it gets an HTTP request. Now the application will listen to the defined port, which in this case is 8081, and variables host and port will contain the address and the port respectively. Lastly, we have the console.log, which is used to show the address and port in the command prompt. So this is what the command prompt would look like. And finally, the output is displayed on the web browser. Having learned about the Express framework, now let's move on and look at the Node.js use cases. Now it is no doubt that Node stands out for its speed and intensive data exchange. So top industry leaders like NASA, PayPal, Netflix among others incorporate Node.js. First up, we have Netflix. The world's leading internet television network with over 117 million users is one of the top companies that trusted their services to Node.js. The reasons why the company chose to use Node.js were application scalability and data-intensive application. Now you must be wondering what application scalability is. It's basically the potential of an application to grow in time, being able to efficiently handle more and more requests per minute. And data-intensive application allows millions of people to stream Netflix simultaneously. Next up is Walmart. Now Walmart is the world's largest company by revenue with around $514 billion US according to the Fortune Global 500 list in 2019. Again, the reasons why the company chose Node.js were asynchronous I/O and efficient handling of concurrent requests. Now asynchronous I/O, which is a form of input-output processing, allows other processing to continue before the transmission has finished. Node.js is able to efficiently handle concurrent requests with the use of thread pool and event queues. Uber. Uber is an American multinational ride-hailing company offering services that include peer-to-peer ride-sharing, ride service hailing, and food delivery. The reasons why the company chose Node.js were asynchronous I/O, quick iterations, and active open source community. As mentioned earlier, asynchronous I/O permits other processing to continue before the transmission has finished. Now quick iterations. Now Node.js is continually being updated and added new features that help in further improvement in the performance of web servers. And finally, active open source community resolves many problems that an organization may face in a particular scenario. Next up, we have NASA. Now, NASA is an independent agency of the United States federal government responsible for the civilian space program as well as aeronautics and aerospace research. The reasons why the company chose Node.js were reduced access times, handling of data-intensive tasks, and the fact that the servers are active 24/7. Now, NASA has lots and lots of data, and using Node.js has really helped them in reducing the access times. It is also continuously handling and working with large streams of data. Node.js is highly stable, which helps in keeping the server active 24/7. Next up, we have PayPal. Now, PayPal is an American company operating a worldwide online payment system that supports online money transfers as opposed to traditional methods like checks and money orders. The reasons why the company chose to use Node.js were the fact that Node.js has extremely fast build times. It allows tasks to be carried out with fewer lines of code when compared to other server technologies like Java and PHP. And Node.js, being data intensive, efficiently handles a large amount of data. Next up is Medium. Medium is a popular online publishing platform developed by Evan Williams and launched in August 2012. The main reasons why the company chose to use Node.js were A. Data-driven applications. Now these applications are ideal for being interfaced with Node.js servers. B. To run A/B tests. Now A/B testing is essentially an experiment where two or more variants of a page are shown to users at random, and statistical analysis is used to determine which variation performs better. Lastly, Node.js server maintenance is simpler than its counterparts. Moving on to the last topic of this session, industry trends. Now, Node.js developers are in demand across the globe since many companies are adopting JavaScript libraries. According to Forbes, it is one of the top 10 most in-demand jobs. According to NodeSource, the total number of Node.js downloads increased by 40% in the last 1 year. The use of Node.js in production has increased dramatically since its release in 2010. With early adopters such as LinkedIn, PayPal, and Netflix, among others, Node.js has seen an exponential increase in its use in web development. The popularity of Node.js is also accounted to JavaScript. Now, since JavaScript is the most popular language, as evident from a survey conducted by Stack Overflow in 2019, many developers can start working on Node.js library with not much of a learning curve. Node.js developers are being offered better salary options than other web technology developers. According to PayScale, the average salary of a Node.js developer in India is around 6,13,000 rupees per year. The average salary of a Node.js developer across the United States is around $105,000 per year. In this video, we'll help you install Node.js on your Windows system. So without further ado, let's begin. The first thing you need to do is download Node.js from their official website. So go ahead and type download Node.js. Navigate to their official website, and here you can see the 64-bit version. So go ahead and download that. Once the download is done, go ahead and run the downloaded Node.js installer. Accept the license agreement. Keep the default settings as it is, and then say install. So with that, we finished the installation process. Once Node has been successfully installed, the next crucial step is verification. Now this process ensures that Node has been properly installed. To do so, we first open the command prompt and then type in a few commands. To verify the successful installation, we type in this command, node-v. Now this command returns the version, and if it returns the version, it means it has been successfully installed. So here we go, it returns the latest version. Now the final step is to update the Node package manager. Now this NPM is bundled with Node.js, which consists of all the repositories and packages required for development purposes. So to do that, type in the command npm install npm --global. Now that we're done with the installation of Node, let's go ahead and implement a small program. For that, we make use of a text editor. In our case, we've installed VS Code. So go ahead and download VS Code. Once you're done with the installation, this is what VS Code looks like. So go ahead and click on File and create a new file. It's going to be a simple program where you're going to print a hello world message on the web browser. To do that, we make use of HTTP modules. So Node comes with built-in HTTP modules to transfer data across it. So for that, we make use of a require method. We create a variable first, say var HTTP equals require, and just say HTTP within single quotes. Now the HTTP module can create an HTTP server that listens to the server ports and gives a response back to the client. To do that, we make use of the create server method. So let's go ahead and type the code. Say http.create server, and internally it consists of a function. Now the parameters to this function are request and response. Now the response is basically used to write to the client. So we say response.write, and here we type in the message. We say hello world, welcome to this tutorial. Once you're done with that, you end the response. So the server listens to a port number to display the message. By default, it listens to the port number 8080. So we keep that as it is and we end it. Save your file, say demo.js, maybe demo1.js, and say save. Now to run the program, you have to open the command prompt. So open your command prompt and mention the path to your file. So in our case, it's our desktop, saved on the desktop. So cd desktop. And now to run it, say node demo1.js. Now you navigate to your browser and say localhost 8080. And here we go. Our message is successfully displayed.
So let's talk about the Node.js architecture and understand why it's so good. So to begin with, Node.js has what's called a single-threaded event loop architecture, and this allows you to be able to handle many concurrent clients at the same time. It's just a very flexible way of being able to scale up your support for many clients. And then in addition to that, we have the JavaScript event-based model along with the JavaScript callback mechanism that allows you to have this standard approach to being able to connect with and talk and discuss interactions between the client and the server. It's good to have these kind of standards where you're not using something that's unique to a specific framework or a specific technology. This just makes it so it's more accessible for everybody. So if we look at the actual Node.js server itself, everything centers around the concept of the event loop. And the event loop has an event queue, an operation completed via requests, threaded pull, and then it'll actually do the actual computation or the file system interaction. All of this interconnects in a nice seamless loop. The great thing again with Node.js is that it's not new technology. It's been around for almost a decade. It's very well tried out. Many of the largest websites out there are running Node.js. So let's now dig into each of the parts of the Node.js architecture. So let's talk about requests. So the way that the request works is that you have your framework such as Angular on the client, and that will then send a request to the web server. And there's many ways that those requests can happen through web workers, through forms, and through other interactions. But at some point, a request is sent to the server. And so these requests can be for data, they can be for deleting data, they can be for updating data, they can be for interacting with services as mentioned before, but the goal is to have some kind of request. Now once that request actually hits the server, and then we start actually getting into the queuing and threading process that centers around the event loop. And this is where Node.js really excels because it's able to use that single-threaded model to be able to manage from just even a few requests to tens of millions of requests. So it receives the actual request and starts the event queue. And this is where that single threading process starts, is by queuing everything up appropriately. And then it then maintains the threads within a pool. So you have the queuing process as one action, and then you have a threaded pool which manages those threads as well. And then we have an event loop which goes through and actually receives and processes those requests. And then finally, what we're doing is we're actually then going to be interacting with a system, and that could be a database, it could be a cloud system, it could be an API, file system, but we're interacting with something that's outside of the Node.js server. So the Node.js server itself is doing some actions on the server, but then it's also interacting with things outside of its own server environment. And so let's talk a little bit about that workflow. So requests come in, they go into the event queue, and they get spiraled through the event loop. And then we have non-blocking operators, which are going to be doing the input-output polling, such as KQ, ePoll, and other services. And from there, we're also going to be then interacting with the threaded pull, and we're using the blocking operations to manage that threaded pull. And that threaded pull is going to now then go outside of the server and interact with something beyond the server. So whether that is a database or file system or API or microservice, these are the things that can be interacted with. So let's go through what NPM is. So NPM itself stands for the Node Package Manager. No great shakes there. As the name says, it's responsible for all the packages and modules that are bundled within Node.js. So the Node Package Manager itself really has two key functionalities. Now, the first is that it is a central repository for all packages and modules, which you can then search through online. You can go to search.nodejs.org and you can find all of the packages and modules that are out there. The second is that it's also a command line or terminal line utility that allows you to install those packages. So you can actually go through and you can see the version management and dependencies within those packages, and you can actually control the packages themselves. So why would you use NPM? So NPM is really useful for being able to extend the project you're working on. So when you're building out a project, one of the concepts I like to use is the concept of Lego bricks. Big fan of Lego. And what's great about Lego bricks is that they're all individually by themselves, very small, very specific functionality. But if you actually get a whole collection of Lego bricks together, you can build like crazy cool things. So think of when you're working with the Node Package Manager itself, is that each of those individual pieces that you're working with, each of those individual packages are their own Lego bricks, and by themselves you can then edit and update and maintain that piece separately from the whole environment. As long as your inputs and outputs, really the piece where you snap the Lego in or when you connect the Lego to something else, are interacted and open and well documented, then you can actually then use those modules effectively throughout your project. So you can actually then be able to do that. You can do version control on your codes and dependencies. You can do testing very easily. And then once you actually get to the point where you go, yes, I want to release a new module, you can do that effectively using NPM, and it will actually go through and do the actual deployment for you. So let's go through the NPM installation. So the actual package manager itself is included with the installation of Node.js. So if you've installed and you're running Node.js locally, then you've already installed the package manager. But you can also access it through command line or terminal window on your data server or in your server farm or via the cloud. If you haven't now downloaded Node.js, here's the website where you can go down to install it, and there's Windows and Mac versions of that code as well with the installers, which allow you to get up and going very quickly. You want to be able to run the installer and accept all the default settings. To begin with, you want to kind of have the standard setup so that you are most familiar with the normal settings before you start getting to the point where you're a master and you're tweaking things. There is a way that you can open up the command window or the terminal window. And once you've actually installed Node.js, to verify that it's actually installed, you can write the command node-version, and it'll actually then pull out the version of Node.js that you have installed, and then you'll be able to see that you've got it actually up and running. And then you can also do the same thing for NPM. You can do npm-version, and it actually will then show you which version of the Node Package Manager you have running, so you can actually take full advantage of that program and verify that it's actually up and running. Now, so we're actually going to go ahead and actually run a demo of using NPM. And to do that, I've got three windows in front of me right now. So I have this window here, which is my terminal window, where I'll be doing all of my instructions. Then I also have a folder which shows where I'll be putting all of the files. And then finally, I'll actually have a text editor. In this case, I'm using VS Code because it's free, but you can use any text editor you like to be able to go in and show what the code that's been created by NPM in the JSON file, so you can actually see what it looks like. And then we'll modify it a little bit. So first thing we want to do is we want to go ahead and create a new project folder. So I'm going to go in, I'm just going to move into, I'm going to do change directory and go into the project folder, and we'll see down here that we have an empty project folder. But for this one, I'm actually going to go ahead and I'm going to create a new directory in this one, and I'm going to call this one Simplilearn. And there we are, we've created a new Simplilearn folder, and we are going to move into the Simplilearn folder. And so we're now in the Simplilearn folder. There's nothing in there right now. So the first thing we want to do is we want to go ahead and initialize this folder as a project folder for working with NPM. Now to do this, you will have to have already installed NPM. If you have Node.js, NPM comes with it. And if you want to see whether or not you have NPM installed, so you can just do npm-version. And that will actually tell you what the version of NPM you have installed is. And it also verifies that NPM is installed. So I've gone ahead and I've been able to validate that I have NPM installed. So what I'm now going to go ahead and do is I'm going to initialize this folder. So to do that, just do npm init. And you'll see that the path is that we're already in the Simplilearn folder. And then when you do that, it's going to ask you some questions. So what is the package name? We're going to go with the defaults for right now, and then I can show you how we can edit those in a little bit. We're going to go with just say yes to all of these just by hitting return. And you'll see here that we're going to create a new folder called a package.json folder. This is the instructions that we have in the folder. Do we want to go ahead and create this? We want to. And it's going to go ahead and do that. And we can see now in our folder here that we actually have package.json. So we go ahead and open this up with VS Code. Here we are. We can actually see what all of the information is. We can go ahead and we can actually go and update this metadata if we want to. I'm going to leave it as is for right now because I want to show you a couple of other things. So a lot of times when you're actually working with NPM, and the reason why you're using NPM is that you want to take advantage of packages that are freely available in the open source community that are supported by Node.js. And one of those is a package called Express. And Express is a lightweight framework for building out web applications, similar in concept to Angular or React.js. I like using it, and it's also a great way to be able to show how we can install this using npm. So to install this, you just start with the command npm and then you type install. And then we type the name of the package. And we hit enter. And it goes ahead. And what you'll actually see is a couple of things. One is we have a dependency in our package path. We also have, so this is in our JSON package, that is now a dependency that's written in there. We can also go in and under our node modules, we actually see that we have, we scroll down, we should see Express. There it is, Express. Now, if we decide that we don't want to use Express, we can actually just come in and we can write command npm uninstall. I can type Express. Oops, I did a typo there, so let's try that again. npm uninstall Express. And a couple of things can happen. One is in our JSON file, the dependency for the Express file has now been removed. And we can also see that under our node modules, there are no extensions there. So this is kind of cool. This allows us to be able to see that we can easily add and remove packages. So let's just go ahead and I'm going to install Express again. So install Express. Oops. npm install Express. All right, so it's gone ahead and it's installed Express. Now, one of the things that will often happen is that when you're working with a package, the actual JSON package, so you'll receive this file, and you want to be able to go ahead and install all the sub-modules that come with it. So you can go through and you can manually install them like this, or you can actually run an install command so you can actually install all of them at once. I can just show you what that looks like, because we're going to actually go ahead and simulate as if we're going to install Bootstrap, which is another popular framework. Bootstrap. And we're actually going to go with, and then we'll save that. And what we'll see is under the packages that Bootstrap isn't listed in there. We do have Express. There it is right there. So if we now come over to our new commands, we can actually write the command npm install. And now slight typo, let's try that again. Let's do npm install. Okay, it does help to save your file, so let's go ahead and let's run npm install. And when you do that, what we'll now actually have is not just Express, but we'll also see that Bootstrap has also been added. Now, I don't recommend that you use the star symbol, which will install the latest version of Bootstrap, because you obviously haven't tested your application against that, but it gives you an idea of what's happened here. Now, if we want to, we can actually go in here and we can say uninstall Bootstrap, and it will actually remove that from your JSON package. So there we are. That's how you work with using npm, from getting started with a setup for a base initialization of your package, going through to creating the first package, being able to set up and control the naming convention for each of the items within the metadata that provides the instruction for the package, how you can then put in dependencies such as Express and Bootstrap, how you can install them and remove them, and actually do all of this through command line. If you have any questions, please let us know. So let's kind of jump into the Express.js framework. So Express.js is a really flexible Node.js and web application framework. It is just something you can spin up very quickly and build both web and mobile applications. Just a really great tool. I use it all the time for building up my own applications. The thing that's so great about it is it's really simple, and so it's not going to be have all the functionality that you'd have in maybe a larger scale HTTP service. But with that said, it does come with a lot of functionality that allows you to not only create websites, but you can also do APIs and other routing calls. Very, very nice. So let's go through some of the features that Express.js have. So as I mentioned before, it allows you to build simple web applications, and that can be either a single page application or a multi-page application. It also allows you to do middleware requests and responses. So for instance, if you want to do an API and have that be part of your middleware, you can actually set that up real quickly. In fact, in the demo that we'll do later on, we'll actually be building out 4 different API calls that you'll be able to do, and you'll be able to see how you can use Express.js for that. And that in then turns allows you to be able to see how Express.js can help manage some of the routing of the different HTTP methods that you'd be using via URL. And then finally, it's just a great way of being able to dynamically test the work that you are developing. So you can actually build out a solution and test it right away in Express.js, have it in a single packet, and then once you get to a certain point, you can then check in the whole packet, even have it as part of your container, and then check that into your main project. And then if somebody else wants to then take on the work, they can then just pull that in. So let's kind of go step through a basic example. So here we actually have a full script for creating a simple hello world. And this includes installing Express.js, defining the ports it's going to run on, as well as a basic piece of code. So the first thing you want to do is actually go ahead and define how you want to install Express.js. And this is called the very first variable, which is requiring that Express be installed as part of Node Package Manager. npm will then pull in the latest version of Express. If you need to define a specific version, of course, you can do that. In this example, we're just going to pull the latest one. And then we'll go ahead with the second line, which will then install Express. And when you do it once, you'll see how quickly it installs onto your local development machine. The next parameters are actually a callback function. So if something actually happens when you go to the website where we're going to run our web application, you want something to pop up. And in this instance, we'll say hello world will pop up. The third block is all about where you would actually go ahead and host your code. So in this one, you'll see that the server is going to listen to port 8081. So that's what that function actually there defines. And then you can either put in a specific host address. In the demo, you'll actually see how we define that for localhost, but you can actually then point this to a production host environment if you want. And then the final line here is a command that actually sent a script to your terminal window telling you that which port and which host that you are listening to. So let's see what that would look like. So here we have our terminal window, and we're actually able to then run the hello world.js script that we just wrote. And then once we do that, it'll actually then post that we have an example app listening at, and here we don't have a web domain address, but we do have the port 8081. And in our browser window, it says hello world. So that's a quick breakdown of Express.js. Now let's jump over and do a demo. So the first thing we want to do to get Express up and running on our system is we have to have Node.js installed. So we're just going to do a Google search to let you know where you can find Node.js. It's actually at nodejs.org. So we select that link, that will take us to nodejs.org. And there are two types of downloads. One is the current download, which has the latest features. And then there's a more stable version that if you're new to Node.js, that I'd recommend you to download. Next, we want to find a text editor, and we're going to go with Visual Studio Code, or VS Code as it's known. It's an open source solution from Microsoft that runs across all the leading platforms. This will default to our Windows platform, but you can run it on Mac OS and Linux as well. I really like it. It's a great code editor. It comes with a lot of extensions, and it's open source. Next thing you want to do is, because we're going to be developing APIs, we want a way to be able to visualize those APIs quickly, and a great tool is a product called Postman. Again, open source, and so you can go out and go to postman.com. Top right hand corner, you'll see a bright orange download button where you can actually go ahead and download and install Postman, and that will allow you to be able to access all of your APIs that we're going to be creating in Express. You can actually use other tools such as Apigee as well for visualizing your APIs, but this one's just great to get you started. So let's go ahead and open up VS Code, and we want to go ahead and open a new folder where we're going to have our project. We're going to, just for our demonstration here, we're going to put this on the desktop. You wouldn't normally do this, but it will work fine here. And we're going to create a folder, and we're going to title the folder Node Express, and we'll select that folder. And that now becomes the root folder for our project in Visual Studio. We don't really need the welcome screen anymore, so we're going to get rid of that. And one of the things that is great about working with VS Code is that you can actually have the terminal window up and running as well. So let's go ahead and open that. So it's running at the bottom of our screen, and this gives us a little bit of space. And the first thing we want to do is actually convert the folder we're in actually into a project running Node.js. So we're going to use npm init, and that will actually initialize the project. We have another video that explains how to use npm or Node Package Manager, and you can go ahead and find that in our library here. But as we go ahead and we do that, you'll actually see that it will create the default package JSON file, which has the name of the folder is the default name of the package. But you can actually go in and edit any of these documents. We want to create a default file called index.js. This is where we're going to write most of our scripts that allow us to work with Node.js. And the first is writing a script that allows us to install Express, and we'll use the Node Package Manager to actually pull and install Express. You can default to specific versions of Express if you want. We're just going to go with the latest one, so we're just going to put in Express, and then we'll go down into terminal window and select npm install -- save Express, and this will install Express so we can actually test out the code we're working on. And this will take just a moment to install. Great thing we're working with Node Package Manager is that once we've finished with our package here, we can actually wrap it all up and send it over to any other developer that we're working with, and they can actually run the package and actually have exactly the same code installed. And there we are. We have everything installed and ready to go. We can see we actually have all of the modules installed. You see that we actually have Express installed as well. And we also want to then make this an app. And then we'll do app listen to port 3000. So this is by default, we're going to be running from our local host, which is HTTP server running on this test machine. And we're going to have Express for this project run on port 3000. And once we actually run the script, we'll actually post into the console window a piece of text saying server started on port 3000. So we're going to go ahead and save this file. A lot of Control S to save these files. So let's go into localhost in our web browser. So localhost colon 3000, and you'll see nothing has been reached. That's because we actually haven't done anything to initialize the script. So we want to come in and we're going to go node index.js and hit return. And as you can see now, we have a message in our console window. That means that, yep, there we go. We actually have everything up and running. So we can actually see that the service is running. Not a very pleasant message, so let's go ahead and change that. So let's change that to app get and acquire res. And so if it uses the get message, let's change what we'll print, and we'll type hello there, exclamation mark. And we save that, and we refresh the screen. Oh, nothing happening again because we didn't run the script. So let's go back in and we'll run the script node index.js. And now what you'll see is if we refresh, there we are. We have our new hello there message. All right, well, let's actually start building some APIs in this environment. So to be able to build the APIs, we want to be able to pull content. So we're going to actually create a new file called users.js, and we're going to go ahead and create a users JSON packet. And a JSON packet is essentially an array. Consider it like a small database, and in this array we're going to have 4 objects. Each object is going to have three pieces of metadata. We have an ID, name, and email, and there'll be ID 1, 2, and 3, and then you'll see that the names will be John, Smith, and we'll make up a couple of others, just kind of giving them arbitrary email addresses. This is just for our demo here. Let me grab this, copy it, and kind of speed up the script writing time. There we go. And let's just change what we need. One of the things that's nice with working with Visual Studio Code, VS Code, is there's lots of plugins, and so one of the default features is that if you select a variable, it'll actually look for the same variable in the script. So you can, if you need to, you can actually change them all at once. But we don't need to worry about that right now. We're just creating a JSON packet. So we have 4 items. ID 1, 2, 3, and 4 for John Smith and Jack and Chris. All right, so that's our array string, and we're going to then make sure that we can export that as users. So we can actually now, whenever we select the term users in our scripts, it'll actually pull in this packet. All right, looking good. Now let's go over to our main index.js file, and we're actually going to go ahead and we want to store where the API is going to be. So we're going to create a folder called routes, and then a subfolder called API, and then we'll call a file in there called users.js. So as we're updating our scripts, we know where to pull the data from. It's just a standard way of being able to pull out the values. So in here, we're going to say, in this instance, Express is required for our scripts. And we're going to also say that router within Express, router correct naming convention. And the script is case sensitive. We'll also want to create a value later on that will have a unique ID. So we're actually going to pull in a UUID package that will actually then allow us to install unique identifiers. So we can use Node Package Manager to install UUID. Again, this is a great example of how you can go from nothing to something very quickly with Node.js, because we installed Express, we installed UUID, and we're off to the races. So let's have users require the path for where our API is going to be located. All right, so let's do a basic get, which will be to pull the records, and we're going to have it pull all the records. So router.get, and we're going to require it to pull all of the records in the JSON packet that we created. So there should be 4 items that come back. Save that. Looks good. Make sure that users is consistent. There's our JSON packet. And yep, everything looking pretty good. All right, let's go back to index. And we're going to switch out this function here from just a generic get with a generic statement to actually being able to pull in the users. So we have to go app use express.json app.use URL encoded extended false app.use API users, so we're going to be pulling them all from the same location. require, and where we have our API scripts. Okay. And then let's go ahead and open up Postman, because we're going to actually use Postman to actually show us what the results look like, because right now the results won't show up appropriately in our browser window. So Postman again is just a API management tool. If you used Apigee or other similar tools that are on the market, MuleSoft, you'll see it's very consistent. Again, this is open source, and what you want to be able to do is you can actually go to the path where the API is stored, and then you can use all the different types of commands within your environment to be able to test out the scripts. So let's go ahead and create a new project, a new request, and we're going to go with the default get, but there's actually quite a lot of different commands we can use, and these are just HTTP commands. And we're going to type in the request, and in this instance it's going to be, let's run our script first. Do we need to run our script? I think we're good. Let's make sure we're exporting the data correctly. Okay, so we want to run our script, so let's do node index.js, and that will run the changes that we just created. So we can now come over to get, we can select API, localhost :3000/API users. And when we do, that brings back the JSON package with our 4 entry points. There we go, there's all 4 of them. So that's your first action. Now let's kind of get this a little bit tidier. Let's actually go in and see if we can filter by ID. So we're going to go in and we're going to modify our script. So it's going to be route, and then we're going to put in the filter, and in this instance it's going to be ID, which would allow us to be able to just put a backslash against the end of the URL string we just had and put in a number or a unique identifier, and then that will actually then allow us to pull in that unique record. Pass the data. Okay, so found. I'm going to take the JSON and print it. So we're going to filter here against user ID and then publish the results. Else, if it doesn't work, then we'll just have a generic error message. We shouldn't see this though in the demos we're creating. This is just good practice. So save that, and let's go ahead and rerun our node index file against that folder. And now we can actually come in here and we do \1, and that will give us just 1 record. And we could change that to 2 or 100 in this instance, and if it's 100, we'll just get a bad request error message. There's 2. All right. So that's get. So we've been able to pull all of the records. We've been able to filter against one specific record, against a specific parameter. In this instance, it was ID. So let's go ahead and create a new user. So what we're going to do for this is we're going to use the post command from HTTP to actually push and post data into the data source. The data source is our JSON packet, which means that we'll have to then push a new record into the JSON package using our array statements, because JSON is just essentially an array. And so we're going to post, and when we do this, we have to create a unique ID. So this is where we have to reference the UID. I'm going to do a v4 unique ID, which will be 4 groups of 4, so it'll be 16 characters. And then we'll have name and email we'll post. Okay, looks good. Okay, so if new user, I'm going to put .name and new user .email, and then we want to return the results. Okay. Right. And so users dot push. So we posted, which is a HTTP statement, and then pushing into the JSON packet array. Okay. Okay, that's looking good. All right, so I think we're good. Let's go ahead and rerun our script, node index.js. Now allows us to do that. So let's go over to Postman so we can actually connect to the URL. And we're going to change the HTTP statement to post, and get rid of that. We'll go back to users. Now, if we just do this, nothing's going to happen. So we actually have to go in and we have to update the body. This will be the content that will be passed through, and we're going to go through with a raw statement here. And we're going to do JSON. This will be, that's the packet we're sending. So let's go ahead, and the records we want to update, we only have to update 2, which is one is name and the second is email. We don't have to do an ID because we're using UUID to generate an automatic one for us. And we're going to create records for Steph, and her email address is steph@gmail.com. Yep, looking good. Okay, so let's go ahead and send that. We sent it. And if we look at the bottom, we can actually now see that we have 5 records. So a new one's been added. We have our unique ID at the top. And then we have name and email, which are the ones that we just created for Steph and steph@gmail.com. All right, so that's posting. Now, the next thing we want to do is to update a record. So that means we need to select an ID and then be able to update the content. And for that, we're going to use the HTTP put command. So we'll use ID as our way to be able to filter. And then we'll be able to update against that filter. So construct found equals users, and then we'll have it going against users ID, so we know how to get the correct record, and then pass the record back onto the screen so we know what we're editing. So if found want to update the user. And I'm going to go ahead and pull information from the body for what will be updated. And for each user ID, and pass the integer. Okay. So this is our values to pass against the ID. And in this instance, we'll make sure that we're updating the values of username. So if we are updating user and we're just updating the username, we want to make sure that that's the value that gets updated. And then we also want to do user email. We don't want to update the ID because it's going to remain unique and consistent. Okay, and we're going to make sure that everything is pushed to the JSON package. And then we'll also have a message saying that the field has been updated in the JSON package. Okay. All right, so we'll run that script again. And looks good. So let's go to our folder. Let's change the HTTP post. Let's put it as get, just so we can see that we have all of the values in the array from the JSON packet. And now we want to select put, which allows us to update just one record. So let's go ahead and select one record. We'll select ID1. So we have one record. We can go ahead and for name, we can change this. So let's go ahead and change these. So now you see that the email has changed. So we have staff as the new account. All right, our final API that we're going to create is to delete an account. And in many ways, it's actually a very basic API because all we're doing is we're grabbing the ID and then we're saying that all the associated records with that ID within that row, as it were, in the table, just to delete the whole row. And so we want to use, again, our ID as the unique value that we're pulling against. So we're going to, if users are found, and we're going to filter those users. I'm going to do that filter against user ID. And pass that. And then go and post a message to our JSON packet saying user deleted. Generic message if things fail. Okay, let's save that, and we'll see. We're going ahead and we're just deleting the record now, and we're going to do it by filtering against the unique ID, and then it will then just eliminate that record. And we'll pass the message that it has been, the account has been deleted. Okay, so we save that. Let's go run our script. Node index.js. We're good. Okay, let's come over here and we're going to show that we can pull any of the accounts. So let's just take one of them. One, I think that's good. So let's go ahead and we're going to change the HTTP command to delete, and we actually have to select an account, so we just do one. When we do that, it'll actually delete that record, and here we are. It says that the user has been deleted, and we now only have 3 records in the JSON packet. And we can pull all the records, and you'll see that there's only 3. So being able to pull all the records from a JSON package, we've been able to create a record, update a record, and delete a record. And we can just step through. So here's our JSON package that we created originally. Again, this is just an array. It's just a different way of setting up the array. And then we have our index files, which identifies what are the apps that need to be installed and where are the APIs going to be serviced out of. And that we're going to be doing this on the port 3000. Again, these are additional tools that we need to make sure that we have up and running in our script. And so the first script was to get all the records. The second was to filter against a user ID for just a specific record. And then for creating a record, we actually went in and we used the UID tool to create a unique identifier, and then we posted in the data for the new records. We did something similar with updating the record. We didn't have to update the user ID. We just had to update the values in the 2 fields that we needed to be updated. In this case, name and email. And the final step was to go ahead and delete a record. So these are all APIs that you can now pull into your own applications. So you can use them in web applications, or you can actually go ahead and use them in other applications, such as mobile applications, local applications, other scripts. And this really allows your application to become more scalable and more useful. Hello, we're going to go through and do our demo of building a RESTful API with Node.js. So the first thing we want to do is go ahead and install all the correct pieces of software. We're going to start with Node.js. So let's do a Google search on Node.js, and you'll find that Node.js is at nodejs.org. So we select that link. And that's going to take us to the Node.js website. There are 2 versions of Node.js you can download. There's the stable version, and then there's the latest version. I'd go with the stable version. You'll find it available in Windows, Mac OS, and Linux as well. And if we go to the next piece of software, we want to go ahead and install the text editor of your choice. I'm going to use Visual Studio Code, VS Code. It's an open source solution. It works on all leading platforms. Works really well. I like it a lot. Microsoft did a good job with this. I also really like it that it's open source. But there's lots of extensions you can get for VS Code. So it's a great text editor. And we'll also need Postman. Postman is a tool that allows us to be able to view the APIs that we're going to create. So let's go ahead to postman.com. And again, it's another solution you can download for free. And so we're going to go ahead and select the download button. and it will automatically detect which OS you're on. So in this case, it's going to be Windows, but you can also get Mac and Linux as well. So we'll go ahead and download those. And once we have everything installed, what we're going to do is we're going to create a project in VS Code. And that's actually really easy to do. All you have to do is create a folder. And we're going to do this right off our desktop. And we're going to call the folder Node REST API. And we're going to select that folder. And you'll see on the left-hand column that we have the new folder that we created. We still have the VS Code welcome screen. We're going to get rid of that. We don't need that anymore. So let's go ahead, and one of the things I like with VS Code is you can actually toggle the terminal window. So let's go ahead and open up the terminal window so we can actually run that at the same time. And so we're going to move our cursor to the folder we just created, and there we are. You can see that. And what we're going to do now is we're going to initialize this with Node Package Manager to make this a package. And it's going to go ahead and we're going to ask for a name. We're just going to go with the default. So we're just going to say yes, yes to a couple of these. Yep, enter, 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 enter. And is this okay? Yep, enter. All right, so now we have a new file, and this is our JSON package. It has all the defaults in it. We can go in and modify these if we want to. No need to for this exercise, but you may want to for the solution that you're putting together. And we're going to create a new file called index.js, and this is going to be the reference file that's in the JSON package for npm. And here we're going to put in our solutions that we absolutely have to have for this to run. So we're going to install Express, and Express is a web service application, but it's very flexible, and one of the things that we're going to use it for today is build APIs. So in our terminal window, we're going to type npm install -- save Express. This will install Express locally on our machine. And it takes a few minutes, but it's going to go and download all the latest features. This is going to be the latest version of Express. You can, if you want to, specify a specific version of software. For these examples, there's no need to do that. So you'll see that everything has been installed. If we expand the node module, we can scroll down, and indeed, yep, there we are. We see Express has been installed along with some other pieces that are useful. All right, so that's our first piece. The next is we're going to define our app, and our app is going to use Express. And we want Express as a local host on our local machine on port 3000. So we've identified port 3000 as the default port for our application. And we are going to now create an array for some movies. And we're going to have ID, title, director, and release date. Inception, great movie. And director, Christopher Nolan. And that was released in 2010, yes, 10 years ago. Okay, so we're going to do a couple of items here, just so that we have some more than one entry in our array. And array is a JavaScript. You can think of it as a very simple table. It allows us to have structured data. You can also do a JSON file. You can also connect to a database, MongoDB or something like that. 2019. Okay, so we have two movies in our little array. That'll be more than enough for right now. Key part is that we have a consistent structure for the array of ID, title, director, and release date. And so we're going to create two APIs. One's going to be a get API where we'll get the list of the items in our API, and the second will be a post where we'll be actually pushing in a new item. So let's go ahead and start with the get. And what we want to do is we want to select get/movie, and we are going to have this run as an API. And so what we'll do is we will test this in a moment. This will be running from our web browser. Actually, we'll probably open up Postman and run this through Postman. So, okay, that pulls all the movies. And we'll do another get in a moment where we'll filter by movie ID, but let's just get them all for right now. And we are going to listen on a server port. In this instance, it's going to be port 3000. And we already had defined the port as a variable earlier, so we're just referencing the variable, and the port number is listed at the top in line 4. Just a text string that's going to get put to the terminal window, and it is going to dynamically grab the port, the value from the variable from 3000, and place it in our text string. Easy. And we want to save the file, and now we're going to go ahead and run it. So we're going to do node index.js. That runs the script and tells us that we're listening on port 3000. That's great. That means now that we should be able to go into Postman and grab the data from an API. So here's Postman. If you've not used it before, it's a great tool for being able to manage APIs. Strongly encourage you to have a go with this. So we're going to get the get command. And if you've done any applications, web applications, you've probably used get and post for the data that you're pulling and pushing from forms online. Same principle. So we want to go ahead and we're going to go and grab get. I'm going to type in localhost, and it's going to be :3000/movies, because that's the name of the file, and we're going to hit send, and what we get as a response is the data in our query. Sorry, in our array. Here we go. So there's our array, and the data values have been pulled back by Postman. That's great. So now we want to go ahead and add a movie to our array. And we're going to do that. We're going to use the post command, and get and post are HTTP commands. And so we're going to use movies, and in this instance, we're going to push the value into our list. So construction movie requires, we're going to need a structure here, and that structure is going to be the information that's in the body, and then we're going to push to the log, our terminal window, and we're going to push. So here we're using push, and that's a term for arrays within JavaScript where we push the data into the actual array itself. There are lots of ways of being able to control data within an array. If you're new to arrays with JavaScript, I strongly encourage you to learn more about them. There's just an awful lot you can do with them. And then we want to have a validation message come up on the screen saying, yes, movie has been added to the list. So we'll save what we've just created. If we don't save it, it won't show up. And then we're going to rerun the node index.js file. You can see this is, we've created here already an API that allows us to pull and push data in and out of a variable. Okay, so let's go back and we're going to change the header from being get to being push. So we're going to use, not push, post. So we're going to select post. And then what we want to do is the value inside of the body. And so let's go over. And we want to select body. And we're going to put in text and select JSON. So it's going to be structured. And so here we will essentially copy the structure we have here. So let's go ahead and just copy these elements. And we have to give it an ID because we don't have an auto-generated ID. So we're going to make this ID 3. And it's going to be a number 3. And then we want to put in title. New movie. And we'll put in director. And we'll have this as, I don't know, new director. Not very creative here today. And then we need to put in a date. So release_date. And let's just put in a date. Today's date will be fine. Just so you know that we're not formatting the date column. So let's go ahead and we'll select send, and this will actually go, and we can see below, boom, movie's been added to our list. And we can go back and let's go ahead and validate that. So we're going to change from post to get, use the same, and now we go to below. Oh, looks like we put an error in our formatting. So let's go to parse the JSON. And we'll parse it using Express. And this will clear up any formatting issues. So app.use express JSON. Express URL encoded extended false. And this should help us pass our value. And then we'll rerun that script. Make sure you save the previous file, otherwise it won't run the new script. All right, looking good. So let's go back and let's go back to our localhost 3000/movies. And there's only 2 values here. So what we need to do now is change from get to post. We'll go to body. And what we're going to do is we want to have raw JSON. And what we want to do is capture the values that we have below and insert this file into this new JSON packet into our array. We can actually just copy that. It's a little bit cheating, but it's the main same. So let's go ahead and get everything consistent. And we change the number to 3. We create a unique title. Actually, sorry, a new title. It doesn't need to be unique. Just the ID needs to be unique. So title new movie. New director. We change it to new director. And we change the date. I'm not doing any formatting on the date, so it can be any date, any number really. Hit save. Movie's been added to our list. Woohoo! So it's been added. But now let's go back to get and let's see if we can actually see the third entry. And scroll down, and there we are. We've actually pushed that JSON package into our array. So we now have 3 items in that have been added via our API. Okay, so now let's go ahead and search our movie database. Yes, we only have 3 entries, but we want to be able to. So we can do that by using the get command. And what we'll be doing is we'll be validating against a specific ID number. So we have 3, and we're going to validate against just the ID number. In this instance, the way to do it is through the URL. So beforehand, we had localhost :3000/movie. Now we're adding in /movie/ and then whatever number after that will actually filter against the ID. And that's essentially what we're doing here right now. So we're going to go into if movies .id. Again, we're using the ID value to actually pull from our array list. With my variables and arrays mixed up here today. And then once we actually have the value, we'll actually post back as a JSON packet. And if we have any errors, then what we'll do is we'll throw up a message movie not found. So there we are. We're going to pull against an ID. And we should be able to then pull that up through Postman into our terminal window. Again, the reason why we're using Postman is that this is actually just showing the values going back and forth. We're not having to render a whole web page. It's extremely fast, very efficient. All right. So we saved and reran our script. All right, let's go back. And what we're going to do is we're going to change the value. So we're going to hit send. Here we are. We see all of our movies using the get command. Now what we're going to do is we're going to use a filter on just ID2, which is the Irishman. So do /2, and there we are. We have just the information on the Irishman. So now you can see how you can create a simple search. All right. So the final action we want to do is to delete a record in our array. And so we can go ahead and do that. And we're going to use the delete command to actually do that. So we'll be able to push in a record. We've been able to view records, filter against records. Now we're going to go ahead and do delete. And so we can do app delete, and then we're going to filter by specific ID number. And when we do this, we'll actually then, when we put in the URL path, which will be localhost :3000/movie/ and then the ID number. So in this instance, either 1 or 2, probably use 2. That will then delete from our array the record for the Irishman. Save our files. I do the shortcut, a keyboard shortcut of Control+S to save files on Windows or Command+S on my Mac. And once we've deleted a record, we want to send a message saying that the movie has been deleted. Alright, so we want to go ahead and let's just check our code. Looking good. Save our file. And we want to rerun the index.js file. Yep. Rerun. Okay, let's go to Postman. Let me grab the delete. So again, we're filtering against a movie ID, and then we'll delete that ID. Okay, so we went against the argument, and we hit send, and there it is. Now we're going to change the command to delete. So we hit 1, we'll actually delete Inception. The movie has been deleted, it's great. And let's go ahead and grab use get to pull in all the movies that are listed. And it's not going to find movie number with the ID 1, it's not there anymore. And if we get all the movies, we see we only have one movie, and that's The Irishman. And so our delete function has worked. There we are. So we've installed Express. We're using Express to build all of our applications. We have our app running on port 3000. We are using Express to pass the JSON effectively back and forth. We have a simple array. That array is then being used to create an API to pull the details. And then we're being able to add a movie, then search for a movie, filtering against an ID. And then we can actually finally go ahead and delete a movie. All this using Express.js.
Hello learners, Simplilearn brings you a postgraduate program by Caltech in full stack web development, which is the ultimate resource to equip you with the knowledge and tools you need for success. You can find the course link in the description box below to learn more about this course. Hello everyone and welcome to Simplilearn's YouTube channel. I hope you guys are doing well. Today, we will be taking you through the Express.js full course. This Express.js full course is designed in such a way that it will help you understand the most widely used concepts of Express.js in an exciting manner. You will see how to create a simple REST API in this video. By the end of this tutorial, you will be able to understand and deploy the Express.js. Before we begin, let me tell you guys that we have regular updates on programming videos. So if you are a programmer and want to learn something new, then consider getting subscribed to our YouTube channel and press that bell icon to never miss any update from Simplilearn. So let's go through the agenda for this full course. First, we'll see the introduction to this course. After that, we'll see what is Express.js. Moving ahead, we'll see how to install Express.js. After that, we'll see Express.js getPost method in detail. Moving ahead, we will see what is a middleware and its function. Then we will create a middleware in Express.js. Moving ahead, we will see Express.js REST API, and then we will see React with Express.js. In this, we will also see how to connect the server side to the client side. After that, we will see what is TypeScript and how to connect Node and Express.js. And in last, we will be creating an user registration form with Express. So let's begin. I hope you guys are ready to learn something new. Now, we will start our first topic. Node.js is a fast JavaScript runtime environment, but it does not support request handling functions, HTTP methods, or serving files. So Express.js comes into the picture. Express makes the Node.js code easier, as Express provides a wide range of features to develop both web and mobile applications. It is used to build single-page, multi-page, and hybrid-page web applications. As Express is written in JavaScript, it is very easy to understand for the developers who know JavaScript. Until now, Express is the most popular framework of Node.js. You must have heard about mean stack in web development, right? Where E stands for Express.js. It is a backend part of mean stack. It manages routing, HTTP methods, sessions, error handling, etc. Let's see what Express.js is. Express.js is a Node.js framework designed to build APIs, web applications, cross-platform mobile apps quickly and easily. It is very high performance, fast, lightweight, and unopinionated. That is, there is no structural way to write a code. Express does not force you to write a code in a fixed manner. Express.js is used as a server-side scripting language. Let's see the need for Express.js. But before that, let me give you an example. If you have to write a REST API using the core modules of Node.js and the same using the framework Express.js, you will realize that with the help of Express, it will take 5 to 10 times less code and time. That was the reason behind creating Express.js framework for Node.js. Express.js is time efficient, fast, money efficient, very easy to learn, and asynchronous. Let's see the features of Express.js. Fast server-side development. With the features of Node.js, Express saves a lot of time. Middleware. Middleware is a request handler that has access to the application's request-response cycle. Routing. This refers to how an application's endpoints, URLs, respond to client requests. Templating. It provides templating engines to build dynamic content on the web pages by creating HTML templates on the server. Debugging. Express makes it easier as it identifies the exact part where bugs are. Let's see the advantages of Express.js. Express is unopinionated and we can customize it and use it as per our needs. As it is written in JavaScript, a single language is used for front-end and back-end development. Express is fast to link it with databases like MySQL, MongoDB, etc. Let's see the disadvantages. The disadvantage of Express.js is that there is no structural way to organize things. Sometimes the code becomes non-understandable. There are so many issues with callbacks. The error messages that will come are very challenging to understand. Now we'll see the companies that are using Express.js. The major companies are IBM, Uber, eBay, PayPal, Accenture, Fox Sports, Netflix, LinkedIn. As per the nlib.com, there are more than 34,300 companies that are using Express.js. Now, I think you guys have a brief idea about Express, as it is a lightweight framework that gives functionalities to make Node.js easy. Express.js is trending so much because it is helping so many developers to save their time. It is so awesome that most of the companies are moving towards it. If you know JavaScript and Node.js, the framework Express is what you should know to strengthen your coding skills. Now here, you'll find downloads. You can download Node from here and install it. But if you find any difficulties downloading Node.js, you can click on the link in the right corner to see how to download Node.js. Now, let's see the version for Node to verify. Here, I'm using Visual Studio Code. You can go and search it and simply download VS Code. After opening your Visual Studio Code, it will look like this. Here, you will find a terminal. Click on it. The terminal window will open. Here, we will write node-v. This will show us the latest version of Node.js. Now, we need to update the NPM, which is Node Package Manager. This bundle consists of all the repositories and packages required for development purposes. To do that, npm install npm globally. Npm install npm hyphen globally. This will download all the npm packages globally. Now let's create Express. For that, first we need to create a separate folder where we will keep all the modules and files of Express.js. Let's clean this. CLS. You can open the terminal by clicking on the shortcut, also by pressing Ctrl and backtick. That will open the terminal for you. Let's make a folder mkdir. This is a command that is used to create a folder on the terminal. Then we will write our file name. I will write Express by Simplilearn. Enter. Here you can see the file name Express by Simplilearn has been created. You can also click here and enter your file name m.js. Press enter. As you can see, a new file has been created. Now we need to install a package manager, that is npm. We will write a npm command. Open your terminal again. Write a command npm init. Enter. Enter. Version. Enter. Description. In description you can write Express tutorial by Simplilearn. Enter. 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 Git repository. If you have your Git repository, you can add yours. Enter. Enter. Author. Simplilearn. License. Enter. Press yes. After this, you can see npm created a JSON file. Now we will finally install Express.js. We will write npm install Express. Enter. Now, as you can see, our Express is installed in our system. Let's open the app.js that we have created earlier. Now, we will create an Express application with the help of Express functions that we can do by requiring the Express modules. Let's create our first program. First, constant Express require Express. In this line, we are requiring the Express module. Const file name equals to function Express dot get to get the file request response to get the request and the response of the user function we will need to pass callback function here. Let's write response send. This message will be shown in the server, welcome to Simplilearn. Now here we will write a port number where the message will be shown to us. Add.lesson 4000. You can write anything. Here also we are passing the callback function. Console.log. In console log, we will see the message in the console. Listening to port number 4000. Close this line. Save this. Let's run it. Open your terminal, new terminal. Now, to run this file, we need to go to the Express folder. cd Express by Simplilearn. We are now in a Simplilearn folder. Now, easiest way is to write the file name. Write node space the file name app.js. Enter. Now you can see it is printing our message listening to port 4000. Now we will see a message on the server. Open your Chrome. Type localhost 4000. Press enter. And here we go. A message is successfully displayed. Welcome to Simplilearn. Get and post method are the standard HTTP requests used to create REST APIs. Get and post methods are used to send and receive significant amount of data. The client sends a request in the form of JSON file, and with the help of HTTP requests, which are get, post and other methods, it will go to the server, and then the server sends back the response to the client in the form of a message to tell what happened to the request that was sent to the server. Now, Express.js get method. Get is a method that is used to request data from the server, but mainly this method is used to read data. To handle GET request in Express is pretty straightforward. GET requests are to be cached and remains in the browser history, and that's why the GET method is not used for sensitive data. To get the data, we add parameters in the URL and get data in response. GET method is more efficient and popular than the POST method. Now we'll see Express.js POST method. POST method is used to create new or to edit already existing data. This method is used to communicate with large amount of data. The POST method is secure because the data is passed in a request body and not visible in the URL, and the user is not able to bookmark it. Mostly we use GET method only, but when we want to send a sensitive data, we use POST method. Now we will see how to get the POST and GET methods work. Now open your Visual Studio Code. I have already installed Node and Express. If you haven't installed it, then you can click on the right corner of this video to get the setup done. Coming back to Express, GET and POST methods. Now what I have done here is I have created a basic Express.js app. Const app require Express. This will install all our Express modules. Now first we will write our GET method. So let's start. First we will write GET method. Then we will initialize how it will be called. We'll write get request we'll create in function request parameters request and response. Then we'll write the fat arrow function. In this we will send a response to the server. Hello, this is full get request. I have not initialized the brackets. Let's see what I have not done. Oh, I forgot to write this. Now let's just save this file. We will run this file. Open your terminal and write node dot, and I think I have done something wrong. Let's again open the terminal, write node dot. So it is showing server is successfully running on port 4000. Now we'll open our Chrome and write localhost, enter. As I have told you earlier, this needs a parameter, so we'll initialize here get request. Hello, this is successful get request. So our request method is working fine. Now we'll go back to the post method and see how it goes. App dot post. Request response send, just like this only, just post hello, this is successful post request. Now we'll save this first and then run it in the terminal. Yes, node dot server is running on 4000. We have to write this. So first copy from here only. Open your terminal, and here we can write post request, enter. So what you can see here is it can't get post request. For this to see, we need to have the postman. I'm using postman here. Here I will write post method, and here I will write the localhost 4000 and the post request method. Then we'll press send. Here in the body part, we will see hello, this is successful post request. How this is working is because post method is secure and data is passed in the request body and it cannot be fetched in the URL. What is middleware? Middleware is a request handler that has access to the application's request response cycle. It is a function that contains the request subjects, response object, and the next middleware function. Middleware can also send the response to the server before the request. The next middleware function is commonly denoted by the variable named next. Simply, middleware is a function that can only be applied using routers. With the help of middleware, we can access and modify request and response. Now, we'll see what are the functions of middleware. Middleware can execute any code. It can make changes to the request response objects. Middleware can also end the request response cycle. It can call the next middleware function in the stack. We use these functions to modify our middleware to perform many tasks. Like if you want to block our site from some country, or if you want to check the authentication of a user, etc.
Choose from over 300 in-demand skills and get access to 1,000 plus hours of video content for free. Visit SkillUp by Simplilearn. Click on the link in the description to know more.
Now, we are going to create a simple middleware. We can create a middleware in a router file, but the best way is to create a middleware file separately and then use it. Creating and using middleware is very easy. Now, we first need to create a basic Express application. But before that, you must have all the app packages to run Express. You can take the help of our video, What is Express.js? The link will be in the description. You need to install npm express to run this. So coming back to our application, first we need const express application. So we'll write constant express require express. Now we'll write constant app equals to express function. Now to get the data, we'll write app dot get request response. Function, write response send. Welcome to Simplilearn. Now we'll copy paste this to get the home page. The better way is to copy paste it here. Here we'll write the extension of the next page. Home will say, and welcome to the Simplilearn's home page. This is a very basic middleware application we are going to create. Just home page. Now we'll make it listen to some port. So we'll write app.listen to port. We'll say port 4000. Again, that arrow function. Console log, write listening. This message will be prompting to us on the console, the terminal. So we'll close these brackets. Now we'll save this file. Open your terminal. First we need to go to this folder cd express by Python. Enter. Now we'll write file name app.js, enter. So it's showing listening to port 4000. Now we'll open our Chrome local server, type localhost 4000, enter. So it is successfully showing us welcome to Simplilearn. Now we'll go to the next page. We have written there home, enter. So it's successfully showing welcome to Simplilearn's homepage. Now we'll create a middleware. Go back to that file. We'll write instant require filter. Request. You can write anything here. Request object. Response object. And next. And the fat arrow function. We'll write console log. Here we have written request filter. We'll use this by writing app.use request filter. I'm going to save this file. Now we haven't called our next parameter. In Express framework, next is a function. What we'll do is we'll call it in the bottom of our middleware. We'll write next function. Save this file. Again, we'll open a new terminal where we'll go to our folder Express by Simplilearn. We'll write node, the file name app.js, enter. Now I'll open our file, go to the home, write localhost 4000, enter. Here it is printing welcome to Simplilearn. We'll go to the home page, /home, here, welcome to Simplilearn's homepage. With this, we have successfully reached the end of this video. NPM, which is called as Node Package Manager, is Node.js built-in package manager by default. And Express.js is a framework of Node.js, which is fully built in JavaScript. It was first made and available for use in January 12, 2010. Let's move on to what is NPM. Let's take async as an example. NPM is incredibly easy to use, and all you need to do is to type npm install async to install the desired module in the current directory under node module folder. You may use need function on them as they use built-ins once installed in your node modules folder. The biggest software registry in the world is NPM. There are more than 80 lakh code packages in the registry. To share software, open source, developers utilize NPM. NPM is often used by businesses to control private growth. All of the Node.js packages and modules are managed through NPM, which also includes the NPM command line client. Along with the installation of Node.js, it is added to the system. NPM is used to install the necessary modules and packages in the Node project. Moving ahead, let's see what is a package. In Node.js, a package includes every file required for a module. You can add module in a JavaScript libraries to your project. Now, let's see the functions of Node Package Manager, which is NPM. Online Node.js packages, modules, repositories can be searched on nodejs.org. Use a command line tool to manage Node.js packages, dependencies, version control, and installation. Now, let's see how to install NPM. To install Node Package Manager, we have to install Node.js. For that, you have to download Node.js and install it in your system. Now, we will see the version of Node.js. Go to Terminal, New Terminal, and search here for Node-v, which is denoted as version. Enter, and this is my version of Node. Now, we will verify the NPM version. To do that, we have to run a command. Write npm --version, and you can clearly see my npm version is 8.5.3. Now we will see how we can install node modules using npm. There is a very simple syntax for that. We just have to write npm install and that module name. Now we will install the famous web framework module of Node.js. We will simply write a command npm install express. This is a very simple command. You can write in your console or terminal and then press enter. You can clearly see the express is installed in our system. What is error handling? Error handling is a process in which Express catches and processes the error that occurs synchronously and asynchronously. Express comes with its own default error handlers. Simply, in error handling, the tasks are to identify errors, report them to the users, and then develop some recovery strategies and implement them to handle the errors. This whole process should not slow the overall processing time of the program. Now, how does error handling works in Express.js? Express.js comes in with a built-in error handler. This default error handling middleware function is added at the end of the middleware function stack. It automatically catches all errors in router handlers and allows developers to extend router handling functionalities by middleware function. Error handling in Express is done using middleware. This middleware is defined in the same way as other middleware functions. The error handling functions have 4 arguments: error, request, response, and next. We have next function method that matches us to the next middleware handler in middleware. In error handling, we have the next error method. This function skips all middleware and matches us to the next error handler for the router. Now, let's set up our error handling with Express. Open your Visual Studio Code.
Choose from over 300 in-demand skills and get access to 1,000 plus hours of video content for free. Visit SkillUp by Simplilearn. Click on the link in the description to know more.
First, we will create a new directory. For that, open your terminal, new terminal. Let's write make directory. Now I will enter the directory name. I will write Simplilearn, or you can also write error. Press enter. You can see the error handling directory has been created. It's empty. Let's go inside that. cd cd error handling. Now we are in the error handling folder. Now let's create a new project here. We'll write npm init hash y. So as you can see, the JSON file has been created in the error handling folder. Now we will install couple of packages here. Okay. First, we will install Express. Write npm install Express. Now we will also install Morgan, which logs the request. After that, we'll also install HTTP errors. This package makes it very easy to check the status code. And then last, we will install node.env. Press enter. This will take a couple of seconds. Now, in the dependencies, you can see .env, Express, HTTP errors, and Morgan. Now, I will create a file in this error handling folder. Right, app.js, enter. Now, let's install NodeMon, which helps us not to reset our file again and again. For that, we'll write in the npm install -sign save NodeMon. Enter. This will also take a couple of seconds. Now, here you can see the NodeMon has been successfully installed. Now, open your package.json file. Here, in package.json file, you can see here this line. I will rewrite this. You can also remove it. Let's write script, and in this I will write NodeMon app.js. Yes. Save this file by pressing Ctrl S. Yes. Now open the file app.js. Here we will be importing some packages. In Node.js, we use require function, right? So we'll write const express require and express. Here we need express packages. Now we will be needing Morgan. We will write const Morgan require then Morgan. Now, like this, we will need HTTP packages. Const error create error require HTTP errors. We also need .env packages to import our environment variables. For that, we will simply write require backtick .env config. For this command, we need a env file. We will create a file .env enter. And here we have our env file where we can have our environment variables. First, we want a port for this application. So we will write the port 3000. Save this file. Now, again go back to the app.js file. Here, first we will be initializing our app. We'll write const app express function. Now we will start the application. For this, we will write const port, to which it will be called process .env .port 3000. Now we will make our application listen to port 3000. We will write app.listen port number port. It will call the port number, and here we will call the callback function arrow function, and here we will make our log statement. For this, we'll write console.log backend server is running on port $sign and port. Now, let me start the application. Before that, we'll save this file. Now, to start the application, we'll write npm start. Enter. Here, it is showing error. Let's find out. Okay. Here I have wrote script. Here we need to write start. Save this file. And now clear this screen. Enter npm start. So as you can see, it is successfully running in the port 3000. REST API are the standard way to send and receive data for web services. Client sends a request which goes to the REST API, then to the database to get or put the data. After that, it will come back to the REST API and then to the client. Using an API is just like using a website in a browser, but instead clicking on the buttons, we write code to request data from the server. It is very flexible and can handle multiple types of requests. RESTful API is very popular and very commonly used to create APIs for web-based applications. What is Express.js? Express.js is a Node.js framework designed to build APIs, web applications, and cross-platform mobile applications. It is used as a server-side scripting language. Express.js is high performance, fast, lightweight, and unopinionated. We'll see what is REST API. But before that, what is REST and what is API? REST means representational state transfer. REST is a popular architecture which is used to create web services. Now, API is an application programming interface. It is a code that allows two software programs to communicate with each other. REST API is a software that allows two applications to communicate with each other with the help of internet and various devices. Now, we will see the HTTP request types. First one is GET. It is used to request data from the server, but mainly this method is used to read data. Next one is PATH. It is used to update the data or to change or replace it. Next is POST. POST method is used to create new or to edit already existing data. After that, it is delete. Delete method is used to delete the data completely from the server. Now, we will see the complete architecture of HTTP request type. In this, client sends a request in the form of JSON file, and with the help of HTTP request, which are GET, PATCH, POST and DELETE, it will go to the server and then sends back the response to the client in the form of message to tell what happened to the request. And now, we will create a simple RESTful API from scratch.
Choose from over 300 in-demand skills and get access to 1,000 plus hours of video content for free. Visit SkillUp by Simplilearn. Click on the link in the description to know more.
First, you need to open your editor. For this, I am using VS Code. For this, you need to open your folder. Created one folder in the C drive, Express.js, opening. For this, you need to have Node.js installed. First, open your terminal by clicking on Terminal, New Terminal. First, we'll write npm init -y. Press enter. This will create a JSON file for us. Now let's install Express.js. For that, we'll write npm install Express. Press enter. This is installing Express.js. This will add all the dependencies. For now, we have only one Express installed. We need a file here to write our code. So we'll create a file called index.js. Enter. In this file, we will write all our code. Open index.js. First, we'll write const app wire express In this line, we have imported the express package, which itself is a function. So we'll write parentheses here to initialize it. Now, we'll write const port. We'll write the port number. I'm writing 4000 here. This will call a variable which is 4000. Now we'll write app.listen. Till now, our API hasn't defined any endpoints. This app.listen tells the server to listen on specific port, which we have defined already as a variable 4000. Now, in app.listen, we will write a second argument as callback to tell us the API is working or not. Then we'll write port, comma, we'll write the callback function here, we'll write fat arrow function, console dot log backtick, it's running on HTTP localhost $sign and port, which will come under curly braces. Now we can run this app by writing a command on a terminal. First save this file. Terminal. Now we'll write a command to run this file. Index node, file name index.js. So it's successfully showing us it's running on HTTP port 4000. Open your Chrome or anything. I'm using Chrome here. I'll write localhost 4000, enter. Localhost, enter. Can't get. Now, if you open this URL, you will see this message. Can't get. This is because we don't have any API endpoints as of now. But Express.js is still responding with error message. You can add an API and call it. Every application consists of frontend, backend, and the database together. They form full stack. And in this video, we will be talking about React and Express.js. React was created by Meta and it is used to make web applications responsive. Express.js is unopinionated and it is used to make APIs. Express is maintained by Node.js. Let's see what is React.js. React is a JavaScript library which is used to build mobile and web applications fast and interactive. It is an open source, reusable components-based front-end library of JavaScript. Basically, with the help of React, we can create a client-side application or user interface. It is a combination of HTML and JavaScript. Let's see the features of React.js. First, JSX. It is a syntax extension of JavaScript. With the help of React.js, we can use the extension to see how the UI should look like. Virtual Document Object Model, DOM. It defines how documents are accessed and manipulated in the web page. Performance. There are several ways to speed up your React application by using virtual DOM. One-way data binding. Information flows in one direction. React receives information through arguments and pass it by returning values. React goes beyond simple UI and has many extensions for complete application support. extended with Flux and Redux among others. Debugging. It is a small browser extension to make debugging easier and faster. Let's see what is Express.js. Express is a Node.js framework designed to build APIs, web applications, cross-platform mobile apps quickly and easily. It is very high performance, fast, lightweight, and unopinionated. Express.js is used as a server-side scripting language. Let's see the features of Express.js. First, fast server-side development. With the features of Node.js, Express saves a lot of time. Middleware. Middleware is a request handler that has access to the application's request response cycle. Routing. This refers to how an application's endpoint URLs respond to client requests. Templating. It provides templating engines to build dynamic content on the web pages by creating HTML templates on the server. Debugging. Express makes it easier as it identifies the exact part where bugs are. Now, we'll see how to connect client side to the server side. First, we need to create a folder. I have created a folder named React Express. Let's see. Go to your C file. Here, I have created React Express folder. Now, we will be using a text editor. In this video, I will be using Visual Studio Code. Let's open it. Then, we will add all the npm packages and create a React application called client. Open terminal, new terminal. Let's write some command. npx get React app client. Enter. This will take some time. Until then, just wait. Yes, so it's downloaded. Now, as you can see, the client folder has been created with all the npm files. In this client folder, you will see all the npm files, node modules, JSON file also. Yeah. Now, we'll go to this folder, cd client. Now, to get this application running, type npm start. Enter. This command will start and compile this application. Now, it has opened a web page, localhost 3000. This is the first client-side application startup page. This will be now working as a client. Now, let's create a backend application. For that, first, clean this terminal. Let's open a new terminal. Type npx express generator folder name. Press enter. Okay. Now, this will take some time to install. Press yes. Why? As you can see, a API folder has been created. Now, we'll go to that API folder, cd API, enter. Now, we are in the API folder. Let's install all the packages. npm install, press enter. This will again download all the packages. So npm has installed all the packages required to run this. As you can see in the packages.json file, there are all the repositories and files that I used. Now, let's terminate this terminal. terminal. Now let's go to the client folder, cd client, press enter. Now we are in the client folder, npm this command will start and compile this application. Now we'll see the standard Express application that has got installed. We'll again go to the terminal, delete this terminal, create a new terminal. In this, we'll go to the API folder, npm start. This will start the terminal. Press enter. Now, we'll go to the Chrome, localhost 3000, refresh it. You will see the standard Express application that has got installed. What is TypeScript? TypeScript is an object-oriented programming language. It is a strongly typed superset of JavaScript, and all the code of TypeScript is compiled with JavaScript only. It is developed and maintained by Microsoft. TypeScript was created to develop large applications. It is mainly used to simplify the JavaScript code so that it can be read and debug easily. What is Node.js? Node.js is an open source cross-platform JavaScript runtime environment, and it runs on a web application outside the client browser. Node.js is used by the developers to build server-side web applications. Node.js is perfect for data-intensive applications since it uses an asynchronous, event-driven model. What is Express.js? Express.js is a Node.js framework designed to build APIs, web applications, cross-platform mobile apps quickly and easily. Express.js is unopinionated. It is high-performance, fast, lightweight framework of Node.js. Express.js makes the Node.js code easy as it is used as a server-side scripting language. Now, we'll see how to set up Node with Express and TypeScript. Open your Visual Studio Code, new folder which I have created in the C drive, TypeScript. It's an empty folder. I'll show you. Open the terminal. I'll show you if it is empty. ls. So the folder is empty. Now we'll make a project inside it. We'll simply write npm init -y for all the default values. Press enter. So you have seen the package.json file has been installed in this package. Let's clear it. Now the first thing you need to install is TypeScript. Type npm d This will install the TypeScript dependencies. Now I will install two more dependencies. Please write npm I -node. I will also install nodemon. Enter. This will install all the dependencies that will be needed in this project. Let's clear the screen. Now we have to install Express. npm install Express. Let's wait for a couple of seconds. The npm Express has been created. Open the package.json file. Here you see all the dev dependencies, Express, NodeMon and TS Node has been successfully installed. Now we need to create a project inside this folder. For that, we need to write npx -init. Wait for a couple of seconds. Here we go. Here the screen. Now we'll execute npx -init. So it has already been here. You can see. Yeah. Now we will be creating a source folder. For that, write mkdir rc, enter. This would be containing all our TypeScript files here. You can see it's empty. Let's create a file here. Everything we are going to write is inside this file only. So your setup for TypeScript with Express and Node is ready. You can write anything here. The first thing you need is Node.js. Let's see. I have created one for me. You can create it by just entering a command make directory in the terminal and entering your folder name. It can be ABC or something you need, and like this it will be created, but I don't need it, so I'm going to delete it. And this, I will open the terminal again. I'll write a command npm init y. This will create a JSON file for us. Like as you can see here, the JSON file has been created here. Let's clear the screen. Now we will install Express.js in this folder. For that, write a command npm install Express and press enter. This will install Express.js for us. You can also see here in the dependencies, Express has been successfully installed and all other modules are here. So let's clear this screen now. Now we will create a server file here. Let's name it app.js. Here we'll write all our code. So let's create a simple Express folder. Write const express require keyword. All our modules will be here. Enter. In this, we are requiring Express.js. Now we will also be needing port processes dot env dot port number that we're gonna write here. I'm using port number 3000. You can write anything. This will be our port number now. Right. Create an app. The next line will create an app. Express function. We have created an instance for Express. Now we'll create to make it listen to our port. Let's write app.listen. Port number it will read by its own. Arrow function. Console log. What we are gonna see backtick server started at http localhost $sign to get the data of the port, and we'll write the port. It will fetch the number of the port. Here it goes. Now we have created a front end of this. I repeat, now we will create a front end of this registration form. So let's create it. First here, create a folder, public. In this folder, let's create two files, index.html and the second one will name as style.css. Now, in the index folder, we'll write all our front-end code. So open index.html page, write doc and enter. This will create a HTML template for you. In the title, here we'll write registration form. Now, in the body part, we'll write heading for this, h1, write heading, we'll just here the action will be class. This will be heading, so we can style it afterwards. Heading. Now we'll create a form. Action. Here, class will be form. Now we'll create an input types. First we'll create input type will be text, name will be write first name, this folder, this username will become inside the text box, this first name. Name. Now we'll create few more like this for password, last name, age, number. Let's copy this input. First one will be first name, second one will be last name, so we'll write the email, for this. This looks good. We'll write the email. For email, we'll write password. Placeholder, we'll write, it will be empty, so no one will see our password. This will be an empty. Let's write a place here, and we'll write in the placeholder password. Let's go to another one, and let's create a first name, last name, email, password, and let's create one more, and that will be a age. For this we have to write here number, name, we don't need name, I guess. Well, let's write age here. Age, placeholder, what we'll see inside the box in the front end. Here, let's create a submit button. Type of the button will be submit. So we can give it style in this part. Here, submit. So our form is ready. Yeah, we'll write require here. So one will be left empty. This will help us to require every field, because everything is important. We cannot make it empty, so we are writing require. So our HTML page is ready. Here, let's see how it looks on this HTML page. Here, our registration form look like this. Let me show you what require is doing. As you can see, please fill out this field. This is what required function do. Submit is. Now coming back to VS Code, we'll write some CSS code for styling. Here we'll write padding for the page will be 0. You don't have to write %. Margin will also write 0 for the overall page. Now we'll go to the body part. So the height will be 100 VH. Width will be 100 VH. Display size will be flex. Direction of the flex will be bottom. Right. Justify content will be in center. Alignment item center. This is how we will write a body part. Coming to the form of this page. Form, height, everything will be same. We'll copy this. Let's paste it here. Don't want the height of the form this much. It will be, let's create it 40%. Width will be 100 only. Display flex will be here. Direction or this will be column only. Justify contents. Let's see in the to our code. Let's make it not center. Let's make it as space. Round space. Let's make it space between. You can style it as your own, as you want. Heading. With the heading. Display will be in line block. This will make our page, registration page, look more clean. Back to the form. Here. Input. Put the output. It will be none. We don't need it. Padding we can do 10% from this side and 20 from the input is okay. Now we'll go to, let's do something with the button. button. Height will be T. Padding will be 10% from this and 25 from the other side. The radius see pixel. So the color for this GB 44. Color will look like this. It's not an issue. Using the submit button. Sizing will be the border box. This will look cool. Background color of the submit button will be black, and the text which is inside it will be white, so it looks clean as a registration form. It's done. You can also first save this file. Go to the file. A registration form look like this. Isn't it cool? Let's make this a little up. The heading part will give a padding for 40%. Get the CSS file, go to the form and see. Yeah, it looks cool now. Let's see, everything is working fine. Yeah. Coming back to our VS Code. Now, so our front part is ready. If there will be any changes, we'll do it later. Now, coming back to our backend part of this registration form, we'll make our first API routes. Here, it's right app.get on added on request response that arrow function. It's right here the response that the form will send. File. We will write the directory name of this HTML file. It's right here. Directory name plus public text.html. Let's save it. Coming back to our we can create a post method also here. form post and response function will be here. Request body. Here in this part, it will fetch the data in the body of the HTML page. Now let's create an API middleware. For that, use express.json .json. Here we are accepting the data in JSON format. After this, we'll use it again. Use express URL encoded function. This is basically to decode the data sent through HTML form. Use again. This will express dot will write static function will be public folder public this will use the public folder for us. Now we'll save this file first. Open your HTML file and write in the form part here we'll declare the file name app.js form class form and we'll write method which will be post here. Everything looks good. We forgot to write inverted commas here. Save this file. Now open the terminal and write node app.js. Press enter. So our code is running fine. Let's open it. Yeah, everything looks fine. Hello learners, Simplilearn brings you a postgraduate program by Caltech in full stack web development, which is the ultimate resource to equip you with the knowledge and tools you need for success. You can find the course link in the description box below to learn more about this course. Welcome back to another video by Simplilearn, and in this video, we will be creating a user registration form. But before we begin, if you haven't subscribed to our channel already, make sure to hit the subscribe button and press the bell icon so you will never miss any update from Simplilearn. So without further ado, let's begin. For this tutorial, we are using Visual Studio Code. The first thing you need is Node.js. Let's see. I have created one for me. You can create it by just entering a command make directory in the terminal and entering your folder name. It can be ABC or something you need, and like this it will be created, but I don't need it, so I'm going to delete it. In this, I will open the terminal again. I'll write a command npm init y. This will create a JSON file for us. Like as you can see here, the JSON file has been created here. Let's clear the screen. Now we will install Express.js in this folder. For that, write a command npm install Express and press enter. This will install Express.js for us. You can also see here in the dependencies, Express has been successfully installed and all other modules are here. So let's clear this screen now. Now we will create a server file here. Let's name it app.js. Here we'll write all our code. So let's create a simple Express folder. Write const express require keyword. All our modules will be here. Enter. In this, we are requiring Express.js. Now we will also be needing port. Processes dot env dot port number that we're gonna write here. Using port number 3000, you can write anything. This will be our port number now. Right. Create an app. The next line will create an app. Express function. We have created an instance for Express. Now we'll create to make it listen to our port. Let's write app.listen. Port number it will read by its own. Add arrow function. Console log. What we are gonna see backtick server started at http localhost $sign to get the data of the port, and we'll write the port. It will fetch the number of the port. Here it goes. Now we have created a front end of this. I repeat, now we will create a front end of this registration form. So let's create it. First here, create a folder public. In this folder, let's create two files, index.html and Second one will name as style.css. Now, in the index folder, we'll write all our front-end code. So open index.html page, write doc and enter. This will create a HTML template for you. In the title, here we'll write registration form. Now, in the body part, we'll write heading for this, h1, write heading, we'll just here the action will be class. So this will be heading, so we can style it afterwards. Heading. Now we'll create a form. Action. Here class will be form. Now we'll create an input types. First we'll create input type will be text, name will be write first name, this folder, this username will become inside the text box, this first name. Name. Now we'll create few more like this for password, last name, age, number. Let's copy this input. First one will be first name, second one will be last name, so we'll write the email, for this. This looks good. We'll write type email. For email, we'll write password. Placeholder, we'll write it will be empty, so no one will see our password. This will be an empty. Let's write a place here, and we'll write in the placeholder password. Let's go to another one and let's create a first name, last name, email, password, and let's create one more, and that will be a age. For this we have to write here number, name, we don't need name I guess, or let's write age here, age, placeholder, what will we see inside the box in the front end. Here, let's create a submit button. Type of the button will be submit. So we can give it style in this part. Here, submit. So our form is ready. Yeah, we'll write require here. So one will be left empty. This will help us to require every field, because everything is important. We cannot make it empty, so we are writing require. So our HTML page is ready. Here, let's see how it looks on this HTML page. Here, our registration form look like this. Let me show you what require is doing. As you can see, please fill out this field. This is what required function do. Submit is. Now coming back to VS Code, we'll write some CSS code for styling. Here we'll write padding for the page will be 0. You don't have to write %. Margin will also write 0 for the overall page. Now we'll go to the body part. So the height will be 100 VH. Width will be 100 VH. Display size will be flex. Direction of the flex will be bottom. Right. Justify content will be in center. Alignment item center. This is how we will write a body part. coming to the form of this page, form, right, everything will be same. We'll copy this, let's paste it here. Don't want the height of the form this much. It will be, let's create it 40%. Width will be 100 only. Display flex will be here. Direction or this will be column only. Justify contents. Let's see in the to our code. Let's make it not center. Let's make it as space. Round space. Let's make it space between. You can style it as your own, as you want. Heading. With the heading. Display will be in line block. This will make our page, registration page, look more clean. Back to the form. Here. Input. Put the output. It will be none. We don't need it. Padding we can do 10% from this side and 20 from the input is okay. Now we'll go to, let's do something with the button. Height will be pixels. Padding will be 10% from this and 25 from the other side. The radius. See? Pixel. So the color for this. CP. 44. Color will look like this. It's not an issue. Sizing. The submit button. Sizing will be the border box. This will look cool. Background color of the submit button will be black, and the text which is inside it will be white. So it looks clean as a registration form. It's done. can also first save this file. Go to the file. A registration form look like this. Isn't it cool? Let's make this a little up. The heading part will give a padding for 40%. Get the CSS file, go to the form and see. Yeah, it looks cool now. Let's see, everything is working fine. Yeah. Coming back to our VS Code. Now, so our front part is ready. If there will be any changes, we'll do it later. Now, coming back to our backend part of this registration form, we'll make our first API routes. Here, it's right app.get on added on request response that arrow function. It's right here the response that the form will send. File. We will write the directory name of this HTML file. It's right here. Directory name plus public text.html. Let's save it. Coming back to our create post method also here. Form post and response function will be here. Request body. Here in this part, it will fetch the data in the body of the HTML page. Now let's create an API middleware. For that, use express.json .json. Here we are accepting the data in JSON format. After this, we'll use it again. Use express URL encoded function. This is basically to decode the data sent through HTML form. Dot use again. This will express dot will write static. Static function will be public folder. Public. This will use the public folder for us. Now we'll save this file first. Open your HTML file and write in the form part here. We'll declare the file name app.js, form class form, and we'll write method which will be post here. Everything looks good. We forgot to write inverted commas here. Save this file. Now open the terminal and write node app.js. Press enter. So our code is running fine. Let's open it. Yeah, everything looks fine.
Django is a popular framework nowadays, and you must have heard it. Almost every website and web applications uses Django in some way or other for their web development. So in today's session, we'll discuss what is Django framework. Let's start by discussing what is a web framework. A web framework is a software framework that is created to support the development of dynamic sites, web services, and web applications. It supports creation, development, and publishing of the web applications and websites.
Hello learners, Simplilearn brings you a postgraduate program by Caltech in full stack web development, which is the ultimate resource to equip you with the knowledge and tools you need for success. You can find the course link in the description box below to learn more about this course.
Hi guys, I'm Anjali from Simplilearn. Now if you have been following our playlist on Python, by now you have probably completed all the basic concepts of Python. So today we'll use these basic concepts in creating a website using Python again. Now this application is called Django, and before we move into actually developing the website, let's better understand what Django is. So Django is a high-level Python web framework. So when you compare Django to many of its other counterparts, such as Flask, which also uses Python, it provides very limited freedom. But then again, this limited freedom does mean that it makes development much faster, and that is the goal of Django. So if you're a complete beginner with web development and also sort of with Python, this is the place to start. So Django has a free and a paid version, but since we're just learning how it works, we can go for the free version. In fact, the paid version is only required when it's utilized by companies where they perform a lot of modifications to the point that it's actually unrecognizable. Now, some of the companies which are using Django are Instagram, Bitbucket, Pinterest, and even NASA. Now, there's another important thing that we need to understand about Django, which is its design pattern. So Django follows the MTV design pattern, where MTV stands for Model Template View. These terms may seem very remote to you right now, and I don't think there'd be a point of me explaining what they are as of now. So once we move on to the demo, where I'll be teaching you how you can create the web framework, we can better understand how this design pattern works. And with that, we are finally ready to move into actually creating our website. So there are certain prerequisites to Django. To perform these, open your command prompt. So the first thing we need to ensure is that your system has Python installed. Now, of course, if you are learning Django, you probably already know Python. And for this purpose, you would have had Python installed previously itself. We'll just check. So type in Python Python, version, and if you do have Python installed, your version number will appear here. Now the other thing we need installed is pip. So once again, pip would also be installed on your systems. It comes with Python itself. And so yeah, I have pip 19.0.2 version. Now once those two things are done, we'll move on to a virtual environment. So a virtual environment is basically this environment that we create to isolate our application. Now this is necessary in Django because often we make applications, we have completely built the application and now we do not want to touch them. We do not want to create anything new. We do not want to update any packages that are already being used. So if you're creating a new application for which you need to update the packages, we don't want the implementation of that to hamper with the implementation of our current application. So this is why we completely isolate them. So for that, the first thing you do is you need to install the virtual environment wrapper. We'll use the pip command to do so. So pip install virtual env wrapper. So if you're using any other system such as Linux systems, and then press enter, but in case of Windows, put a dash and win, which signifies Windows. So I already have my virtual environment installed. So now we have Python, we have our pip, and we have the virtual environment. Now let's create a virtual environment. So to create the virtual environment, type in mk virtual env and the name for your virtual environment. So previously I had made a virtual environment py1. This time I'll go with py2, and that should create your environment. So a virtual environment is created, which is py2, and as soon as it's created, you'll notice that now your commands start running in py2. So when you're creating an application, the application itself is not created at this place. It's just the environment files that's stored in here. So now all this is done. The final prerequisite is of course to have our web framework. We need to install Django. So let's get to that. Pip install Django. So now that Django is installed, we are finally ready to start our project. So the command to run to start your first project, Django-admin start project, and followed by the name of your project. So I'll just name my project the Django project. So I just cleared my screen. Now, if you go to this location where we created our project, you'll see the project folder is created here. And inside the folder, there's yet another folder with the same project name and a manage file. Now, this manage file is usually what we will be running to compile our programs. And then within the folder, you have certain Python files. So we'll open all this in our IDE, and I'll be using PyCharm, but you can go ahead with any other Python IDE. In fact, you can even use a notebook. So you can select your project from here, the panel on the left, or you can opt for open, browse through your folders, and then select your project. So the project we created just now is the Django project, which is this one. So I'll open it, and your project will appear on the left side panel here. You can see within it, there's another folder with the same project name, and there's the manage.py file. Now within this folder, again, there's another folder .idea, and then there is the init settings URL and the WSGI file, although we won't be making changes or modifying any of these files. So we'll check out what these files are one by one, although we won't be making modifications to most of them. The idea folder probably won't be existing in your project. You can completely ignore that. Now we'll have a look at what each of these Python files do. So the first file, which is the init file, as you can see, it's empty. The reason is that the very presence of this file is only to inform that this package here, this is not any ordinary folder, it's a Python package. So you don't really need any content within this. Now the next file that we have here is the settings file. So the settings file is the central configuration file. This is modified only when your application goes into the real world. Other than that, we just leave it as it is. So some of the values that you would be modifying is, for example, the debug value. Now, when the debug value is true, which in our case it is, whenever an error occurs in any of your code and you're trying to run that page, all the errors appear on the page. But now, if you are putting your website into the real world, you do not want that all your errors will be displayed on the page for obviously security reasons. So then you can just change this value to false just before you upload your page. Next, you have the URLs page. as from the name, it's very clear. The URLs page is where you have your URL stored. So basically, this file maps the URL of a page to the function that the page will be performing. So now you have the wsgi.py code file. So this page contains an application callable which the application server uses to communicate with your code. And finally, we have the manage.py page. This is the page used to interact with your project. So we never ever touch the manage.py page. The settings page does change when your website goes into the real world. The URLs page we will be actually modifying during the course of our project. Again, the wsgy.py page, we leave it untouched. So now that you know the basics of what each file already present does, we can start our demo. So before we start coding our website, there's a dummy development server which is provided with Django. So we'll just check that out first. Just go to your command prompt and move into the path of your project. And then you just type Python manage.py run server. And as you can see here, the development server has started and it's at port 8000. So go to your browser, open any browser of your choice, localhost, and at 8000 port. And as you can see here, since we have installed our Django and we ran our server, so our Django page has appeared here and it says that our installation worked successful. So far all good. We can now start building our project. So what website are we creating? Well, I was thinking of a very basic website where you'll have the front page. The first page would have probably like 3-4 genres, and within each genre you'll have a piece that is an article, a novel, or even a poem of that particular genre. So the user gets to click the genre on the first page, and the minute he or she does so, we move on to the next page where we have our article within that genre displayed. We'll also include a registration page just to see how that works with Django. So before we move on, guys, I want to tell you that this tutorial will completely concentrate on how Django works. So we will not look much into the details of how our page is displayed. That is, we won't go in depth into HTML, CSS, and so on, but rather just stick to Django and its functionality. And another thing that we need to know about Django before we start developing is that every page in Django is called an app. So when you go to a website, say Facebook for instance, you have multiple tabs, right? So there's a tab for the profile. You click on it and it immediately takes you to your profile. Now, if this entire thing, that is Facebook, was built on Django, then your profile would be one app. And then there's another tab which takes you to your messages. The page where all your messages are displayed, that would be a second app. So that's how Django works. Every small thing, every component or every page of your website is an app, and you need to ensure that you can describe exactly what an app does in 1 or 2 sentences. So a page should not have multiple things happening on it. If a page is for displaying messages, that should be the sole purpose of the page. So yeah, that's the basic of apps and how they are a part of Django. So how do we create this app? Just open your command prompt, move on to the path where your project is stored. Now in here, you'll type in the command to create your first app. So that's Python manage.py start app, and then the name for your app. So I'll name my app genre. So basically on my first page, I want all my genres to be displayed and every article is put under a particular genre, hence the name. Enter, and your app should be created. So I go back to my PyCharm, and as you can see here, we have our app genre created in here. Now under this app, there are more number of files. So what do these files do? We'll discuss that first. Well, first is our migrations folder. Now inside this migration folder, there'll be a number of files which will be created. Once we go through our project, we'll see every time we execute a particular command, a new file is inserted into the migrations folder. So this basically connects your database with your source code, and that might seem very complicated, but actually Django makes it extremely easy. And then you have the admins page. Now this admin file or this admin page that Django provides is extremely useful. So it's like this dummy admin admin page where you can actually go and you can view your entire database there in a very formatted way. You have all the models that you created there. You can insert more values, you can delete values, you can edit values which are already present. So right now the admin page will not be existing. There's no point of us going and checking it right now since we have not created any models yet. Again, what is models? I'll come to that too. So that is the next file I'll be telling you about. Now, if you have gone through object-oriented programming, Python or Java or any other object-oriented programming, as a matter of fact, you probably know the concept of classes. Now, over here in our models file, we create classes, and each of this class is actually a model. And by that, we mean it's a database. So when we create a class, we have a number of attributes in this class, and each of this attribute forms a column in our database. So that is what will be happening here. And once we create our class, or what we call model, that is when we can actually view the admin page. And we'll see how this page is extremely helpful. The next important page is the views page. So guys, if you remember, initially I told you that Django has a design pattern, which is the model view template, where model is already discussed. They are the classes. Template, as you probably guessed, is the look of the page. So that's basically your HTML files. And what brings the model and the template together? That is the view. So view adds the functionality. Now, whenever you receive a request from the user for a particular URL, view will describe the response for this request. But view is not responsible for giving the response. That is another file that we'll be creating, as you'll see in some time. So now when I go back to my web page here, there's no URL for this. This is just a domain name. But once we start creating our website, the very existence of each web page is linked to a presence of a URL. So that is exactly where we'll start building. Under our Django project folder, we have this URLs page. There's already a URL path present here. It says admin, which is, as you guessed, it's the URL to the admin page that is by default provided by Django. And over here, there's this another parameter. So what this parameter is, it's the response that is to be given for the request that you receive. Now, just in this manner, we need to add the URL for our first page, which is going to be the genres page. So I say path, genres. And then in here, I'll insert the action. So I've not created any action yet. So I don't know what to put in there either as of now. But guys, think about this. So if our website has 10 pages, does this mean that we'll have 10 different URLs going in here? That would be quite haphazard, wouldn't it? So we need a more organized way of doing this. And for that very purpose, we will use genres, the app, as our base app. So if from genres, we are moving on to our second page. So say our genres has our 3 genres, which is fiction, inspiration, and something else. So the user clicks on fiction, and this immediately takes the user to the second page where the content in fiction is displayed. So then our second page should be a sub page of genre in a way. And every other page that we move to from our first page should be the same. So for this purpose, what we can do is we'll go to our genres app, the package, we'll create another URLs file within genre, and in this URLs file, we'll define the URL for our second page with reference to our genres URL. So how is that done? Well, the first thing you need to do is you must copy paste this statement here into our URLs page. For this page, we do not really need to import include, so I'll remove that part out. And I also need to define my URLs pattern, so copy paste this too. But again, admin is already defined there completely. We do not require that. Now here we'll say, if the user wants the page genres, this is going to be my first page. That is my front page. So what will be the response to this? The response will obviously be defined in our views page. Right now, we have not created anything in our views page, but we will soon, and we will name the response for the URL genres as index, since that is usually what the purpose of the front page is. It's usually to display the index. So we'll have view dot index, and then following this we'll also give a name to this very particular call, and the purpose of that I will explain later. Just name this index for now. It's not view, it's views. And also we need to now import views. Okay, so we define that if the user goes to this page genre, then we will be displaying whatever's defined under views.index. Of course, we have not created that yet, and we'll move on to that in a while. Now, the problem is every request that is made by the user, the first thing Django does is it checks the URLs page under your main project, which is this page. And under this page, we have not defined the action for genres. And it would be very repetitive to define this again. So what we do instead is we'll just include the file where we did define the function for genres. And that is genres.urls. So the user gives a request for the genres page. Django checks out this main URLs page. It sees it matches the URL to this very particular pattern here. And for that, it knows that the response is to include the genres.url page. So it includes this page. And within this page, we of course have the function or the response defined. So now the next thing is to create the response. So now under this views file, we'll create a view. The first thing is we need to import the HTTP package. The request is always HTTP, and this time the response that we are providing is also a HTTP response. We'll change this later because we'll need a more defined response, but for now we'll stick to a very basic display on our first web page. So let's import django.http, import HTTP response, and now we can define a function which will tell what response to provide for the particular URLs. Now here we say that if the user gives a request for this URL, our response is views.index. So within views, we need to define a function named index. So def index, and this one takes request as a parameter and returns a HTTP response. And that response could be a simple text. Of course, you can also have HTML tags, and just for the purpose of formatting so that our text looks pretty bold, I'll put this into our header. Just say hello world. So that's done. This is the response that we'll be providing for that particular URL. Now the thing is, we have this page here, settings, and in settings, if you scroll down, you'll see there's a list of apps which are installed, and in this list, our app genre is not mentioned. So before we run our server, we'll add our app to this list. So that's done. Now go to your web page, the one where you ran your local host first. And this time, okay, so my server's not running. I need to start my server first. Type in your command python manage.py run server, and it says that there's no issue and our server is currently running. So you go back to the page where we ran our local host. So the last time we ran a local host, currently your page would still be on that if you have not done any modifications. I did a few in between, hence I got this page. Now if you check out localhost again, you'll see that there's an error. This is because now we started defining the URLs in our URL page. So when you don't give any URL as such, Django checks out the two URLs defined here and says, hey, what you typed in here, whatever your request was, does not match any of the URL patterns. So now we want to check out the genres page and enter. And as you see here, hello world is displayed. So of course, this is a dummy page. We need to do something way more. We need to create a web page, and that is what we'll get to. Okay, so now that we viewed our dummy web page, the next thing we need to do is actually populate this app with some data. Now to populate the app with data, of course, we need to first store the data, and that is stored in a database. So with Django, you would have probably already noticed here, there's this file called SQLite3. So this is the database management system that comes along with Django. It's already set up to be used, just a small command, a small tweak that we require, and everything will work perfectly fine. So what this does is basically all the data that you enter through your model will work along with this. So that means that there should be a communication between your SQLite and your source code. Now, if I go back to the terminal where I ran my server, you'll see here there's an error line which says you have 15 unapplied migrations and your project may not work properly. Right now, what we designed worked right because we didn't have any data stored. But from now on, we will be storing data. So we need to ensure that the migrations are done right. And by migrations, we mean that our database management, that's SQLite, is synced pretty well with our source code. So first of all, stop your server, and now you run a command to do the syncing, which is python manage.py migrate. And as you hit this command, the syncing is happening. So when you say that the migrations are complete, what you actually mean is when Django looks at your installed apps, this is an app that we created and we just added it a while back to this list of installed apps, but everything else in here in this list was already present. So these are some default apps which Django or this project in particular will already work with, and many of these apps require to access some databases. It could not do that until now, but now that we finished our migrations, when Django checks out these apps and needs to run them, it can easily access the database, take whatever data is required from there and perform its functions. Again, if we go back to our command prompt and run the server again, you'll see that this time we do not get the error of the unapplied migrations. So that is how you sync your database with your source code. Now, once we create our models, it means that we have added some new classes. There are some new tables which are going to be added. So again, we need to perform the migration function, which we'll look into later. Now let's get to creating our classes. So as I mentioned earlier, models are basically classes. Now there are two classes that we will be creating for this particular project. The first class will have all the genres and the second class which will hold all the articles. So let's begin coding. Now my first class, I'll call it collection. And every class needs to import from models.model. Now within this class, all we need to define are its various attributes. So I'll explain this again. The class is basically a table and all your attributes of the particular class are the columns. So the first thing is the collection name or the genre name. Now the collection name would be something like fiction or inspiration or non-fiction. Could be anything, and all these are strings. So when you're inputting them, so in Django basically that's the char field type. So you say models dot char field, and a compulsory parameter here is you have to insert the maximum length. I'll give it 100 characters. Next thing, we'll have a description for each genre type. That again would be char field. Enter a max length. Give it 500. And then we'll also have an image or a cover for each of the collection or each of the genre. So that would be, I'd say, call cover as in collection cover. So this again will be a char field type, as I'm going to enter the link for the image over here. Now the links would be pretty large. So I'd say a length of 1000. So that's our first class. Now we'll define a second class, which is for the particular articles or the pieces which are inside the collection. So here we'll just go for one article within a collection, and I'll name this class as piece, as in a piece within a collection. Again, this class too imports from models.model, and we will enter the column names now. So every piece will have a title, which would be the name of the piece, and that too would be of char field type. Give this a 200. And then all of these will have a particular type. That is, whether it's a book, it's a novel, it's a poem, or it's a blog post. That is what will go in our type variable. Next, we'll have the artist name. For a book, that would be an author. For a poem, that would be a poet. So we'll go for the general term, which is artist. The year it was published. Now the year would be an integer. So we have a different field type here, the integer field, and that does not require a max length. And finally, again, for each piece, you'll have a cover. So I'll name that piece cover. Again, we'll pass the link of an image here. So char field with the max length of 1000. And yeah, so our two models are created here, class collection and class piece. Now once again we'll do the migration, and what will happen is that the database will link with this model, and then we can finally view the admin page and see what exactly that admin page is that we've been talking about all this while. But before we move on, we are missing out on something. So we have our collection and we have each piece. How do we link the piece with the collection? Well, this is where the concepts that you probably learned in database is going to come into use. This is where we'll use a foreign key. So although we are writing a code here, this is exactly how a table in a database will be created. So every item would have a primary key, and now we are going to use foreign keys in our class piece to link each piece to a particular collection. So if I say Dan Brown's book origin, so that should be linked through the foreign key with our collection fiction. So let's create our foreign key, and I'll name it collection, but this time with a small c. models.foreign key. So to the foreign key, you pass the table name to which you're making the reference first, which is collection, and then you pass on an action as to what will happen to a particular piece if the collection that it's linked to is deleted. So what we want is, if suppose fiction is deleted, then automatically origin, which is tied with fiction, should also be deleted, and that is called a cascade delete. So you say on delete models.cascade. And now we are finally done creating our models. So now that our models are created, we know these particular models are created for our application or our app genre. So you go back to the settings page, and here we had previously inserted this app genre, but back then it was not really required. It was just that there is this other app that is not included in the default apps given by Django. So let's put in the name there. But now that we actually have a database associated with this app, we need to specify this app in its complete structure, that is the configuration. So if you go under genres, and then there's this file apps, and under apps you can see this class genre config. Copy this, go back to settings. So genre.apps.genreconfig. So now when you run your server, Django will check the list of installed apps and will be able to access the database associated with our newly created app too. But there's more to it than that. Remember how previously we made migrations so we can link our database with the source code? Now we got to make those migrations again, because now we created new models. So every time you create a model or you make some changes to your models, you always need to do your migrations. And this time, since our migrations is specific to a particular app, the syntax is slightly different. So you can also use this terminal down here. It works just the same. And Python manage.py, make migrations, and your app name. Enter. And as you see, it says the models, collection and piece have been created. Now what this migrations exactly does is it converts these models that you have written in a coded format into an SQL form. So that's where your tables and everything's stored. And now if you check your migrations folder, you'll see there's a new file under it. That is the current migration that you attempted. So now that the migrations are made, you can finally run your project. So once again, an overall migrations. So I'm back to my command prompt since the black background makes it easier to see the text. Break out of your server, and we finished our migration. So now we can run our server. No issues, and there's no error with the migrations either. Let's now check out our genre page. Of course, it'll look the same because although we created our models, what the models will be reflected in is the database. The overall look of the page so far has not been changed, so it's the same. So I'll repeat that once again. Every time you make a change to your model or you add some new class to your model, first run the migrations for that particular app. That is Python manage.py, make migrations, and your app name, and then you run a migrations in general. So that's Python manage.py migrations, and then you can run your server. Okay, so our database is created, but right now it's empty. So our next step is to populate our database. For that, again, open a command prompt, and now you need to enter into the SQL's shell. So the command for that is Python manage.py shell. But before that, I'll just go to the path where my project is stored. And now in here, I'll execute my command. So once you get these 3 arrows, you know that you have entered the shell, and over here, you can execute your SQL commands. Now, before we input values into our tables, what we need to do is we have to import these tables, because even within this project, there are multiple number of tables. There are some tables which were in there by default too. So from genre.models, import collection, piece, which are the name of our tables, and enter. So our tables are now imported. Now first we'll populate our table collection. Okay, so collection has 3 columns. There's the collection name, there's a description, and there's a cover image. So go back to your shell. So we'll have an object here, collection1, which will be equal to collection. So this would be the constructor for our class collection, And within this, we'll insert our values. So our first attribute is collection name, and that's equal to fiction. Our second attribute is the description, and we'll say enter the world of fantasies for the description of fiction. And finally, we have the attribute called cover, which is the collection cover. And in here, I'll just enter the URL of an image I found online. So that's it. We have entered the values for our 3 attributes. Now press enter. Now let's view if this is actually stored in our database. So for that, you execute the command, your table name, which is collection.objects.all, and it's empty. So what's wrong? We created an object in which we inserted all the values, but then still our database seems to be empty. So this is because so far this collection object that we created is only stored in our shell's memory. We have not actually committed this to the database. So the command for committing this to the database would be our object name, which is call1.save. And once again, we'll execute the command to check everything that's present in our database collection. And now you can see finally that there is an object present. And now we can also check the value of the various columns in our table collection for this particular object. You can say call1.collection name and gives you the collection name. Similarly, you can also check its description. Now, as I mentioned previously, every object that you create in a table has a primary key associated with it. So the primary key basically holds the uniqueness of that particular row. So we can also check the primary key for a particular row or an object. Just go for call1.pk and it says the primary key is 1. Now the primary key is also known as the ID of the object, so you can identify it as ID2. Again, you'll get the value, which is 1. Now if you want to change the value of any of these columns, that can also be done very easily on the shell. So suppose I want to change the description, say call1.description, and initially it was enter the world of fantasies. I want it to be welcome to the world of fantasies. So welcome to the world of fantasies. And now if I check the value of call1.description, the value has changed. So that's pretty simple, isn't it? Now, if you think this is simple, there's a much more simpler way of adding values to the database, which we'll see just in a while. And that is where we'll put in more objects. We'll have a few more genres and we'll also add elements to our table piece. So now we can look into how to create our admin page. So now that we learned how to input or populate our database through the shell, let's go for the easier and the more efficient way, which is through the admin. Now before we do that, we need to create an admin. And for that, go to your command prompt out of the shell. Now in your command prompt, type the command python manage.py create super user. Okay, so once you do that, they'll ask you to create a username and we'll just go for admin since we are creating ourselves as the admin. Enter an email ID. Just go with admin123@admin.com and a password. So since this is not a production environment, I'm going to just bypass the password validation. But if your website is going into the real world, then make sure things are secure enough. And our super user is created successfully. So now we can go on to a browser and here we'll just type admin. So this is our admin page. You can see here there are 2 tabs, groups and users. But the main reason that we require the admin page does not seem to come out here. We expected there to be our database tables present here so we can directly go and edit them or add some values to them. But it's not there. So what is missing is that we need to go back to our Python page and over here, go down to the admin file. So here we need to add the models that we want to appear in the admin page. Basically, we need to register those models with the admin page. And for that, the first thing we do is we have to import the model. So from .models import, and our 2 classes are collection and piece. So we have not added anything to our table piece yet. We will later on, but anyhow, we'll just register both of them at one shot. And you type in here admin.site.register collection. Copy paste this and change the collection to piece, which is our second table. And that's it. So with just these 2 lines of code, you should have your collection and your piece tables appearing in the admin page. Now when I move back to the admin page and refresh this, you'll see that our tables have appeared here. Click on collection and there's one collection object here. Click on that, you can see the values of the attributes. And through this admin page now, I'll show you how you can add more objects. So just press on save and add another. Here we can enter our second collection's name, which in my case is inspiration, and description would be inspired to do more. And for call cover, which is the collection cover, I have another link that I just took from the net. Save. And we'll add one more. So we'll have 3 collections now. And our third collection would be horror. The description, let's say the fear is real, although we hope it's not. And finally, we have the collection cover. Paste the link here. Save this too. So now we have 3 objects under collection. Now, as you see here, all our collection objects just say collection object with a number in bracket. In the similar manner, when we were also going through our shell, every time we executed the command collection.objects.all, we got just the name collection object and a number. But we want something more meaningful. So when I look at this table of collections, I know that the first one is the collection fiction. The second one is the collection inspiration, and so on. So for that, go back to your code. So go under your models.py file, and under the class collection, we'll define a special method which is _str. Now this is an overriding method, that is, this method's already defined, but the value returned by this method is not of much meaning to us as of now. So now over here, we'll return something that we actually want to see when we look at the objects in our table collection. And what I want is, I want the collection name to appear. That would be quite clear as to what object is at which position. So I say collection return self.collection name, and that should do it. Now in the similar manner, we can have the same function for piece 2, and for piece what we want to return is the title. So that's it. Now if I go back to my admin page, refresh this, as you can see, we have something much more meaningful under our table collection now. The objects actually have a name. Well, the objects don't actually have a name, but we are displaying one of the attributes of the object, and that gives more clarity as to what the object holds. So now we'll start creating our views. Now, as I mentioned earlier, our website would be such that the first page that the user goes to is probably going to be the genres page, which will have the URL genre/ and with nothing following it. So the function for that particular URL, or the response for that particular URL, we defined in here in our URLs page under the genres app, which is we'll be calling the index function in views. That is this function. Now from that page, there will be certain links, and when the user clicks those links, he or she can move to another web page, and that is the web page where the particular article present inside our collection would be displayed. So I'll just put down in comment what pattern of the URL we are matching for each of these parts. So the first one that we are matching is just genre followed by nothing. Now our next path would be genre followed by a number. Now this number 1 here is actually the ID of the collection that the user chooses. So if the user chooses the collection fiction, which is our first collection, that has a primary key 1. So immediately the user should be sent to the next web page, which is genre/1, where 1 represents the ID of the collection chosen by the user. So now for path, let's pass the expression that will match this particular URL. And that expression is actually just an integer number, since the front part, that is genre/ is already matched. And this integer number, we are going to store it in a variable because we'll require that variable later. So you can just say int : and collection ID. Now when you do this, and genres ID. So when you do this, what happens is that this 1 gets stored in this variable genre ID, and this pattern will match this URL. Now when this URL is matched, what response do you want to give? That is, what do you want to display on that particular web page? That will be defined In another function, we'll define under views. We'll name it details for now. Of course, details is not defined. We'll do that in a while. And give a name to this too, which will be the same details. So now we are able to recognize this URL. What we need to do is next, we need to define details, which will give a response to that URL. So go to your views page and you create your details function. Now what is displayed in this details function greatly depends upon the genre that is chosen by the user in the first page, which is stored again in genre's ID. So over here, you pass not only the request, but also genre ID. And inside, you'll return a HTTP response. The collection, the genre ID is the HTML tags also need to be within the quotes. Copy paste that in here, have quotes here too. And now one more thing we need to do is, so genre's ID is an integer, but we cannot concatenate an integer with a string. So we need to convert this to a string, and that's it. So let's go back to our web page and run this page. So the first page, which is genres, displays hello world. Now if I enter genres/1, which is what we created newly, run the code, you see here the genre ID is 1. In a similar manner, even if I enter 5, although we don't have a collection 5, it'll display the genre ID is 5. Now these are dummy web pages, so this kind of a display is fine. Of course, once we actually start building our view, which we will do very soon, things will be more defined. Now let's get to actually creating a good view. So what we want here is, first of all, we do not want to display any large text. So let's delete that off. We need to import our models because this is where our database is. And of course, we need to fetch information from our database to be displayed on our view. So from .models, import collection and piece. Now in our index function, what we'll do is we'll first collect all the objects from our table collection. We'll have a variable which is all collection, and then to collect all the objects, we'll use the same SQL command that we used. So that's collection.objects. So all your objects in the collection table will be stored in all collection. Now we'll store this as a dictionary so that we can iterate over these objects and display them one by one. So we say context equal to all collection is the key and the value would be our variable all collection. So that's done. Now we need to iterate over this. So do we do that within our views itself? But there's no point of doing that because while we are iterating over every object in our collection table, we also need to display them in a certain format. That means that we need these objects to be somehow embedded in a HTML file. And this is where we create our very first HTML file for our first page, which is the genres page. So to create our HTML page, inside genre, create another package and you name this package templates. Now inside templates, create another folder and give this package the same name as your app name, that is genre. And now inside genre, we can create a HTML file. I'll name this file genre template. So all our template or our HTML files will be in this path. Okay, so before we actually develop the genre template HTML file, we'll go back to our view and complete the section off. So now what we are saying is that we have a template, we have a HTML file, and that file will define how we need to display the objects in our collection database or our collection table. All we need to do here in our index function is actually pass these objects to our HTML file. So for this, we have a function render, and before we actually use the function, we need to import the library Django.shortcuts, under which we have this function render. This is already imported on top. I did not see that, so I'll just remove that part out. And now that you have the render function, you use that to pass your object. So what this render function does is basically, we'll pass context to it. It will type context with the template name that we pass, and it will return a HTTP response object. So you pass your request, you pass the path to your template, that is genre/templates/genre/genre template. .html. So now you have passed your template to, and finally the object, which is context. So that's pretty much all you need to do for your very first view under the views file. Now we need to develop our genres template. So for our HTML file, first thing we'll change the title. Let's display our app name. So in this particular case, since I'm making a dummy website, I'm not giving it a name or anything, just going with our app name. Okay, so now we need to display our objects, which have been passed from the views folder. Now the render function basically passes an object which is called object_list. So we'll create a for loop, say collection in object_list. So this way we can iterate through all the objects in our object list. And now see, this is an HTML file, but this line of code here, this is the Python code. So pretty often this will happen that you need to embed a Python code within your HTML file. So what you do is you insert your Python code within curly brace followed by the %sign. This will tell your compiler that, hey, although this is a HTML file, this line here is actually a Python instruction. So now we're able to extract each genre. In fact, I'll name this variable as genre obj. Now we need to decide how exactly we want to display these objects. So what I want is, first I want the image of that particular collection or the genre to be displayed, which is what I've stored in one of the variables. And then just below the image, I want the name of the genre to be displayed. Now this name should be clickable so that the minute the user clicks on it, we can move on to another page. And then just below the name, I want the description for that genre to be displayed. Okay, so first we have the image, img source, and in here I need to insert the link for that particular image. So the link I actually already stored in my database. As I showed, we did that through the shell and then later on through the admin page too. So how do we access that particular link? Well, just like you would in a Python code, you can access it through the variable name, and every time you're accessing or you're displaying just the value of a variable, you insert the variable name within double braces. So double braces and then genre obj dot call cover. And now I'll give it some height and width to make it look a little more appealing. We'll have minimal formatting here because the objective of this tutorial is not to show you how to write your HTML code, but how Django works. And next I'll have the name. As I said, this particular name would be clickable. So inside href, I will insert the URL of the page the user should be taken to once he clicks on the name. So that URL is what we defined here. Okay, so it's genre followed by the primary key or the ID of the category that he clicked. So that would be genre slash, and we stored it in genre ID. So that's the link the user will be taken to. And now the name that will be displayed. And then after that, finally, we have the description to be displayed. So that'll be in a h3 header. Again, double braces because we are going to just print out the value of a variable. And then after each object's details are displayed, we'll break a line. For better formatting, what I'll do is I'll have all of this embedded within a div and have it aligned to the center. So that's it. We have created our HTML file here. One more thing, I'll just say end for. So that's it. Our HTML file or our complete display for the first page has been created. So once again, I'll explain what will happen in the case of our first page only. When the user enters the URL /genre followed by nothing, Django will first check this URLs page, the main URL page. It'll see the path has matched here, and the action for this has been defined as you include the genres.url page. So it goes to the genres.url page, includes this, and in this there's a function defined as a response for this particular URL, a very well-defined function, which is in our views file. So it goes to the views file, and in the views file we have completely defined our function index. Over here we collect all the objects in our collection table. We convert that into a dictionary so that it's iterable. Then we pass it using the render function. So the render function will take your template and it will tie that along with the context, which is the dictionary, and it will pass an object, a response object, to our HTML file. This response object will be called object.list and it is iterable. So we'll iterate through the object. We will display each object in a sort of formatted way, and that is it. And then the render function will pass this object all collection to our template, and over here we will iterate over the all collection, which is the dictionary, and using this HTML code here we'll print out the objects in all collection in a formatted way. So that's it. And one more thing, make a small correction back in the views file. So initially I had inserted the entire path to genre template.html. So the thing with the render function is that it automatically knows that it must look into the templates folder. So you have to only give the path after the template, that's genre/genre template. Now let's go back to our browser, and in here put in your URL. And there you go. So that's our first web page. You can see the image for our genre is here, and then you have the name, and then you have the description. Okay, so that's redirecting us to a page where there's an error. It says that this path is not found. So when you look at these error, guys, you will understand better as to how the matching of the URL patterns take place. First, this URL pattern, just this part after your port number, that is checked against the URL in your main URL file, that is Django projects.url file, where we have defined just genre. And then after that, it will check the files that we included in the genre's URL file, that is genre followed by the genre ID. Now we had defined a dummy page for this previously, and that was being displayed too. So I'll go back to the code and figure out what the error is. The error is here, of course, I wrote genre ID, which does not signify anything as such. Now, because here we have this object genre obj. That is where all the objects from the collection table are stored one by one. So what we actually need to access is the ID for genre obj. Now I'll go back to my browser. So now I'm back to my browser, and as you can see here, we still have our front page. Click on fiction, and yeah, we got our dummy page back. So now our next step is to design this page. Go back to your code, and again, designing the page means we need to start putting content into our details function. Now before we start designing this function, we need to populate the piece table. So again, let's go back to our admin page. We'll add the data through the admin page since that's much easier. Here you have piece, and click on the add button. First we'll add for fiction. The title we'll give, let's insert the book Origin by Dan Brown. So the artist would be Dan Brown, and it's a novel, and the year is 2017. That's the year of publication. And for the piece cover, I'll just put the book Origins front page cover. I'll just put in the image here, a link, save and add another. Now for inspiration, I'll put in the poem If, and type would be poem. Artist is Rudyard Kipling, Kipling with single P. The year of publication would be 1895. And for the piece cover, another link. And finally, we'll add one to horror. The title would be The Pet Cemetery, written by Stephen King. And again, this is a novel. It's published in the year 1983. And then link. And we save this. So we are done for each of the categories or each of the genre. We have added a single article. So now that our table piece is also populated, we can start designing the view for this. So for our details page, let's start with removing this HTTP response here. So first what we need to do is we need to extract the object that the user selected from our genres page. So we say collection dot objects dot get pk equal to genre ID. So what we are doing here is, as you can see above, we use the query collection.objects.all, which returned all the objects in our table collection. Now here we are telling that, okay, I want just one object from my collections table, and that particular object is the one whose primary key matches that stored in the variable genre.id. And since genre.id is defined in this file, and it's basically the ID of the genre that the user selected, this will be a number either 1, 2 or 3. That is 1 for fiction, 2 for inspiration and 3 for horror. So now that we got that object, we will use this object cItem to extract from our piece table. So for that we say piece.object.filter, and to this we pass, and the category that we filter on is the collection, and that is our foreign key. So remember, when we created our table piece, we had a foreign key named collection. So we are saying if collection is equal to cItem, then extract that particular object from our table piece, and then we will return this again through the render method, pass the request, and in here we'll have the path to an HTML file, just like we did in the previous case, but this time a different HTML file, because we want to display this slightly differently. And then finally we need to pass the context. So we haven't created the context yet, which we will. Now, although this is just one item, every time you're passing it through the render function, you need to make a dictionary out of it. So just copy paste this here, name this p-item, pass in here p-item. And just now I did create a HTML file in the same path as before. That is, under templates you have the genre folder, and under that I created a HTML file called detail template. Nothing's filled yet, but now that we have created a file, we can put in the path here. So just copy paste this and change the genre to detail. So that's done too. Now all we have left is to actually code the HTML file. So I'll just copy paste this here and then make the required correction. So in p-item, and this would be piece object, you align its center, and piece obj is the cover. We do not really need a href here, so delete that part out, because this is the final page. We are not redirecting to any other page from here. Of course, when you're building a complete web page, this ideally, when you click on the name of an article, the article should open. We wouldn't be including that part here though, because it does not bring out any new functionality of Django. Piece obj, and here, so piece obj dot title dash, and then we'll print out the author or the artist name. So piece obj dot artist, and finally we can have the year, also what this particular article is, that is the type. So that's pretty much it. We'll change the title too. So now that this is done, we'll just end the for loop. Also, this is not called cover, but now we got to change it to piece cover. And now we'll go back to our browser. So this is our genre page. Refresh it once again, and we'll click on one of the genres. And yeah, as you see, the particular piece related to that genre gets displayed. The Pet Cemetery by Stephen King, which is a novel published in the year 1983. So now we're back to our code, and well, our first and our second page is designed. It's working fine. So now we are not going to create something new. Instead, what is already created, let's modify that. Now, so far, the functions that we wrote work just fine. But Django provides this thing called generic classes or generic views. What this does is it makes writing these functions extremely easy. So now you have 4 lines of code the exact same thing can be done in like 2 or 3 lines of code. In fact, it's not just the easier method, this is also recommended. So I'll tell you how that is done. First of all, we need to import the generic package. So from Django.views, import generic. And now let's delete this entire thing. So our first function is basically listing out all the objects in the table. So you have multiple objects, all of them are being listed out. Now this kind of a function would belong to a generic class. So far I was defining functions. Now I'm speaking about class. So is it a function or a class? Well, it is a class. It's definitely a class, but I'll show you how this class is called as a function. So first we'll finish writing the class. Now we have the class index, and this particular class type is a list view because we are listing out objects. Now under this, first we'll have a template name, which is the path to our template. And now to return our query set. So previously we were always returning a dictionary. Now we can return a query set. We have a function def query set, and under this we just say return collection.objects.all. So the same query we were using previously, but now we do not need to take the objects from the query and then convert them into a dictionary, then pass it on using the render function. We can simply do this one statement and all our objects will be sent to our template, where now in the template, so far we were saying all collection because that is the key that we were using in our dictionary, but that is no more. We are not using the render function anymore. When this query set passes an object, it's received by the template file in a variable named object list. So you replace your previous variable with object list. And that is it. With that, we finished the method for displaying our first page. Now we'll move on to the second page. So the second page is slightly different because this time we are not listing out multiple objects. We just have one object and we are basically giving out the details of the object. That means that this class, which we'll still call details, is a detail view class. So we say generic dot detail view. Let's delete all of this first. Now the function of this detail view is basically to display the details of an object. So what we need to do is first we need to define a model. Now our model is collection because we are receiving the primary key from the collection, and each of this object actually is a part of a collection. The object would not exist if the related or the counterpart genre of that object did not exist. So our model is collection and our template name will be again the path. So that's genre detail template .html. And that's it. So this is even smaller than our generic view. Now in our detailed template, initially we had the name of the key in our dictionary. Again, this time we don't have a dictionary pass. So what is the value here? Well, the value here would be collection.piece_set.all. So this will return all the pieces related to that particular collection. And everything in small this time. Now we are almost done. Go back to your views and you see this is a generic detail view. Now the thing about the detail view class is it always accepts one parameter. Go back to your URLs file. As you are passing here a variable genre_id of int type, you don't need to do that anymore. You can simply say pk and pk will be passed to this class. And now that's the problem. So here we were calling functions, but now we have classes defined, not functions anymore. So we need to figure out a way of calling this class as a function. So for that, you just say as_view for both of these classes. And that's it. As simple as that. Now you can call your classes as a function, and since you use the generic view, now things have become so much more simpler, much smaller. Our code looks very neat. Now let's go back to our browser. Go to our front page. Let's see if everything's displayed right. Yes, it is. So our changes worked out just fine. Click on one of these tags and as you can see, the page has loaded. So much less code, very few lines of code, but things work just as fine as before. So our web page is all built, but let's add something new over here to make it look a little more like a website. One of the most common things that you find in every website you go to is a navigation bar. So let's add the navigation bar. Go back to your code. Now in here, we need a navigation bar in both our pages. So typically what you might think is the way to go about it is add the code for navigation bar in your genre template and detail template. But as you know, whenever you code, repeatability is something that you should be always against. Minimum repeatability. So instead, what we do is under genre, the same folder that has all our templates, create another HTML file and name this base. So this will be our base template and we will add the code for creating a navigation bar in here, and then we'll just include this base in our other templates. So first let's create our navigation bar. Now we'll be using Bootstrap to create the navigation bar. And every time you work with Bootstrap, the first thing you need to do is in your head section, include these 3 links. So if you have worked with Bootstrap, you probably already know you need to go to the Bootstrap website, copy these links, paste them here. So you're basically able to access some style sheets which are stored in some other system. And once that's done, you can start building your navigation bar. So in your body, you have nav class, navbar, and navbar default. So this is the class for creating your basic navigation bar. But actually we'll go with inverse instead of default. So this has a dark theme navigation bar. It will look better on our white background website. Within this, create a div tag of container fluid. So basically what the container fluid does is that your navigation bar will occupy the entire page and will fit according to the page width. Now under this you have the navbar brand class, and the first icon I want is my home. Okay, so I put in home here, and when I click on home, whatever I want to be redirected to, whichever page I want to be redirected to, put the link for that or the URL for that in here. And I'd like to be redirected to the genres page since that's our home page. Now other elements we can include in our navigation bar. We put them as list elements. So class, navbar, and we want these elements to the right of our navigation bar. So we say navbar right. Now I'm not going into the details of this since again this is not a part of the Django tutorial. So we'll quickly just create the navigation bar. Now every element to the right will be listed out. And I'll have a registration button. So that will be under genre/register. Now I have not created the view for this URL yet. In fact, this URL is not even identifiable yet. But for now, I'll just put that in and we'll run it all together. And finally, at the very right end corner of my navigation bar, I want to display the username. That is whichever user is currently going through my website. Now, yeah, right now we have not designed the features for all of this. We don't have a registration form itself. So a user does not mean anything to us right now. But very soon I'll show you how you can create a registration form. You can have users register to it. So then this will start making sense. So we'll say li class, and in here, the way you can extract the current user of your website is you say request.user. And that's it. That's pretty much all we need right now. Just check all the tags again. We have the navbar inverse, which is the look of our navigation bar. It's container fluid. And here we actually need to specify that it's a header. So we say div class navbar header. Well, this would be closing right in the end. So I'll just format this once. And finally, down here, you insert two Python statements. You say block content. Content is a variable, so you can have any other name here. Just say block content and then end block. So why this? I'll explain to you in a while. So basically, this entire part creates your navigation bar, but you require this navigation bar to be present in multiple pages. So here, when you say block content and end block, it's basically the content that will fall in each of the pages. So if I go to my genre template page, I can simply include the base template here, and then everything inside the genre template page, all this instruction to actually create that page will come under a block. So what we'll do here is we'll go to our template pages, and here we will extend our base.html file. So extends genre/base.html. And then the body, the instructions within the body will be the content of the block. So you say block content and then end block. Now we do the exact same thing with our detail template. So now this way we created a common base file for our navigation bar, and the content for each of these templates will be by turn included within this tag here. So we'll have the navigation bar present for every page. Now when we move back to our browser, you see the change here. There is a navigation bar. If you click on home, we'll be redirected to our genre page, and then click on one of the categories, and you have been redirected to the next page. The navigation bar is still present. So we also have a user here. Currently, the only user we created, the super user, it's the admin. This will change soon once we start registering people. So next step is to create a form where we can actually have users register. So for our registration page, the first thing we need to do is we need to create a URL. And go in here, let's copy this line. So the recognizable URL would just say register. So it would be genres/register. And that would call a views function called user form. And we obviously haven't defined this class yet. So yeah, this is also going to be a class. We are going to use the generic view to create this too. It's going to be pretty simple, but since it's a class, we need to call it as a function. So as view will still exist, and we'll have user form. But before we start actually creating a view for the registration page or writing a HTML file, we need to create a blueprint for the form. So why a blueprint for the form when we did not create a blueprint for the other pages? I'll tell you why, but first we need to comment this particular line because it will result in an error. And now we'll check out our admin page. Yeah, so this table here is what we'll be using to store our usernames. So the table's already present here. We'll just tweak it a little. That is, we'll take the username, we'll take the email address, and we'll take a password field. All of these actually have a password. If you click on them, you can see here the password is hashed. So these are the 3 fields that we'll collect from the user. So we'll use the basic form, just selecting exactly what we need. So for that purpose, we need to create the blueprint. So to create the blueprint, under genre, create a Python file, calling it forms. And now in here, we'll import that table we just saw, that database. So we say django.contrib.auth.models import user. There are 2 imports here. And then we'll import the module forms. Okay, so now we can create a class called user form, which will import from forms.modelForm. And in here, we'll have a class called meta. So meta basically means the definition or a description of your class. So inside our class user form, we'll have a description for our class. And in that description, we give a model name. So our model name is user because we'll be using that particular model I just showed you. And then we'll specify the fields that we'll be using from this model, because we are not taking all the fields. We're going to ignore a few of them. So we say fields, create a list here, and within the list, we'll enter the name of the attributes that we'll be actually using for our particular form. So we have username, email, and we'll take a password. Now, unlike username and email, password is not just any char field. So over here, we have to specify the password type. So you say forms.char field, and within brackets, you say widget equal to forms.password import. So password input. So from this, your Django will know that here we basically need to take the hashed values and not just store what the user inputs as characters. So that's it. With that, we have created the blueprint of our form. Next thing is we can actually go to the views and begin writing the view, the class view for our form. So the class to create our form would be called user form view. Actually, before we proceed, we need to import this. So let's do that first. Import user form. Also need to import some other packages. Here we'll import a few packages for user authorization. That's authenticate and login. And now we can begin writing our user form view class. So to user form view, you pass the object view, and we also need to import a class for this. So let's do that. From Django.views.generic, import view. Okay, so the first thing we need to define a class for this form, and that would be the user form. And once again, a template for this form, which will define the outlook this form has. So you give a template name, which is a variable name. Actually, you can have any variable name here, just something that makes sense. Now, I don't have a template page already. So I've not created another HTML file for the form specifically, but I know that I'll be creating it, the pass genre / and the name of the HTML file. So that would be form template. Now, the minute we are done writing this view, I'll show you how we do the template. That's just basic HTML code, so I'm pretty sure you know how to work with that too. Now with forms, there are 2 things. There's the get method. That is basically when the user wants a form. So you give the user an empty form. And there's a post method. That is when the user puts in his or her details into the form. So with our class, with our generic classes, these methods are already defined, and within 2-3 lines, you can completely define the functionality of these. So first is the get method. to which we pass self and request. Now the first thing is you provide the form to the user, and this form is empty. So you say self.form class, and you pass nothing to this because, as I mentioned earlier too, the form is empty. And now what you do is you return this object through the render function. So basically when you do this, the form is combined with the HTML file and an object is returned. So basically when you do this, what happens is, as I mentioned earlier too, the render function works in the same way. It passes the object of the form, the content of the form, to the template, and it basically sends out a HTTP request. So that's your template name, and then finally the form itself. And as we did previously, this will be a dictionary, and that is the get function. Now we'll move on to the post. Again, you pass self and request. Now when the user enters the data and then hits the submit button, that's when the post function will be called. All the data will be stored in a particular data variable, and that is what we'll be defining in the first line. So form equal to self dot form class and request dot post. So all your data will go into this post variable. Now the next thing that the post function has to do is check if the data entered by the user does make sense. So for that you say if form dot is valid. So if the form is valid, save this data. So you say form dot save. So where exactly are we saving this? Well, as I showed you previously, Django provides this table for user, this database for storing the users and the group users. So that is exactly where we'll be storing the data received through this particular form. Now, if the data is valid, we can separate out the various fields, receive their cleaned format. So first we have our username. Say username equal to form dot cleaned data, and that will be username. And then you have the password. So remember, when the user entered the data itself, it was stored in these fields. But now we are getting a cleaned version of that data and storing it in these variables, username and password. And now, unlike how we can usually put the equal to sign and assign values to certain variables, this kind of a process is not possible for passwords, because passwords are not just storing some char field data. It has a hash value. I'll show you that once again. So you see here, you go to the users, admin, and if you check this out, the password is not actually stored as just characters. It's hashed using some algorithm, and then it's stored. So in this particular case, we cannot say that password is equal to this value. There's a certain function through which you pass the password such that it's stored in the required format. So for that you say user.set password, and then you pass password variable. And finally you say user.save. So guys, over here actually we are saving the data in the shell, not in your database. And once our data is cleaned and everything, it is then that we are saving it into the database. So that's why we have two save statements here. So now that the user has entered their data and they have hit the submit button, we have saved the data in our database. What's next? Well, now what we want to do is we need to redirect the user to the index page. Basically, once the user is done with the registration process, there's no point of the user staying on the same page again. So we redirect them to the index page. Now along with this, we'll also combine login. So if the user's password and username are authenticated and the user is in active status, that means that the user has logged into our website. So now we'll see how this is done. Create a object new user, and this object will hold a user if the username and the password that we pass here to this authenticate function is actually valid and they match. That is, they form a pair. So the username will be the variable username and password will be the variable password. So if the new user does exist, that is, if new user is not null, if the new user is not none, we'll check the status of the new user. So what is the status? Again, I'll take you back to that database. Go to users. Well, since we're in the middle of the code, we cannot access this page. But basically, this database or this table which stores the usernames has a field called status, which you probably would have noticed. And next to the active user, there's a green tick. So if the user has that green tick, if the user is active, that means his session is in progress. So it's basically like logging in. So you say if new user dot is active, you log in the user, so you send request and the new user object. And once the user has logged in, you return the user to the index page. And this is where you need to use a function redirect. Before we use that function, we need to of course import it. So here, redirect is within this same shortcuts library. We'll just add in redirect here. So index page is basically called genre. So that's where the user will be taken. Now, if this user is not authenticated, that is, there is some invalid data entered, we basically give the user back a form, an empty form, give them another chance to fill it. So for that, we just copy paste this line here, the render, put that down there. And that's it. With that, we are done creating our view for our user form. Now what we are left with is actually creating this HTML file. So let's do that. Again, go to genre, your main folder, and create a HTML file. Now remember what we named our HTML file in this view. That's form template. Make sure it's the same name. So let's start creating the form. The first thing we do is, for the form 2, we want to add the navigation bar. So go to any of your HTML files and copy out these lines here. Registration. Then you have the block content, which is exactly where you'll be putting all your content. That goes here. And then we'll start. And then we'll add the end block. Again, copy paste that too. Okay. So now we can start typing out our HTML code. So first is our form tag. Now this is going to be an extremely simple, straightforward form. And now the thing with Django is, whenever you're having a form, an interactive form, make sure to include this CSRF token here. So CSRF stands for cross-site request forgery. That can be sent actually from, and it's a type of cross-site scripting attack that can be sent from a malicious site through your visitor's browser to your own server. So to prevent this, Django provides a very simple technique, which is where you provide this CSRF token. Now make sure you're always providing this whenever you have a post method and you're not redirecting, or you're not using the URL of, or you're not using an external URL, because that means that your current page's CSRF token is being sent to an external web page, and obviously that kind of a leakage would hamper the security. Okay, so we'll be taking a username. Again, email is also type text. And finally the password. And after all the fields, you have finally the submit button. And that's it. So our HTML page is also ready now. So now you need to move on to the URLs page and uncomment this, because now we actually have a response. Also, this is called user form view now. I'll just stop the server and run it again. Although this is not really necessary, if you just go back to your page, refresh it, everything works fine. Okay, now we will move on to our web page. Okay, so our home page is working fine just like before. Next, you click on register and here's your form. So as you can see here, the navigation bar is present for the form too. Now we'll create a new user named Simply with the email ID simply123@gmail.com and a password. That's it. Now click the submit button. And the minute we click the submit button, as you can see, we got transferred back to the home page. And in here, if you see the right hand corner, you'll notice that we had admin before, but now it's Simply. So that is because we just now created a user Simply. And the minute you create a user, by default, that becomes the active user. Now to check this, we will move on to the admin page. And this is our landing page. So now what happened is that since the other user that we newly created is the active user, that means we got logged out of the admin's profile. And to view the admin page, of course, we need to be logged in as the admin. So I log back in. And as you can see here, under the users group, you'll notice we have a new user created simply with the following email ID.
Hello learners, Simplilearn brings you a postgraduate program by Caltech in full stack web development, which is the ultimate resource to equip you with the knowledge and tools you need for success. You can find the course link in the description box below to learn more about this course.
Hello everyone, welcome to this video tutorial on SQL Basics for Beginners by Simplilearn. In this session, we will learn about the database and the need for a database. Then we will transition to SQL and see some basic SQL queries. After knowing what a SQL query is, we will see the features and applications of SQL query. And then we will have a hand on some of the basic SQL queries. So hey everyone, I'm Abhisar Ahuja from Simplilearn and welcome to this video on SQL Basics for Beginners. But before we begin, if you love watching tech videos, subscribe to our channel and hit the bell icon to never miss an update. Let's start with database. A database is a vast collection of data that is stored and retrieved electronically from a system. In today's world, data has become the new oil, which has mandated companies and businesses to rely on an excellent database to store their vast amounts of data. Every millisecond, the tech giants are accumulating vast amounts of data that need to be stored. The database comes with features to update and effortlessly manipulate data, and not only that, these database provider companies ensure the data to be safe and secure. They also provide tools to extract useful information to help the companies make meaningful decisions. After knowing about the database, let's see how SQL communicates with the database to get desired results. SQL stands for Structured Query Language. The structured query language is the standard language used by database operators and developers to carry out different operations, from manipulating, updating, and retrieving data from relational databases. Now let us see how we write a basic query. There's a customer table with columns customer ID, customer name, age, gender, date of purchase, address, item, and price. And we need to extract the customer ID and customer name from this table. So we will write a query, select customer ID, customer name from customers, semicolon. When we will execute the query in MySQL Workbench, we will get the desired result, that is the output table, with customer ID and customer name. This is how we write a query to extract the information from the database. We'll see some more queries as the session proceeds. Now we'll see what the features of SQL are. SQL lets you access any information stored in a relational database. With SQL queries, data is extracted from the database in a very efficient way. The structured query language is compatible with all database systems from Oracle, IBM to Microsoft, and it doesn't require much coding to manage databases. Now we will see applications of SQL. SQL is used to create a database, define its structure, implement it, and lets you perform many functions. SQL is also used for maintaining an already existing database. SQL is a powerful language for entering data, modifying data, and extracting data in a database. SQL is extensively used as a client-server language to connect the front end with the back end, thus supporting the client-server architecture. SQL, when deployed as Data Control Language (DCL), helps protect your database from unauthorized access. After knowing SQL with its features and applications, let's go through some basic queries in SQL. That is DDL, Data Definition Language, DML, Data Manipulation Language, DCL, Data Control Language, TCL, Transaction Control Language. DDL or Data Definition Language consists of the SQL commands that can be used to define the database schema. Let's see DDL commands. Create command is used to create the database or its objects like table, index, function, views, store procedure, and triggers. Drop is used to delete objects from the database. Truncate is used to remove all records from a table. Alter is used to alter the structure of the database. DML or Data Manipulation Language consists of the SQL commands that deals with the manipulation of data present in the database. Insert into command is used to insert data into a table. Update is used to update existing data within a table. Delete is used to delete records from a database table. Select. This command helps you to select the attribute based on the condition described by the where clause. TCL or Transaction Control Language. These commands deals with the transaction within the database. Commit commands commit a transaction. Rollback command rollbacks a transaction in case of any error occurs. Save point. It sets a save point within a transaction. Set transaction. It specifies characteristics for the transaction. DCL or Data Control Language. It consists of the commands such as grant and revoke, which mainly deals with the rights, permissions, and other controls of the database system. Grant command gives user access privileges to database. Revoke. It withdraws users access privileges given by using the grant command. Now we will have hands on some basic queries in MySQL Workbench.
If getting your learning started is half the battle, what if you could do that for free? Visit SkillUp by Simplilearn. Click on the link in the description to know more.
Now we will see some basic queries executing in MySQL Workbench. So we'll start, and first query we will run will be use sys, that is the database. This command is used to select the database in which we want to create or manipulate any data. Now we'll see another command that would create a table. Now we will add attributes to the customer table. That would be the columns. First would be the customer ID, and we will act at it as a primary key. The next attribute we would add would be customer name, customer underscore name, and its data type would be varchar. Next attribute we would add would be age with int data type. Next attribute would be gender with character data type. Next we will add as date of purchase, with date data type. Now we'll add another attribute that would be address with data type varchar. Next we would write the attribute item, that would be the item purchased with data type varchar. Next would be the price. Okay, for price we will make it as float. And let's shift this to next line, and now we'll execute this command. Yeah, you can see that the table is created. Now we have to insert values into it. For that, we'll write a command insert into customers values, and I have all the records written in the notepad, so I will copy these and paste it here. These are 20 records, like all the attributes, they are in the order, so we have written all the records in the order only. Like customer ID, that would be 101, customer name, that would be Joseph, age, that would be 22, gender, male, date of purchase, this is the date of purchase, address, Pune, item, that is vegetable purchased, price, that is 80. So now we will run this command, and all these records, they would be inserted into the table. And these are 20 commands, 20 records. You can see insert into customer values. The command has been executed and they have been inserted into the table. Now we'll see the table. For that we'll write the command select star from customers. Here you can see the table in the output grid. Okay, I will make sure you will see the whole table with all the 20 records. Yeah, you can see all the 20 records, they have been inserted. Now you see another command, and for that we would just get the output as customer ID and customer name in the output grid. For that we'll write the command select customer ID, comma, customer name from customers, semicolon, and we'll run this command and we will get both the columns customer ID and customer name in our output grid. Now we'll see another command, that would be drop. The drop command just removes the component from the database. So we'll write drop table and table name, that would be customers, and semicolon, and we will execute this command. Now the table has been removed from the database. To verify whether the table has been removed from the database or not, we will run a command select star from customers, semicolon, and execute this command. And what we will get is select star from customers, error code, table says customers doesn't exist. The table has been removed from the database, So the drop command worked here. Now we don't have any table, that is the customer table has been dropped from the database. So we have to create that table again. So we'll go at the top. Okay. Yeah. And we'll create the table again. And we'll insert all the records again into the table. Both the commands have run. Now we'll run this command to see whether the table has been created and the records have been inserted into the table or not. Both commands have worked. Now we'll see another command. That would be truncate. The truncate command just vanishes all the records from the table. Truncate table, table name, semicolon, and just run this command. The command has been executed. Now we'll see. Yeah, you can see that all the records from the table has been vanished. So the truncate command worked here. Now to carry other operations, we have to insert all the records again into the table. We'll do that. We'll again go upwards and run this command. Insert into customers values and all the records, and we'll execute this command, and that command has been executed and all the records are again in the table. We'll run this command and check it. Yeah, you can see all the records are inserted into the table. Now we'll see another command, that would be alter. Alter command is used to update any record into the table. We'll see alter table, table name, that is customers. And now what we should do, okay, we'll drop the column age from the table. So we'll write command drop column age semicolon. Now we'll run this command. The command has been executed, and now we'll check whether the age column has been dropped or not. Select star from customers semicolon, and we will execute this command. Yeah, you can see the age column has been dropped off the table. So the alter command has been executed successfully. Okay, so now we'll see another thing. Like if you want to comment something during the execution, you can do that. Just write 2 minus signs and the text. This would be the comment. And you can also use slash star and the text inside it, and star and slash. So this is also the comment section. You can write comment with this syntax or with this syntax. They both work. Now we'll see another command, that would be update. This is also used to manipulate data in the table, to update any record into the table. So we'll write update table name, that would be customers. And what we should update, okay, we will update a record. We will change the customer name and address, and we have the primary key as customer ID, so we will use that. So update customers, set customer name equal to James, comma, and address equal to Boston, where customer ID equal to 101. Okay, you can see here in the table 101 customer ID, the customer name is Joseph and the address is Pune. We have updated command and we will execute it. Let's see, okay, we have an error here. Yeah, no, it's correct. We will execute this command. Yeah, the command has been executed successfully, and now we'll check the table with the command select star from customers semicolon. You can see the row has been updated. The customer name is James here and the address is Boston. So the command has been executed successfully. Now we'll see another command that would be delete. So delete command is used to delete any particular record or any particular row. So we'll write the command delete from customers where customer ID equal to 102 semicolon. So the second row, that is with customer ID 102, that would be deleted when we'll execute this command. Now we'll check into the table. Yeah, you can see the record has been deleted. Now we'll see distinct command that is used to return different values. So we will write command select distinct and the column name for which we want different values to be in the output grid. We would select address from customers and we will execute this command. Yeah, these are the address, or these are the cities in the address which are different and which are unique, and we have get that through the distinct command. Now we will see minimum command. Minimum command is used to get the records or get the data that is minimum of all the data. So for that we will write the syntax select minimum, like min. In bracket we will write the attribute name or the column name for which we want the data to be minimum as less price. This would be the attribute name from customers. So we will execute this command, and what we would see is that 60 would be the less price. Like the customer table, they have the column price, and in that we have all the prices, and from that the minimum price is 60 and we have get it at less price. Similarly, we have the maximum command. To get the maximum amount from the column, we will use the maximum command. Select max, in bracket we will write the attribute name as max price from customers, and we will execute this command, and what we get is 3400 is the maximum price from the price column. Now we'll see another command that would be count. Count command, it returns the number of rows according to the query. So we'll run the query and see like how it works. We'll write select count and the attribute name, that would be customer ID from customers semicolon, and when we'll run this command we will get 19 as a result. That is, it counted the number of customer IDs, that is 19 in the table. Now we'll see another command that would be average. So it just gets the average of the numbers. And how we do it, let the query select avg and the attribute name for which we want the average from table name semicolon, and we'll execute this command and we'll get the average of the price from the customers table. Now if you want to add up all the prices from the customer table, you can use the command sum. So how we will execute that command? Select sum, in bracket we would write the attribute name, that would be price, from customers semicolon, and we'll run this command and we'll get the sum of the prices from the customer table. Now we'll see where command. Where command is used to filter records. Let's see it through syntax. So we will write select star from customers where address we will where address equal to Pune semicolon, and then we will run this command, and this is the table we will get the records with address as Pune. So this is the functioning of where command. Now we'll see group by command, that is used to just group the number of rows that have the same values. We will see it through the syntax. Like we will write select count, attribute name, that would be customer ID, comma, address from table name, and group by accordingly with address. Here the comma will not come. This is the command. Select count customer ID, comma, address from customers, group by address. When we will execute this command, we will get this table. That would be, these are the different addresses and these are the number of times, number of persons who live in this address with the count with respect to customer IDs. Now we'll see having close with the help of an example only. Select count, attribute name, that will be customer ID, comma, address from table name, that will be customers, group by address, having count customer ID greater than 3 we have 4 4 3 to 3 only. Semicolon, and then we will execute this command, and you can see the output we have got through this command, that is group by command, was this. And when we have added having close, having count customer ID greater than 3, we just got the customer ID count with 4. Now we'll see another command, that is order by. Select star from table name, that is customers, and we will order this output by address, semicolon. We have got the output with respect to the address. The address has been assigned alphabetically here.
So what exactly is MongoDB? It is a document-oriented NoSQL database. It was initially released in August 27, 2009. MongoDB replaces the concept of rows of conventional relational data models with something called documents. It offers developers the flexibility to work with evolving data models. Since it's document-based, MongoDB allows embedded documents, arrays, and represents complex hierarchical relationships using a single record. It is also schema-free, which means that the keys defined in the document are not fixed. As a result, massive data migrations can be ruled out. But you must be wondering, when there's something like SQL, why is NoSQL or MongoDB used? There are a few reasons why MongoDB is widely used. First up is flexibility. MongoDB's notion of documents that can contain sub-documents nested in complex hierarchies is really expressive and flexible. Flexible query model. A user can selectively index some part of a document or a query based on attribute values, regular expressions, or ranges. Next up is native aggregation. Native aggregation allows its users to extract and transform data from MongoDB and either load them in a new format or export it from MongoDB to other data sources. It makes it extremely compatible. Lastly, as mentioned earlier, the schema-free model. Now, applications get the power and responsibility to interpret different properties in different ways. Now that you know what MongoDB is and why exactly it's used, let's have a look at the characteristics of MongoDB. Firstly, it's a general-purpose database. Now, MongoDB can serve heterogeneous loads and multiple purposes within an application. Again, it has a flexible schema design. Document-oriented approaches with non-defined attributes that can be modified on the fly is a key contrast between MongoDB and any other relational database. Next up is scalability and load balancing. It's built to scale both vertically but most importantly horizontally. Using sharding, an architect can share load between different instances and achieve both read and write scalability. When it comes to load balancing, this happens automatically and transparently to the user by the shard balancer. Again, we have aggregation framework. Now, MongoDB offers an extract, transform, and load framework that eliminates the need for complex data pipelines. Native replication. Now, data will get replicated across a replica set without complicated setup. Security features. Both authentication and authorization are taken into account in MongoDB. Next up is JSON. Now, JSON is widely used across the web for front-end and API communication, and as such, it's easier when the database is also compatible with the same protocol. Lastly, we have MapReduce. Now again, MapReduce is an excellent tool to build data pipelines, and MongoDB uses MapReduce readily. Now let's quickly have a look at the working of MongoDB. Data is stored in documents with the help of key-value pairs. Now the data is stored in the BSON format. At the back end, MongoDB converts JSON data into a binary format known as BSON. MongoDB also makes provision for nested data. Now all of these documents are stored in a collection. These collections hold multiple documents, and since MongoDB is schema-less, the documents in one collection need not be similar. Now again, these collections are stored in the entire MongoDB database. As mentioned earlier, MongoDB makes provision for nested data. This makes fetching of data extremely efficient when compared to other databases. Now you must be wondering where exactly MongoDB can be applied or used. So let me help you with that. Several areas of technologies use MongoDB as their DBMS currently. Some of them are Internet of Things, mobile applications, real-time analysis, personalization, catalog management, and content management. Now all said and done, let's look at some of the companies that use MongoDB currently. Companies like Toyota, SAP, AstraZeneca, Adobe, Verizon, Cisco, Barclays, and Google, among others, readily deploy MongoDB as their database management system. In this video, I'm going to help you install and set up MongoDB on your Windows system. you will have to navigate to the official MongoDB website. And here you can see software. So go ahead and click on community server under software. And you can see that the current version is 4.4.4 and the platform is Windows, and make sure that the package is MSI. Alright, now go ahead and press download. So this could take a while. Alright, so once it's downloaded, go ahead and install it. Now since it's already installed on my system, the installation process will be different, but you just need to follow the steps there and finally install it. So once you're done with the installation, you can go to your C drive, and here you can click on program files, and you can see that MongoDB is installed. And inside of it you have the server folder, and then you have the 4.4 folder, and then you have the bin folder. Right? So here you have the application, that is your Mongo and the MongoD applications. Both are executable files. Now the MongoD file or the application is the daemon process. Now this is the background process that makes sure you retrieve the data from the database, access the data. So it does all the background tasks. So after the installation, now you need to create a path to this file. By doing this, you don't have to always go to the bin folder and then execute the file. You can directly execute the file on your command prompt, right? So for that, let's just go to our environment variables. But before that, let's just copy this path, right? And here under the user variable section, click on path and say edit, and go ahead and just paste it, right? I've already pasted mine, so just go ahead and paste it and click on OK and say OK, right? So now you've created the path successfully. Now let's head to our command prompt and run the Mongo file. So here you can just directly type Mongo since the path has already been created. So just go ahead and say Mongo, and here you can see that your Mongo server has been generated, and with this you know that your MongoDB has been successfully installed and your server is up and running, right? So just for confirmation, let's see if there are any databases and how much space they've occupied. So you can right now just type show dbs, and when you click on it, it says admin, config and localhost, and all of it is 0. So with that, you have successfully installed MongoDB on your system and it's up and running. Alright.
In this particular tutorial, we will be learning what MongoDB is all about and their advantages and some practical demonstrations. So let's get started now. So here in MongoDB, we would like to discuss about what is a MongoDB. So as we know, the MongoDB is known to be a traditional document-based database, okay, which stores the data in a document. Okay, NoSQL means it doesn't say like no to SQL. Instead, it says not only SQL. That means it is not only SQL, but it is supporting the other approaches too. Okay, so the document based, when you talk about it, actually represents the typical hierarchical relationship using the single records. That means how the records are related with each other. So that's how exactly it represents. And it is a pure schema free environment, so that you really do not need to have a schema before you go and develop this program. So it is a pure schemaless environment. Due to that, it is giving you far more better flexibility when you talk about completely unorganized environment. So what is NoSQL? So here's the idea about a NoSQL. So it is completely into the non-relational database. Like traditionally, if you see any non-relational database, you talk about typical NoSQL, it's purely into the document base. Here, NoSQL does not use any tables like in rows and columns. A traditional RDB based approach, if you see, there they are using a complete table structure, like they talk about columns, they talk about rows and all about. So here in NoSQL, it stores the relationship data in the documents. So the different type of NoSQL databases are available, like you talk about called document based, you talk about key value based, you talk about white column based and graph based. Different options are available for the NoSQL, but the one which we are using at MongoDB, it is a purely document based database. Now here we would like to go ahead with some demonstrations, like talking about like how MongoDB installation works and the other aspects. Okay everyone, so now we're going to start working on the first option called MongoDB installation. Okay, see, MongoDB installation is very simple. If you open a website and go for this website name called MongoDB download. If we talk about MongoDB download, you're going to see the official website called MongoDB community download is available. When you click here, so you can see it is taking the current version to 4.4.6. macOS, it by default detected my platform. However, you can select, depends on which platform you have it. And after that you will be clicking on this download. Okay, so it will get ready for. If you are from Windows, I would say in this Windows you can select appropriate option, like two options are available. You can talk about MSI or talk about zip. My recommendation is you can stick to the zip portion, because it won't start any MongoDB services behind the scene. That is really helpful, because you really do not want the MongoDB to be there running unnecessary, even if it is not required. My suggestion is to stick to the zip file. So here, once the MongoDB is there, so you will be seeing there are two files available inside the MongoDB folder inside the bin. So once you download the zip, you will find two different type of files are available. Let me mention those. So inside the bin folder, you will see two files. One is called MongoD. Okay, the other file which is available called Mongo. MongoD is to basically start the MongoD server, and the Mongo is actually the client which will connect with the MongoD. Clear? So if you are in Windows environment, so once you are inside this bin folder of your zip file, you will get the MongoD. So you have to double click on this. It will start a new command prompt. So you do not need to do anything further. Just minimize this command prompt and go inside the bin folder again and click on the another binary file called Mongo. So it will get start as a client. Okay, since I am using the MacBook, here the concept is little different about how MongoDB can be used. Okay, so this is just a basic way of how the Mongo is being used into your code. Okay everyone, so now as we are in the MacBook, so here to start MongoDB we have a very special way to start with. So here I'll start with my terminal, and here I would like to paste one very simple command to start my MongoDB database, that is called MongoD. And after that you have to say --db path. It is a place where your database will be starting. And one more important thing I forgot to mention, like MongoD would not start automatically inside your Windows machine unless inside your C drive you have to create a new folder name called data, and under this you have to create a new folder name called db, because automatically when the MongoD starts, it looks inside the C drive data inside a db folder. There your all records will get stored. So do not forget, whenever you're trying to use the MongoD, so you must have this particular folder structure in place in your local machine. Otherwise this is not gonna start. Every time you start your MongoD without this location, it automatically terminates. So to avoid those, make sure that you have this DataDB folder ready with you. However, you can also change the location of this particular folder structure, for which we will discuss it little later on. But as of now, we can see I'm giving my location that is called --db path /datadb, I hit enter, you can see now my MongoDB is starting now, and since it's stuck, so I have to start the new terminal now. So here I open another tab and type Mongo, and the moment I type Mongo, now you can see it is now connected with my MongoDB, and now it is ready. That's the first thing you need to remember. Okay, now to check which other databases are available to you, so you can just type show DBS. So it will show you the number of databases which are already there inside your existing newly installed MongoDB. But you can go back and create new database too. Here you can see some databases are already present. However, you go back and create the new databases into your system. And to create this database, we have a very simple option available here. Name call use SimpliDB. If I say use SimpliDB, it automatically creates this database and take you inside. Let's see. Now you can see you say use SimpliDB, it automatically creates, though it is not there, but automatically takes you in while creating those. Okay, so that means you are in current database name called SimpliDB. So if you're not sure which database you are in, so you can just type DBS or DB, and it will show you that your current database is SimpliDB. That's it. So your database is set, and we are all good to go ahead with our next level development. Hello everybody and welcome back. In a previous videos you have seen like how to create a database and how to identify whether my database is there or not. So if you remember, previously we have created our database using use keyword. So if I just see my databases which we have created last time, so how we can check this out? We can say show space DBS. Okay, so you can see we have got database list, but we do not have any database which we have created last time is registered here. That's quite surprising, because when we have created our database, it should be listed here, but it is not. Let's do one more time. I'm saying use SLDB, and I'm saying switch to SLDB. Now when I say once again show DBS, so I still don't see my database is listed here. There is a reason. The reason is, according to the MongoDB rule, unless we have minimum one record or collection stored inside my MongoDB, it really can't show in the list. Now I want to tell you about a few important things. Now here when we talk about called MongoDB, in this MongoDB compared to the relational database, here the table which is actually in RDBMS it is called, here it is called collection. Okay, DB is still called DB here. Okay, that means the database will be still called database, but row, what you use this word in a traditional RDBMS, here it is known as called document. If you remember, I told you like it is a document based database. So here every single record what you try to insert, it is not called a typical row, it is instead called a document. So every table is called collection and every single row it is called document. That's what exactly the difference is. Okay, now here once it is ready, we will go ahead and talk about our next feature now. Well, we have to basically go and create a new collection. Okay, so what you can say, db dot create collection, and here I can pass my collection name. I can say demo collection. So once it is done, I can see it is collection is created. In typical language I can say the table is created, and now when I try to see same show DBS, I can see my database is now listed. Okay, that's how exactly it works. So the very simplest way of how we use in my code. Well, in our previous examples, we have seen like how we can create a collection and we can give the name, and I can see the details are listed when I say show DBS. But there's again another alternative option available where you can just do that without even saying db.createCollection. Well, if I want to create a collection, I really don't need this particular functionality called create collection. I can directly use this statement name called db.sl student dot insert, and here we would like to add the property like a name, and here we can say admin. Now what does that meaning is? When you say db.slstudent.insert and I hit enter, you can see this uninserted one, and surprisingly when you try to say press enter, you will see this SL student is not a collection which we have created earlier. So what this line does, this line not only create the collection for you but also add a record inside with this property called name, because that is a MongoDB, and MongoDB is always following the JSON based structure, and due to that it goes with the key and value pairs. So DB is a predefined keyword, SL student is a collection name, insert is a command through which you are trying to insert a record. Now to check how many collections are there. Okay, so we have one property called show collections. When I say show collections, I can list down those number of collections, or else I can say tables in a typical RDBMS language which are there added in my system. So SL student, in which I can see the record is inserted. So if I want to confirm, I can simply say db.sl student.find. Find is a function through which I can list down those number of records which are added. I say find, and you can see that the records are received. At the same time, when I say db dot the name called demo collection, okay, db.democollection.find, I'll find no record. Reason because this collection was created but there was no record which was inserted in. But you will see when I write this command called slstudent.insert, it not only create a new collection for me but also insert the record into my table, also called a collection. That's where exactly it is giving you the advantage when you want the collections to be created along with the data. This is the way how you can really do this. Clear? But whenever you talk about db.createCollection, many people always think about what is the significance of having this db.createCollection. Look, db.createCollection is having its own significance. We never recommend this technique, okay, to create a collection, because when you create a collection you always bring some restrictions, some terminology which missed out whenever you talk about this line. So having this db.createCollection, you can also offer some additional capping which is not possible when you use db.collectionName.insert. So you might be thinking what those cappings you're talking about. Let me try to brief you. When I say db.createCollection, and here we are providing the first name called suppose student. Okay, when I say student, so after this is student, additional parameters what we can pass is this. When I say capped colon true, what we say capped colon true, so you are enabling the capping. After that, the next parameter I'm going to pass, that is known as called size. In this size we are providing the size, suppose I'm saying 5 to 4, and also we are saying 2880. That is the size of 5 MB, and here we are giving call max colon 5. What exactly that meaning is? See, the meaning is very simple. Whenever we try to bring this create collection option, so capping true means you are enabling the capping. So what does that meaning is? It is trying to say in this particular collection name called student, maximum number of documents can be either 5 or less than 5. Clear? And the collective size of documents cannot be increased to more than 5 MB. That means you're trying to say either by adding the total number of 5 records, the collective size of 5 documents will reach to 5 MB, okay, or else the maximum number of 5 documents can be stored. So whichever fills earlier. You may have a total number of 4 documents which are pretty heavy and they reach to the size 5 MB, and beyond that the next document won't be added, or else you can have the 5 documents which has not yet even reached. So any option will help you to achieve this. So that's where exactly you can offer the capping, but this is only possible when the user is trying to say db.create collection. This option is not possible when you're trying to use this. So that's the benefit of having this db.create collection, and this is what we always recommend. Well, now we would like to talk about our next feature here inside the same MongoDB. So we now know how to create a collection, how to create a database, and how to switch from one database to the another database. Now we will tell you like how to insert a document. So far we have already seen how to insert a document inside the MongoDB. Now we would like to also show you how we can insert the documents using multiple techniques. So remember one thing, MongoDB comes with two different types of documents. One is called relational document and second is called embedded document. Mostly while working with MongoDB, we always recommend you to use embedded documents because that helps you to scale up your application without any hurdle. Okay, the embedded documents means what? That means the I would say the parent record as well as the child records both stores in the same location. Fine. So how exactly that is? Let's take a look about this example. Here we would like to insert some records by saying db.student. I do not have a student collection, but I'm just telling you db.student.insert. Here we would like to add some records. What I'm trying to say, the registration number. I'm just saying 1, 2, 3, 4. You can give anything. Now the next one we will talk about called name. This name we can say student1, followed by the next one. I'm talking about which course the student has registered, so we can say course. Inside this course we would like to say the course name. So let's say course name. We are giving the course name called MCA. Okay, followed by another property called duration. Okay, I'm giving this duration is called 3 years, like that. After that, this curly braces is closing. That means, see, the idea is like you see the course is an embedded document because from course you have got few more properties like in course name and duration. I'm closing this and starting the another property, and that is called address. Okay, sorry, let me remove from here and from address. And address we can say one more curly braces, and inside this address we can say city. I'm giving the name called what? Bangalore. The another one we are using that is called state. Let me remove this state colon KE. Okay, and the third property we're using, that is known as called country. Here is saying IN, that is called India. So it is closing here, okay, and it is closing here. So the inner document and outer document both are closed. Hit enter, and now you can see the records are inserted. One thing you might notice, the course and the address, these two are embedded documents and they do not have any primary key of its own. Instead, the course and address both are directly dependent on the student object or the student database. So I will say student have the registration number, fine, and the primary key. So the primary key will be associated with the most outer document and the inner documents are directly associated with them. And now when I try to say db dot student dot find, you can see now the records are fetched. I can understand many of you are thinking every time while adding the record we do not add any object ID, and here you might have observed and there also you have observed. Then what exactly that ID is? Now let me brief you. This ID is nothing but a unique primary key your MongoDB has offered you. That means MongoDB says whichever data you're inserting it, so by default with every single document MongoDB will associate this by default property called underscore ID, which you can't even ignore. However, you can override. I haven't provided any underscore ID as a property because this is a predefined property associated with every single MongoDB document. If you want to override it, you can override from this value to any value, because if you do not pass any value, this value will be automatically provided. That is a typical hexadecimal value. However, if you want to override it, you can override the value of underscore ID, but you can't change the key name. Let's try with some another record. So same record, if I try to add, let's go, I'm using call student2, and here I'm saying 1 2 3 4 5. Here if I want to override it, I can just say underscore ID colon. Now I can give the value called what, 101. This you need to remember. So I'm overriding this value with 101. Now adding it, now the records are added. Now let me call find. Now you see this time the records when I fetched. So in this record, the first record contains a default underscore ID. In the second record, it is the one which I have provided. And remember one thing, in MongoDB, you really can't offer any property other than underscore ID as a primary key. Here there is no concept of having the like in composite key which you used to do in traditional RDBMS. Here you have only underscore ID, and this is the only property which you can override it, else by default the new value will be given to you. So this is the first way of how the insert document has been done. We'll be telling you the another ways where the other documents are also added. Okay, so in the previous examples you have seen like how we can add the records, but I also tell you there is another alternative options are available if you want to insert the records in a bulk. That option is also possible in MongoDB. How we can do? Let's try to understand. Here we would like to use one very simple concept called var my emp equal to, now starting with a typical object like this, and after that I'm adding this, and within this I'm adding the first property called emp id colon 1. After this, okay, now you can see it is not understanding, because that is a challenge when we talk about call the logical part, because you go with multiple lines, it is not supporting. However, we have to follow the same lines now. emp id 1, and we just give the second property called emp name. So emp id just remove this. I just say emp id and I say emp name colon admin. Okay, adding it here. So first record here, again I'm adding another one that is called emp id colon 2. Okay, and now colon manager. Okay, again colon 3 and colon QA. Add it. Okay, and this curly braces is closing. After this, your square bracket is also closing, and once it is done, you come down and say db dot new emp dot insert. Okay, and here you pass the name of the object called my emp, and you can see now it is telling you n inserted 3. That is known as called bulk insert, where you're inserting multiple records in a single shot. See how easy it is for you. Okay, now you simply use db dot, the collection name is what? Your new emp dot find, and you can see now all 3 records are inserted with its default object ID. Okay, so that is a really nice idea to have the ID to be provided. Okay, remember this statement. So you understood finally how we can add the records in a bulk. Going forward, we will also talk about which is related to your update as well as delete in your upcoming demos. Okay, but here that is the first thing which you realize it, how we can perform those kind of operations in very simple and straightforward manner. Okay everyone, so now we have got 3 records with us, and in case if I'm planning to perform update on any of my records, how will I do this now? So we have a predefined functions available name called update function. Let's see how this update function can really work. So we use this statement name called db dot, what is my collection name, which is known as called a new emp. Okay, dot update. Okay, so what I will do, I will say db dot new emp dot update here. Okay, now when we talk about called update, we have a statement available. Okay, what is that? That is called emp id. We have called emp name. So we say wherever the emp id is this, I want to change what? The name. How can I do this now? Very simple. To perform this, what I would like to do now, I want to basically add few more records to give you some more better idea. You can see now here we have a call admin id name. So I just do one thing, I just change the IDs 1 2 3, I just say 4, I say 5, I say 6. Okay, and I call this. Again the 3 records are inserted. Now let me try to call find. Now we have total number of 6 records are available, where admin is repeated, manager is repeated, QA is repeated. Now let me try to update the record. Okay, now I want to say db dot new emp dot update. Here I would like to perform the property like in what? Name, I say emp name colon, I say admin Okay, so I just close that and I use another curly braces with dollar set. Set means you want to set the new value. Here we are giving emp name. Okay, what I want to do, I say wherever the name is admin, change to what? Admin new. That name I want to change it. Close this, and run. Now you can see it is saying n matched to 1 and the record fields are updated like this. Let me check. Well, here I will see the value called admin new is updated, but I have one more admin called admin. It is not changed, and that is something which you need to notice. What you need to notice is like when you try to perform update. So what MongoDB does, it starts from the top, find the first record, change the value or modify the value, and come out from the loop. It doesn't carry forward its search process for the next level of results, and that is something which is I really want to do that. So in case if you are planning to change those values multiple times, so what you need to do, let's take a look. Here in the similar example, here we have a call name admin, second property we have a call manager. Let's try to say managers are repeated twice, so we just want to change to new underscore manager, and I want to update multiple values. So what I will do here, I will put comma and say multi colon true. Okay, saying multi-colon true, that you want to say, hey, I want to update multiple search or multiple repetitions. Hit enter. This time you can say it is saying and match to and modify to. That means 2 records found and 2 records are modified. Let's check. There we go. We have got new manager is updated in both the location. That's something which is really awesome, because this is how you try to perform the multiple changes. Well, in our previous examples, you see like how we can perform the update part, but we have one more beautiful feature available inside the MongoDB, and that is called how exactly we can perform upsert. Clear? Let's talk about upsert. Upsert is a combination of update and insert. Let me try to show you one magic here. Here, when we talk about called update part, you see now, here we are trying to say this point. Yeah, you see about multi-true we have used. Now here, this multi-true is we're trying to update, but let's talk about something called manager 2. Enter. Now you can see it is saying no records found. Clear now, no records found. But there's one concept available named called upsert. Upsert means if I try to perform upsert, it means if the records are not available, it will insert the record. I want to show you one simple example now. Here we are using multi-true. Okay, so as I can see, we're using something called name, and we're performing this update part. So in this update part, we are using this $set new manager. So here, rather than using multi-true, we are saying upsert true. When I say upsert true, so what happened now? They say n matched 0 and up inserted 2 and modified with id this. That means when I try to call this find function, you will be seeing now we have a got the another record has been added. Are we clear now? As a new record. So upsert does what? Upsert says like if the records are found, I will update it. If it is not, I will insert it. That means if I try to call the same thing, manager 2, fine, it is added as a new manager. Now if I just try to say not manager 2, I will call QA, and here we are saying emp equal to new underscore QA. And now you can see it is saying n matched 1, n upsorted 0, and modified 1. So it is clearly telling you like, hey, I did not find any inserted part, but yes, I matched one record, I found one record, and the one record is updated now. That is very beneficial feature when you really want to perform upsert. So that is the advantage of upsert. That is also called update plus insert. Very important feature that depends on the requirement. If you want to add, you can certainly add this. So the way we have tried to add this upserted part, we can also try to perform the delete part also. Okay, so MongoDB also helps you to perform the delete part. And how you'll be trying to add it now? Let's try to understand. Here in my code, if I want to perform any delete part, I have this statement name called db dot, the option we are using it, that is known as collection name emp, new emp, sorry, dot, we have an option name called remove. In this remove, we would like to offer the property. Okay, and what we're talking about now here, let's try to add the ID here or the name which you would like to import. So I want to say like emp name admin new. So we just say p name. Okay, and then name is called what? Admin new. Okay, emp name admin new. When I say remove, you can see it is removing the first record. So you can see now the records are removed. Fine, because there is only one admin new is available. Okay, now in a similar way, if I try to remove the property called new underscore manager, new underscore manager, hit enter. Now you can see the 3 records are removed. So it's not like update which removes update only one record. It can also eliminate more than one records at the same time. That's the benefit of remove. So now you can see we have already implemented some records. As I seen earlier, like we have performed the delete part now. Now when I try to say db dot new emp dot find, 3 records are available with me, 3, 4 and 6. Now when it comes to insert part we have seen, update part we have seen, delete part we have seen. Now it's time to basically fetch the records. So find function we've already seen, but in find function we also have some conditions, so-called queries. So in case if you want to limit the number of records into your application, you can also do that. Let's see, db dot new emp dot find. Clear now? So in find you can also pick up the specific records too, like when I'm saying dot find, and here we can just say name colon admin. Sorry, here to put curly braces. It says there is no record with a name called admin because it is an EMP name, not a name. So let me change back to. Now I can see it finds one record. So like that, you can also apply a condition, okay, into your code. Now, in a similar line, if you really don't want to offer any condition, okay, but you want to limit the number of records to be shown, so you have this function available name called limit 2. 2 means only 2 records. Now you can see, though I have 3 records, but it is only showing me 2 records because I have limit those number of records into my code. Also, we can perform sorting in case if you want to perform the sorting in ascending and descending order. That also you can also do. So here, rather than saying limit, we just put this option name called sort, and in this sort, on which property you want to sort it, that also you can mention. So we can just say emp name okay, and using ascending order or descending order, so you can just say -1. That is called descending order. Hit. Now you can see it is showing in a descending order. Now if I just say -1, if I just say 1, now it is showing you in an ascending order. So you can pick up the specific property behalf on which you can tell it should be either on descending order or ascending order. So that option really works very fine. Okay. So that's like how you can perform the queries. But remember one thing, you can also search the records based on their embedded columns too. Because if you see in our previous records, we have some records added. Okay, that is, let me try to say show collections. I will call SL student and student. Okay, db dot find. Okay, you can see we have records which are embedded records. Now if you want to search the records based on their embedded properties, like I'm talking about address, there's one property name called city. Fine, so if you would like to pick up those records, these are also possible. So how you can do this? Very simple. So you say db dot student dot find. Okay, so inside this find you can provide the specific properties. Like my outermost property name is called what? Address. So we are using this option called address dot city. So we say city. Are we clear? Colon. I'm giving the city name called what? Bangalore. Clear? Let me close this. And that's it. Okay. So we have to start passing another curly braces here. Hit enter, and you can see now I find 2 records because both the records belong to what? Bangalore. So I'm getting this city Bangalore with me. That's really awesome. Like you can also pass the city accordingly. A part of that, we also have the other details also, okay, in which you can have the conditions based on less than, greater than, or whatever values you would like to make it is available and possible. Okay, so that's how the conditions are satisfied. So suppose if you would like to pick the users, are we clear? Where the range which you would like to consider. So those are also possible. Like you can see we have this property name called what? EMP ID 3 and 6. I just want to pick up only those records whose ID is greater than what? 2. So what I can say? db dot new emp, okay, dot find, and inside this find we can say the property. Okay, so what's property we're using? emp id. We are saying emp id here, colon, here we'll be using $gt. gc stands for what? Greater than, colon, we're giving the value called what? 1. Fine, close this, run. You can see you have received 3 records, 3, 4 and 6. In case if I just look forward for higher than 5, you will see only 1 record. So greater than, that's called GT. Okay, same option, if I just say LT, you can see we have found 2 records. So less than, greater than. Okay, so that's how exactly you offer it. Okay, and also you can provide the condition so-called limit. As I can say find EMP ID the way we provided. So here I will not use less than. Okay, instead I'll be providing another property. Let me show you what. So here in EMP ID, whatever we have taken, so let me try to take the property called find, and here we are providing EMP ID, and then we're using another curly braces, and we're using $in. Is very important property, $in colon. Here you provide the details. I'm saying inside, so the property is 346. We are saying 3, 6. Close this, and you can see we got 2 records which matched with 3 and 6. That's the benefit of having this. Okay everyone, so in our previous example we have already seen lot many activities. This time we are trying to offer you something very interesting feature, and that is known as called working with indexing. See, MongoDB is one of the most popular tool, and one of the reason why it is very popular because it is having the facility of having indexing. Now what exactly the index does? So friends, main job of having this index is to basically give you the concept of like how one particular document, which is huge document, in case if you would like to perform any sort of indexing inside this, how you will be applying this. So to apply indexing into my code, let's try to understand why index is really required. Without indexing and with indexing, how you'll be making a difference into the code. So to make it happen, we would like to insert some records to confirm. Okay, so what I will do is in step number 1, previous records, if I see, I have got 46341, depends on what earlier records we had it. So we had a call new emp. So db.new-emp.find. So we have total number of 3 records are available. So it's okay, we can have this 3 records with me. Now let me try to apply indexing. Without indexing, if I want to find a result, what outcome I'm gonna receive. So to know about how much time it's gonna be taking, if I have got large number of records with me, I'll be using this statement name called db dot, the name is called new emp dot explain, and here I'll be using one predefined functionality called execution stats. Execution stats. Okay, now here after the execution stats we'll be using dot find. We'll be using the first property here. Okay, and what user would like to find it, that you need to basically offer it. So we are giving the name called emp name colon, I'm giving the name called QA. Okay, let's close. Okay, now when I pressed hit enter, execution stats is a predefined functionalities which will tell me when the query was executed, what exactly the query plan was. Hit enter, and now you can see a lot of details are available with me. Like you can see parse query, winning plan and everything. One thing you need to remember, by default here when I try to run, it says and return 1, advanced 1, need time, total, everything it is showing me. But one important thing which you will see here is total number of documents scanned. So it is telling me total number of document examined is 3. Clear now? And return 1, that means 1 result is returned, and the total number of documents examined is 3 in order to find this record. just imagine a use case here. When I say total number of documents examined 3, in case if I have got millions of records with me, that means to search the record, it will examine all the millions number of records to search the result, which certainly gonna be taking huge amount of time. And that's where exactly when you try to search the record, fine, when you have no indexing is available. Okay, so you need to understand one important thing is by default index is applied on your underscore id. db dot new emp db dot new emp dot when I say db.newemp.getIndex is a predefined function, it tells me like, hey, by default index is applied on underscore id. That's a fact because by default index is applied on underscore id, not on the other properties. So I need to identify which other properties are required to be get indexes. MongoDB advantage is it is supporting multi-column indexes. And that's what exactly we would like to see. So let's see in our next demo. Now we will try to apply indexing on our own property. Okay, so to apply the index, what we need to do, we have to say db dot, certainly we will be talking about called collection name, call new emp dot create index. Here you have to pass two things. Number one, on which property you would like to apply, okay, and it has to be ascending or descending. So I'm trying to apply on emp name and I want the index to be applied on ascending order. Okay, so here :1, hit enter. You can see now it is telling me like number of indexes before 1 and number of indexes after 2. That means earlier index was available only on one particular property, now it is applied on two properties. If you want, you can check. Now you can see there's another property is added called emp underscore 1. Now if I try to execute a similar query which I executed earlier, QA, now you'll be seeing there's a different statistics altogether. Here if I see in my code, see it will tell you total document examined 1. See now earlier the number of document examined were 3, but since this index is applied, now it is telling me the total number of document examined is 1. So performance is certainly improved. So to search your document, it won't be searching the complete collections. Okay, rather it will search what? Only that particular column in which it is actually applied for. So that's the benefit, in fact, I would say, when you will be using these kind of indexes into your code. Okay, so hope we all are clear and understood about this concept. So let's go ahead and get this implemented into our system. Well, this is the first way of how the index can be applied. So you can also apply index on multiple properties. Clear? So that we will show you one by one how it is. Okay everybody, so we have already seen in our previous example how we have applied indexes in our existing MongoDB application. So it is also a possibilities where we want to also apply the index on other number of properties too. As you can see in our existing database, okay, an existing collection. My collection name is new emp, which contains two different properties. One is called emp id and second called emp name. Just now we have applied index on our emp name, but in case if I want to apply index on emp id, I'll be using the same technique. Okay, let's try to apply index on the same. So first of all, get indexes. I'm having this index applied on two different property. Now we would like to say db dot create index, and here in this db dot create index we can just, I will say db.collection name. So our collection name is called new emp dot create index. First parameter is certainly the name of which property we are applying. So here we are saying emp id, and in this emp id we will just offer it has to be ascending or descending. Let me decide descending order. So we are saying -1. Okay, now let's press enter and check the status. Okay, now you can see earlier indexes which we have created, that was 2, and now it turns to 3. So it is very clear that index is improving. Now let's check this out. db.newemp.get indexes. Now we have a total number of 3 indexes are available. So you can apply index on n number of columns if you want. Okay, at the same time, the way we have created the index, in case if I want to drop an index, so we can also drop. So what we can do, db.newemp.drop index, drop index, and in this drop index we have to provide which particular index we would like to drop. Remember this point. In case if you're planning to drop any sort of index, so you need to provide which index. So you should have that particular index name. Okay, so here we are providing my index name. So it should not be I would say the traditional name called emp id. No, it has to be emp id underscore -1 or emp name underscore 1. So this should be the name. I'm saying emp name. In case if you try this, you see it is saying index not found with the emp name, because internally it maintains with this name. Let's try this out. We say emp name underscore 1. Let's try, and now you can see new index was 3. Okay, 1. Okay, now you can see we have a call emp id and underscore id. So now we have only 2 indexes left. There's no emp name anymore. This is how exactly you can drop the indexes. So it is very simple and straightforward way of how in MongoDB you can perform your activities. Hello everybody and welcome back. In the previous examples of MongoDB, you might have considered we have used many operations. In our last video we have seen how to utilize indexing into our code. Now in our next journey of our MongoDB, we will see how aggregation works. See, in MongoDB, aggregation plays a vital role, and aggregation comes with so many handy functions with MongoDB which will help you to perform and to apply some very simple code snippets into your ongoing I would say the requirement, which can make your query so much seamless. Now we will see how this aggregation really works, and to work on an aggregation we have taken some default database name called aggregate.db, and here we have a call student as a by default collection in which we have some set of records are already added. Now if I just want to apply aggregation, now I would like to tell you about what exactly the aggregation is. See, ideally when you talk about called aggregation, okay, so aggregation is nothing but a call aggregate. Like RDBMS, if you see, we have a call aggregation there. So in a Unix command, like you talk about shell pipeline, means the possibility to execute an operation on some input and use that output as an input for the next command. That means the output of one particular execution becomes an input for others. So MongoDB also supports same kind of concept in aggregation framework. There's so many type of functionalities are available which we will see one by one into our next code. Okay, now here we want to confirm about a few important things. Now here let me try to bring some of the important well-known, I would say, the functionalities of our aggregation framework. First we use a term name called $project. The project is basically designed for select specific fields. $project is designed to select what specific fields from a collection. We used to talk about called what? $match. The match is responsible to filter out the operations. Are we clear now? It is designed to filtering out the operations. You talk about $group. Talk about $group. So it does the actual aggregation. Fine. We talk about call $sort. Okay, it basically sort the document. Okay, like that there's so many operations are available which we will see one by one in our aggregation behavior. Now my first example, the one which I want to execute, I have a call student record with me which contains a student name, okay, the section and the marks and the subject, on which subject the person or the student is appeared. Now here my first requirement is we want to filter data based on a section A, because students belong to the different sections. As you can see now, they belong to the different sections, section A, B, C, D. So I just want to filter the data based on a section A. Okay, so for filter out I would like to use $match. Let's see how it works. So I just would like to filter out only those students who belong to the section A. So how we would like to use it now? I will say db dot student dot aggregate, and inside this we would like to use this square brackets and then curly braces and then use $match. With this I would like to use another curly braces and I say section A. Okay, and I close this, close the square bracket, close this. Okay, so db.student.aggregate, aggregate should be always associate. Match is known as the aggregate functionality, section A. Hit enter and you can see now it lists down all those students who belong to the section A. Okay, very simple and straightforward example. Now we would like to use the second example. So we want to find out all the records where the section is A and we are using AND operator. Marks is greater than 80. There are so many students who have different marks like 70, 90 and whatever. So we want to use both the conditions together. So how are you going to be using this now? Remember, not only the section A but also marks who are greater than 80. So similar thing, we have a call match. Okay, after this match we are starting this curly braces. Okay, so after this match we would like to bring AND. We say $and again colon, again we are starting this square bracket now. Okay, we talk about what? Section A, number 1, and after this the first curly braces we would like to use marks. So we say marks colon, and once again they would like to start curly braces, and here we use $GT, that is called what? A greater than colon 80. Okay, all are closed. So you see, like here we have got this square bracket and round brackets. So what else is left? So we have a called 80. We are using another curly braces needs to be closed here, and then square bracket. Okay, and followed by again curly braces, again curly braces, again square bracket, again round brackets. Okay, let's see where it has gone wrong. So we are using this db.student.aggregate. We are use this square bracket, then curly braces, then we use $match. Okay, after the $match we are using another curly braces, and we have a call AND operator. After this AND, we have a call this square bracket, then curly braces, section A. After section A is getting closed, we are using another curly braces, marks, colon, $GT. Okay, and we are using what? Colon 80. After that, we are closing this and using two more curly braces, square bracket in this. Okay, so this where exactly you can utilize that. So db.student.aggregate, and like this it will be able to get it now. Okay, so in a previous example, that was the only missing point was after this this $match, we didn't apply this curly braces. That was the only missing point which was there, and now we have applied. Another code is giving me this outcome, and I have only one user who's scoring greater than 80. Well, that was the first thing which we have it now. Along with this, I would like to go ahead and talk about few more things. Now, I just would like to bring selective fields, not all the fields. Like as you can see, we have a call student name, section, marks, everything I'm getting it. So I really don't want to bring all the properties from this document. I would like to selectively take specific property. So let's talk about how we can use this. So we'll be using project. You remember about project is responsible to select the specific record. So I just use this statement name called db dot student, okay, dot aggregate. We are using it now. After that, now square bracket, then curly braces. Now we are trying to say $project. What we would like to use? $project, and colon, we are trying to use student name, okay, colon. Okay, remember one thing, 1 means I want those, 0 means I don't want. So whichever property will be enabling it by giving the 1 as a digit, that means it is expected to be displayed. So I'm saying 1, comma, I'm saying section, colon, 1, okay, and I'm also looking forward for marks, colon, 1. That's it. So now you can see now I am once again picking up only those like student, section, and marks. Now if I go back and remove some properties, like I only want student and section, you can see I have only student and sections are used. Here if I just use this statement name call underscore id colon 0, now you can see only the names and sections are visible, ID is not, because I really don't want ID. By default ID is shown, but if I say it's 0, that means the ID will not be visible here. So like that you can select the columns or the properties accordingly. That was the one way. Now the other thing I would like to use, what if you want to find out the student name, section, and marks from student? Once again, we want to find out the student name, section, and marks from the student collection, where the section is A. Okay, so here it will be the combinations of match as well as the project. How we can use this? Let's take a look towards my implementation. If you see the previous one, what we have used here, you remember about, we have used this statement called aggregate match. Okay, so now we would like to go back and utilize, after this $match, this is a curly braces, I'm giving section colon A, okay, section colon A, and after this I'll close this, okay, and close this again. Again I'm opening it up by using this option called project, $project, we're picking up the project right now, and here with this colon symbol we can use again and say student name colon, we are using 1 comma section colon 1 and 1 marks colon 1, and now closing this. Now you can see I got those. So the requirement was we want to find out the student name, section and marks from student collection where the section is A. So you are not only using the match, okay, but also using what? The selective details. Like this you can implement it. Okay, that's where exactly the projection really works. So projection gives you lot many opportunities which you can utilize it for your own, and also it comes with lot many predefined functions like in some AVG and all. So let's talk about those functionalities too. So this is the first thing which we have seen, aggregations are taken place. Now in case if you would like to perform the group, like if I want to find out the total marks group by, okay, section, like each and every section I would like to confirm the total marks in every section, then how will I basically do that? So let's try to get this example also. So here let me try to go back, and we will not be using match here because I would like to use the group part. So after this curly braces we want to use $group. Okay, that is called group by in RDBM is how you use it. Here we use this curly braces. Again here we are passing this underscore ID. Okay, you have to provide underscore ID in a group because you cannot skip it. That part you need to be always remember. You really can't skip $ID whenever you're trying to talk about called group. This is a compulsory field, you need to have it. After that I'm using this section. In this section we are saying $section because we would like to make it on a section basis. After this closing, and here we are using what? Total marks colon, here curly braces, again dollar sum, okay, colon, on which behalf I want to use in marks, so I can say $marks. Naming convention is very important because it is a JavaScript, so it is a case sensitive. Okay, then and you can see now section wide I'm able to get all the marks. Isn't it amazing? That's where exactly the aggregations are playing very important role while retrieving such kind of records. So hope you are clear about how we utilize this together. So in a previous example we got it like how we are basically taking this marks in my application. Fine. So we are clear about how we are picking that up. But what in case if I would like to take marks for the specific section? So it is also possible. So we'll be using the same group, but the only thing is what we'll be bringing the match between, because here we are trying to get all the section marks, but if you would like to bring it only for the specific section, we know it very well what we need to do. So here before I talk about called $group, we can use one more curly braces here. Okay, so we can use this option called $match. Okay, and here we are using this option called section A. Sorry, here in $match we are giving this call section colon, here we are giving A. So closing this followed by the other areas like in group which you want to start now. So you can start with this curly braces. Hit enter and you can see now only the specific section you're able to receive the records. And that's very simple now. Okay, so that's where exactly you would like to perform. And there's another option, like in case if you would like to perform an average. Suppose if you want to fetch the count of students in each section and total marks and average marks as well as. So total marks as well as the average marks we want to get it. So how are I able to take it now? So it is very simple, as you have seen earlier also into our code, how we have taken call group underscore ID section. We're talking about section total marks with the sum. We are also using this. After that, we can also use the average. Okay, so this is we have taken call group underscore ID sum. So here onwards we will start. So when we say sum marks, after that we can just put curly braces and we can just use count. Okay, and after this we'll be using this colon, curly braces, and use dollar sum. Okay, colon 1. Okay, and after that I'll put comma here and we use average, and inside this average I will use, in curly braces we can say dollar avg. Okay, colon of what? Dollar marks. Very simple. So curly braces is closed. Okay, so total how many? 3 curly braces will be closed, 1 square bracket and round brackets. And now you can see you got the average markings in each and every section. So just imagine how easy it is for you to deal with the aggregations. So aggregation seems to be a very simple approach provided by MongoDB that really create a difference of how the aggregation changes the way how you react to. Okay everybody, so after going through the idea of like how we can utilize the concept of aggregation, it's time to talk about like how when it works with MongoDB. MongoDB is properly known for, I will say, for replication, that is called high availability, and that feature comes by default with MongoDB. You really don't need to install any software for this because it is a built-in feature for the MongoDB. So when you download that, it comes along with this, so no additional configuration setup is really required when it comes to the MongoDB part. Okay, so let's get started and talk about how MongoDB can offer the replication. See, the idea behind the replication is what? The idea behind the replication is like you are replicating it. Okay, so when you talk about replication, you are replicating your data to where? To the multiple childs. So here in MongoDB, we have one concept available. Okay, that is known as called master. Okay, and slaves. Okay, master is one and there will be multiple slaves. Okay, so these slaves where your records are actually stored, and this is the master which will be responsible to replicate the data to all its childs when the request comes. Due to that, in case if one particular node fails, so automatically the data will be taken from the other nodes. That's the beauty of having this master and node slave process. So to make this possible, we have a very simple option available. In MongoDB, we have one concept like called MongoDB Atlas. So there we can go and get our cluster ready. So here we start with the concept name called MongoDB Atlas. Let's search for MongoDB Atlas, and here I see MongoDB Atlas Database as a Service. See, this is a free tool is the cloud environment where you really don't need to install MongoDB in your local machine. It is a cloud-based MongoDB support which is free to use with a limited amount of space, but yes, for the testing purpose it is the best suitable. So I can start with the start free, or else I can say the login here. Okay, from there onwards I can go ahead. Now it is getting ready. Now this is the place from where you can start working on your cluster. See, as I've told you, like initially when you will be working on this MongoDB, it will ask you to create a cluster initially. Okay, since I already have a cluster with me, okay, so I really don't need to create it, and as a free tier it will not allow me to have more than one cluster setup ready. So if I say create a new cluster, okay, and I say by default AWS, okay, and let me close down this notification. AWS, you can select any other cloud provider, and 8 GB RAM, cloud backup, cluster name. You can see now it is taking me 0.54 per hour. Reason being because I already have a cluster with me, hence more than one cluster is not allowed in a free tier cluster. So I have to cancel this. But you can go and create a cluster the way it was offered there. So if you want to create, you can just go ahead and do nothing. Just select by default AWS, select your location, okay, give the name of the cluster. You want to give anything, you can give it here. Otherwise, let it be the by default name cluster and say create cluster. It will take a while, minimum 2 to 3 minutes, depends on the availability. It creates a cluster for you, and your cluster, once it is ready, it looks like that. Okay, so here in this application you have to go back and understand what is there in a cluster. So when I click on cluster 0, you can see now here we have got 3 nodes available. One is called primary node, which is called master, as I suggested earlier, and now we have called slaves. Automatically when the clusters are created inside this MongoDB, by default it will be 3 node cluster, where the 1 will be the primary and 2 will be secondary. Based on your package, whichever you have taken it, you can increase the number of nodes later on, but as a free I'm gonna get, or I will be receiving total number of 3 nodes available here. So records, whichever will be stored, it will get stored automatically in both the nodes, secondary nodes. And from the primary I can insert the record, and secondaries I can read the records. Remember, you can't insert the records into the secondaries. You can only insert the record only in your primary record. Secondaries are not allowed to insert. So this is your replica set. Okay, these are the nodes which are available to you. So when you click on this primary here, you will see it is telling you no data available. Nothing is there because I haven't stored any records as such. So I just go back to my cluster. So initially I would like to go back and create few things now. Okay, I would like to go back and set up few initial things at a time of creating the cluster, because when a cluster is created, clear now, so in that point of time no setting is configured. You have to do few settings now. First setting is you have to put it, remember the steps. First step will be your network access. So in network access you have to go and you have to say add IP address, and in this add IP address you have to select this option from which location you would like to accept. Only those IP addresses will be whitelisted. Otherwise what you can do, you can see here in my options I have given 0.0.0. that means all IP addresses are acceptable. So all IP addresses are used. Okay, so this you have to enable it, otherwise you won't be able to get this network access from any third-party locations. Next you have to talk about call database access, which is required for you to create a new user. There are already some new users are created, but it is recommended that you to go and create a new users here. Okay, so you can go back and add a new user. So by default it is username and password is given, so you can go back and create a new user. When I say add user, you can give the username as well as the password as per your own convenience. So new user I'm going to create it, that is known as called SL, okay, user, and here we're giving call admin 123. So SL user admin 123. Remember, this will be the username and password. I'm saying add user. New user is automatically added. SL user admin 123. So once you have provided this network access, database access, next you have to create a new data. So what you need to do, when you go back to your statement, okay, network access, database access, it will ask you like you want to create a new database. So I just go back to my project 0. There will be an option called collections. You have to go back and create a new collection here. Now it is retrieving the list of databases. Now you can see there are already some collections are there. AmarDB is one of the database which is there. DemoDB is there. Lot many databases are there. So you can go back and create some new database and connect through. So if I just create database, I already have a Simplilearn DB with me. User app is already one collections I've created. So creating a database in collection is very easy. If I give you the quick demo, I say create database, give the collection name called SL demo, okay, and give the username called EMP SL demo and employee. I say create. Now you can see SL demo and create. It is there with me. So there is no record right now, and once it is there ready, so remember SL demo and employee. I'll go back to my code again, project 0, and from here I can say connect because I want to connect it. So to connect it from, because your MongoDB is already there, so you want to connect it through. So to connect it through, we have a very simple option available. You can just click on this connect option. Multiple options are there. Through Mongo Share, connect your third-party application with the MongoDB Compass. So since I already have a Mongo Shell with me, so Mac OS, I have this Mac OS with me, so you can just use this line. Okay, so if you have a window, you can select your window. Since I have this Mac OS, I'm selecting this line, but I need to replace with this you can see this username, okay, and you have to give the username here. I'll select this. I'll open my terminal, okay, and this is, I'm just closing this and opening up another terminal here. Since I want to connect with the Mongo shell now, so what I need to do here in this, I'll just paste that, the command which I have it now. Username is, you remember I told you, you call some users which you have already created. Let's check. Here, SL user, I say SL user, I hit enter. It will ask me the password, so I've given the password admin, and now you can see it is connecting with me to this particular, see, now see it is connecting me to this particular replica set. You can see in a logs it is telling you very clearly, okay, saying that it is a username 4.2, and you can see it is connecting with your shard cluster, the cluster which is created, and this is where exactly I have it with me. So I'm connecting with this environment. So primary is there. So if I just want to go back and say show collections, so I can go back and create a new collection here. Okay, so it's up to you now. By default collection which is their employee, so I can say db dot employee dot insert And now here we can just add name. Okay, now you can see some exception is raised. So you understand. Now you can see the records are added into my primary cluster. So if I just go back and go back to my project 0 where we have got collections, here you will be getting the SL demo employee, loading the documents. So it takes time to get this, but this is where exactly you see the records will be stored. Okay, so that's where exactly it works fine for all of you. So we have this record. Okay, so when I say show collection, so we have a call employee. When I say db dot employee dot find, so I can see we have got new collection name call. This is added right now. Okay, so like this you have got the first connection established and the records has been inserted.
Hello learners, Simplilearn brings you a postgraduate program by Caltech in full stack web development, which is the ultimate resource to equip you with the knowledge and tools you need for success. You can find the course link in the description box below to learn more about this course.
Hey everyone, my name is Ishan and I welcome you all to this session. In this session, we will have a look at the basics of GitHub. Before diving deep into the subject, let's first have a look at a use case. The use case we will consider today is of the world's largest sporting goods retail brand, Decathlon. Decathlon has 1600 stores spread in 52 countries with around 100,000 employees. The IT team of GitHub consists of 1000 members that helps Decathlon to bring its shopper's journey to their devices. So here, we will first see the problems that they faced and then we shall see how did they sort out that problem. In the beginning, Decathlon worked on the data center with the help of a VPN. And using a VPN was a huge challenge in terms of workflow visibility and avoiding redundancies. So the first problem is how to maintain workflow visibility and avoid redundancies. Then since there are so many stores located at so many different places, hiring of developers seemed to be a difficult task, as a physical workplace was always needed. So the second problem is, how would they hire developers? Now, let's see how did Decathlon solve these two problems one after the other. In the first case, the entire Decathlon shifted from any other remote repository to GitHub. GitHub turned out to be an amazing open source community as the code became more visible across the organization and now anybody could contribute to it. Then, let's talk about the second case for hiring the developers. As we know, GitHub is an open source community, so it helped in collaboration with any developer all over the world. The potential developers could now contribute to benefit the global community. Now the question arises, what made this contribution possible? So the major contribution role was played by the version control system. This was just a single case amongst many others. There are many organizations that have benefited from GitHub. Now, when we have realized how GitHub has revolutionized the market, let's start learning more and more about GitHub. As we move forth, let's have a look at what is version control system. Version control system are the software tools that helps in recording the changes made to the files by keeping a track of modifications done to the code. There is one repository and each user has their own working copy. The changes are committed to the repository which are possible to be seen by others. The two most important things to make changes visible are you commit and they update. As we discussed, It is a system that keeps a track of different versions of a file, and hence a specific version of a file can be called whenever needed. This makes the collaboration amongst developers easy and also provides the members of the team to work on the latest version of the file. Moving forth, let's see what is Git. Now, when we have learned version control system, the next thing we need to know is what is Git. Git is the most commonly used version control system that helps in tracking changes made to the files. Hence, we may have a record of all the changes that have been made to a file, and we can also revert back to a specific version. Git simplifies the process of software development with the help of easy source code management. Git is not only helpful and popular among developers, but also helps non-technical people to keep a track of all the files they have been working on. Git further helps in the process of collaboration and permits changes made by multiple people to all be merged into a single source. Then, Git automatically merges the changes so two people or two different sources can even work on different parts of the same file, and later on merge those changes without losing each other's work. This is especially useful when the projects are really big and many people are involved in it. Now, when we know what is version control system and basics of Git, it is time for us to jump on the topic, what is GitHub? GitHub is a service hosted on the web where all the projects are stored. Every project on GitHub has its own repository and its unique URL. Git provides a graphical interface to store the files and helps team members to coordinate on the project from anywhere. GitHub provides several access control and collaboration features like wikis and basic task management tools for every project. Let's now have a look at the features of GitHub. The first feature we will see is easy project management. GitHub helps project managers and developers to coordinate better on the project. The work can be easily tracked and updated, which makes sure that the project is on schedule and as entitled. Second feature is increased safety with packages. The packages on GitHub can be published as desired. They can be published privately or within a community, or can also be published publicly. The packages can be easily downloaded from the GitHub to use and reuse them. Next feature is the effective team management. Now, as all the team members can stay updated with all that's happening on the project, so this helps them in staying organized and well coordinated. The pull request and other modification tools make sure that the team focuses on the code. Moving on, the next feature is improved code writing. With the help of GitHub, the quality of code has significantly increased. Now with the help of git pull command, one can review, improve and propose new codes. Along with that, suggestions or modifications may be discussed before changing the original code. The next feature is increased code safety. GitHub uses CodeQL, which is the industry's leading semantic code analysis engine. This tends to find risks in the code which other tools tend to miss. The last feature we shall see is easy code hosting. As the name suggests, the codes and documentations are hosted in one place. We also know that there are thousands of repositories on GitHub, so each repository has their own set of tools to release and host the code. Finally, let's have a look at the competitors of GitHub. There are several competitors in the market. Here, we have just put the most common ones. First is Atlassian Bitbucket. Then comes Fuckbugs, followed by Surround SCM and GitLab. Then we have Buddy, and finally followed by Beanstalk.
For today's session, the topic of discussion is how to become a backend developer. So if you're wondering how to become a backend developer, what skills are required and what the responsibilities are, then you're in the right place. But let's wait for a while for more people to tune in. I'd also like to thank all our viewers for actively participating in these sessions. Alright, so whilst you're at it, if you haven't subscribed to our channel already, make sure to hit the subscribe button and the bell icon to never miss an update. Okay, so I see a lot of people tuning in. Alright, so I think we're good to begin. Now, I'm sure all of you use social media applications. Now, every time you click on a video, scroll through a feed, perhaps search for something, the corresponding information is displayed on your screen. Now, these applications provide an excellent user experience. But how is this achieved? You must know that every application comprises of two parts. There's the front end and then there's the back end. The front end is what the user deals with and the back end is what makes this happen. In other words, the back end includes an application, a server and a database. The back end application fetches the data from the database and processes all client requests. The result of this is made visible to the user. So now the question arises, who is a backend developer? A backend developer's role is to focus on details like building an effective website architecture, scripting and writing code that serves as a means of communication between the website's database and the browser, and lastly, to ensure data integrity and consistency. So now, let's look at the skills required to become a backend developer. It is vital for you to have good understanding of programming concepts like data structures and algorithms. This includes stacks, queues, linked lists, trees and graphs, sorting algorithms, and search algorithms. Next up is programming languages and frameworks. One of the most critical skills of a backend developer is a depth of knowledge in backend programming languages. This includes proficiency in JavaScript and its environments like Node.js and Express.js. Next, there's Java. This language was particularly built from the ground up to be run on server side. Popular frameworks include Spring and Java Server Faces. Next up is Python, which is the most popularly used language today. It is flexible and easy to use. Python frameworks like Django and Flask are used for backend development. And lastly, there's C# and its frameworks like ASP.NET Core and ASP.NET MVC. Other languages include Perl, PHP, and Ruby. Now, because backend and frontend developers work so closely together, it is also helpful to have a foundational understanding of front-end web languages like HTML and CSS. Now, proficiency is essential not only for performing daily tasks, but also for working alongside front-end developers for developing solutions. Next, we have database management systems. A backend developer writes code that is used to perform relational mapping to fetch data from the database. Some popularly used DBMS are MySQL, SQL Server, and PostgreSQL. Next up is version control. Again, popular ones are Git and Subversion. They help manage the project files and keep track of the entire history of things that the developer is working on. And lastly, there's cloud hosting platforms. These platforms allow you to deploy your product on the cloud service provider so that it can be accessed from the World Wide Web. Most popular ones are Amazon Web Services, Google Cloud Platform, Heroku, and Microsoft Azure. Of course, there are non-technical skills that are required of backend developers. Those who choose this profession should be comfortable with analytical processes, have well-developed problem-solving capabilities, be interested in emerging technologies, have good communication skills, and be able to work independently and sometimes as a part of a collaborative team. Now that you're familiar with the skills, let's have a look at the responsibilities of a backend developer. First up is forming an understanding of the performance needs and goals of the website to develop effective, successful solutions. Development and management of application programming interfaces. development of systems for websites to accept and securely store data, such as those required for payment processing systems. Then there's writing code, testing and development solutions for code-related issues. Then there's organization of system logic. Other responsibilities also include development of site architecture using proper methodologies like Agile Scrum framework, and also providing solutions to system problems. Lastly, let's have a look at the salaries of a backend developer. The average salary of a backend developer in the United States is around $102,000 per year. The average salary of a backend developer in India is around 7,23,000 Indian rupees per annum.
Let's get started with the agenda for today's session. So first of all, we will understand how to add programming projects to a resume, and then we will go through different types of projects like portfolio project, web scraping projects, API based projects, games, e-commerce, etc. We'll go through each of these projects and understand why these projects are important. So having web projects on your resume, whether you're a new to coding or a seasoned programmer, emphasizes your technical skills and experience to companies while helping you stand out from the crowd. This tutorial will teach you all you need to know about choosing and presenting programming projects on your resume. So let's first understand how to add programming projects to your resume. So the recruiters and hiring managers don't have much time to go through the entire resume. So in order to make them notice the best projects you have worked on, you have to include them in proper place in the resume. You can include technical projects in your work experience section so that the hiring managers can see them when they examine your resume. Also, if you have the prior employment experience, include your programming projects in the extra experience box. You can mention the description of the projects, the technologies you have used while creating the project, and your responsibilities and achievements for the project. You must include the most important technical project you have worked on, and can also use the relevant resume keywords in your programming resume. Listing relevant programming projects allow you to get passed through applicants tracking systems. So use proper resume keywords by carefully reading each job description and adapting your resume achievements and experience to meet the particular qualifications that firms are seeking for. So this was about how to add the programming projects in your resume. Now let's go ahead and have a look at some projects that we can add in the resume, which will increase your chance of selection during the recruitment process. So now let's go ahead and have a look at some projects to add in resume. So first would be portfolio project. So one of the easiest projects to start with is a portfolio project. It enables you to demonstrate your abilities and create a personal website that is as simple as and as complex as you choose. If you create a personal portfolio that you can immediately show on the website, it will be easier to deliver and showcase programming work to recruiters. Including portfolio projects on your resume can be especially valuable if you apply for a creative field, such as design, writing, or marketing. In these fields, a portfolio can provide a tangible example of your work. Now, next project to add in your resume is web scraping. Companies will be impressed if you demonstrate your mastery of web scraping to scan and capture data from a website. Web scraping is a practice of obtaining information and content from a website. It is especially prohibited to do this for publicly unavailable domain. Including web scraping skills on your resume can be a valuable asset, particularly if you are interested in careers in data analysis, data mining, or software development. Web scraping can be a useful tool for collecting and organizing data from a variety of sources. Python web scraping projects are popular among beginners these days. Our channel already includes a Python web scraping tutorial. You can check that tutorial. The link will be added in the description box. Next, we have API based project. As a web developer, using search inputs is an important skill to have. So consider adding an API to your list of programming projects. API or application programming interface, which is an intermediate between software that allows two apps to interact with one another. APIs provide an easy way to retrieve and distribute data within and across companies. There are a lot of APIs available on the internet, including Twitter's API, Amazon API, and various other APIs. Creating an API-based project allows you to manipulate data, understand client-server architecture, and obtain data from HTTP servers. It is necessary to have basic programming knowledge to create this type of project, and it will take around 2 to 3 weeks to complete this project. Now, before moving forward, let me ask you a quick question. According to you, what was the main reason for Twitter to lay off so many employees? Do let us know in the comment section below. You can take your time. Now, coming to the next project that you must have on your list. Games. So games are an excellent way to demonstrate your knowledge of basic concepts and algorithms. Including games on your programming resume demonstrate your knowledge of logic, data structures, and algorithms. A game project can showcase various skills such as programming skills, game design skills, graphic design skills, and project management skills. Not only that, using game engine software such as Unity, Visual Studio, or Unreal Engine, you can modify or develop an original game with unique 3D characters and storylines. Overall, a game project can be an excellent addition to your resume because it showcases various technical talents in great demand in the gaming business. It can also be a great opportunity to demonstrate your creativity and passion for game development. Next project on our list is Chatbot. Chatbots are extensively utilized to save time on the recurring conversation on corporate websites, smartphones, applications, and social media pages. A chatbot is a piece of software that mimics human communication or chatter via text or voice interactions. To make one, you can use a popular programming language such as Python, Java, or PHP. These are significant commercial projects, and the recruiting manager would like to learn more about you. Now coming to the next project, which is an e-commerce project. So the majority of the websites and applications with which we interact are an e-commerce platforms. An e-commerce website is one that allows you to buy things online. Some examples of e-commerce website is Flipkart, Amazon, Zomato, Oyo, Big Basket, Grofers, etc. Including an e-commerce project on your resume can be a perfect way to demonstrate your technical skills and experience working on a complex project. Depending on the specific role and responsibilities, an e-commerce project can showcase a range of skills, such as web development skills, UX design skills, project management skills, and business skills also. So this was all about projects to add in the resume. If you have any doubts regarding this video, you can put them in the comment section. So what's your opinion on our list? Feel free to let us know if you missed out on something important.
Hello learners, Simplilearn brings you a postgraduate program by Caltech in full stack web development, which is the ultimate resource to equip you with the knowledge and tools you need for success. You can find the course link in the description box below to learn more about this course.
So here are the technologies covered. First up, we'll look at questions on Node. Moving on, we'll look at a few questions on PHP. And then we'll go to database management system like SQL. And then we'll look at Docker, Jenkins, Maven, and Selenium. So I hope these questions help you, and let's dive right in.
Hello, this is Matthew, and we're going to be going through some of the simple questions that you would be asked during a Node.js interview. What we're going to do is we're actually going to break out the section into 3 key areas. There'll be beginner questions, there'll be intermediate questions, and advanced questions. And the expectation is, as you go through this video, is that these questions could be pushed together as you're going through the interview. Kind of think of it like this, is if you've answered the beginner questions that you would get asked at the beginning of the interview with confidence and surety, then the client is going to then jump to those intermediate and advanced questions quite quickly. And they're looking for people who can help them serve and solve their problems at that more intermediate and advanced level. So let's just get started. So the first question you're probably going to be asked is, what is Node.js? Do you know what it's for? And essentially, Node.js is one of the most popular, if not the most popular, open source cross-platform JavaScript programs. It allows you to build out web applications that run on the server. It's extremely flexible. It allows you to implement a lot of solutions outside of just the core programming runtime. And it allows you to build solutions extremely quickly in an open source mindset for DevOps. It is used essentially for creating client-side web applications We'll see this later on, and you may want to talk a little bit about using Express.js and how you can build out APIs to work with Node.js and connecting to databases such as MongoDB. And that is also really good for being able to store data-intensive applications that are asynchronous and event-driven in their model. And this is important when you're talking about creating applications that can scale rapidly. So you're going to then be asked, how does Node.js work? Well, Node.js itself is actually built on the V8 engine, and the V8 JavaScript engine is the same engine that runs JavaScript in your Chrome web browser extremely fast. It allows for high output and non-blocking through your I/O input and outputs, and is single-threaded event loop. So you're going to be then asked, where can you use Node.js? And the reality is that the applications for Node.js keep expanding, but there are some core applications that you can work with Node.js right now, such as web applications, distributed system, and network applications. Probably referencing the web applications is a really good starting point, because here you can actually talk about maybe some examples that you've done where you're building out some of these web applications. Indeed, one of the things that you want to be consistently doing and peppering your answers with is examples of work that you have done. Now, it doesn't matter if those examples are purely experimental or training examples that you've done. The fact that you've actually worked with Node.js and created a distributed system or a web application is really valuable, because it shows the person that you're meeting with that you have knowledge and understanding and practical experience of applying the theory of working with Node.js with the practice of working with Node.js. So be asked about, essentially the I/O refers to the transfer of data in and out of a system. And that's really it. And there's a reason why Google calls their conference I/O. It's the transfer of data in and out of our brains at their conference. The application is the same here. It's about moving data in and out of systems through using Node.js. And that every event can be tracked, whether it's on a physical device, a network, or files within a system. Again, it's input and output. So let's go through, and you're going to be asked, can you explain the difference between front-end and back-end development? And this is a question that I get asked a lot when I'm meeting with clients. People get really confused about what is the difference between front-end and back-end development. Bottom line, front-end is what gets resolved inside of your web browser or the app on your mobile device. Back-end is what gets resolved, essentially what we call the back office or server-side applications, but that's becoming more and more synonymous for what gets run in the cloud. So web applications really get a lot of the functionality of a web application gets run in the front end. Anything with CSS, HTML5, client-side JavaScript, it's all going to get run in the front end. Everything else, such as connecting to a database, gets run behind the scenes in the back end. And anything that's going to have like graphics is going to be on the front end. APIs are going to be run on the back end. And then just finally, some of the scripting languages that you use on the front end. So HTML, CSS, JavaScript, those are all common core scripting languages that you would use. You can use frameworks such as AngularJS and React.js or Vue. Those would be front-end frameworks. Back-end frameworks would include Java, PHP, Python, and Node.js are some of the back-end technologies. You'd also throw in there .NET as well. It's just a whole litany of front-end and back-end technologies and frameworks that you can use. And this is actually a good point to kind of explain the experience you have outside of just working with Node.js, but other technologies that you've been working with that potentially that the client is also using. So another question you're going to be asked when you're looking at Node.js is, can you tell me about NPM? And so when somebody asks you what is NPM, the first thing you're going to respond is, do you mean Node Package Manager? And the reason why you want to respond like that is that you want to qualify their question with understanding that you know what they're talking about, but you want them to verify that. And so Node Package Manager is NPM. And it's responsible for packaging all of your modules that you're working with in Node.js. And we have a whole series of videos that we've done on Node.js, and every single one of them includes references to NPM. So you're going to be asked, okay, you told me what it is, can you go into a little bit more details, so can you provide two main functionalities? And so one of them is being able to manage online repositories of modules and packages. So you can go to like search.nodejs.org and you can find packages that you can install into your solution, such as Express.js. And it also provides a command line utility that allows you to manage your packages very quickly through terminal window or command line. I use VS Code a lot, Visual Studio Code, and it has a command line utility built right into it that allows me to interact with NPM. So what are some of the modules in Node.js? And so, modules in Node.js, they're essentially like JavaScript libraries. So you can think of some of the JavaScript libraries that you may have used. The functionality is somewhat the same, but they're designed for Node.js and to run on the server. And there are ways in which you can go ahead and create some of those modules. So for instance, if we're creating a web server, you can actually use the require command to be able to require that the server be there. So the example we have on the right-hand side shows that we really do need to have HTTP, which is a web server, and we require that to be installed. And so that if you're running that NPM package, it will actually install the HTTP server, and then you can actually write some code to actually then listen on the local host port 2000 for where you'll be running your application. And there are just, there's a whole bunch of modules that come with Node.js right out of the gate. And here are some of the modules that you have. We also referenced just earlier on, HTTP is a core module for running a web server. You have a utility function that is useful for developers to assess features within your Node.js project. You have a URL module for any URL parsing you'd be doing. And you also have a stream, which allows you to be able to stream data in and out of your system and be able to manage how that's being worked. And then zlib, which allows you to compress and decompress files so that you can keep your storage of files to a minimum. So a question you're going to be asked is, why is Node.js being preferred over backend technologies such as Java and PHP? And particularly with Java, it's a very mature, stable language. It's been around for more than 20 years. PHP runs some of the most powerful and largest websites out there, such as Facebook. So why would you use Node.js? Well, the first response is kind of a gimme, but it is really fast. And if you watched any of the videos that we've done on Node.js, building out solutions and developing the solutions, you'll see just how fast it is. The second is the really kind of the secret sauce with Node.js is the Node Package Manager. And the Node Package Manager allows you to install additional functionality such as Express or Mongo as a database into your solution really quickly. And there's over 50,000 bundles available for Node Package Manager. If you're building out a real-time application that's data intensive and you need to have APIs quickly developed, then Node.js is really the great solution for you. It allows you to build out these solutions really quickly. And there is easy synchronization between the server and the client due to the code base. And then finally, because the structure of Node.js is JavaScript, if you are making the pivot from being a front-end web developer to Node.js, it's just going to make it a lot easier for you to pick up Node.js because you have that common language of JavaScript. And on top of that, JavaScript is the world's most popular scripting language. So let's talk about some of the differences between Angular and Node.js. And so the reason why this question may come up is the person interviewing you is seeing whether or not you do know the difference between a front-end framework and a back-end framework. And this is one of those questions where you can go, well, there are differences, but the differences are because they complement each other. So Angular is a front-end development framework, whereas Node.js is a server-side framework. Other differences, though, between the actual frameworks themselves is that Angular is written in TypeScript, which is a modification of JavaScript. Node.js is written in C and C++. Angular is used for building out single-page client-side web applications. And so that's the key word there is client-side. Whereas Node.js is about building out fast and scalable server-side network applications. Again, the two complement each other. Angular splits web applications into the MVC and model view control components, whereas Node.js generates a lot of database queries. It does more than that as well, but you can think of Node.js as that glue to your database. So let's talk a little bit about when you're connecting to a database with Node.js. And so you're going to probably be asked, what is the most popular database used with Node.js? And there are a couple. MongoDB is largely the most popular NoSQL cross-platform database. MySQL is also very popular, and that's a more traditional relational database. You would go with MongoDB for really more modern solutions. When you're looking at creating an application that's going to really scale into just managing masses and masses of data that has to be created, read, updated, and deleted very, very quickly. For some of the other popular libraries that you use for Node.js, Express.js is a very popular one. I really like working with Express.js. It allows me to build out web applications really quickly. More importantly, it allows me to build out APIs very quickly, and which, APIs are essentially web applications themselves. But being able to do that very quickly with a framework like Express.js is very useful. Mongoose is an application that makes connecting to a Mongo database really easy. So here is an example of Express.js, which is in itself really a flexible but a solution that you can do lots with, and Mongoose, which is a more focused solution, which allows you make it easier to connect to your databases. So, what are the pros and cons of working with Node.js? There's lots of ways, we explained this earlier on, that you can actually build out applications that run on the cloud. Why would what are the pros and cons? So a pro is that Node.js is extremely fast at processing an event-based model. It really is fast. A con is if you have something that is a very heavy computational task, it's not so good at that. Now, I will caveat that Node.js is getting better all the time. And so you might have to provide an example of what a very heavy computational task is. And that may be calculating a risk on an insurance application against many, many variables. That may be something that's seen as computationally very heavy. But what you can do in that example is you can then offload the task to another solution that's designed for it and use APIs to pass the data back and forth. Pro, JavaScript is used for building out your applications with Node.js. Great, lots of people know JavaScript. A restriction, and again, this is evolving as JavaScript itself evolves, is that when you do a callback, you may end up doing lots of nested callbacks if you're doing something that's very complicated. Again, another way around the con, and so this is one of the things that I always look for, is if you have a blocker or a barrier, how do you get around that barrier? And so, for instance, when you're talking to your recruiter, you can say, look, the reason why I use Node.js is that it's fast, it's event-based driven, I can use JavaScript, There are some challenges, but what I do to get around those challenges are, and that's where you can say that, you may run the complex script off and you may write that in .NET or Java or PHP, and then use an API to do the response back into Node.js. So you get the benefits of both worlds, but minimize the investment in having to manage a complex environment such as Java versus a relatively simple environment with Node.js. The Node Package Manager makes it extremely easy to access just an awful lot of functionality. With over 50,000 packages, there's a package for that. So from being able to have a tool that creates unique identifiers that you might need to have for generating content that gets posted into a database, through to being able to connect to databases, through to running so many different solutions. The NPM Package Manager, with its access to so many different packages, makes it great for getting access to all that content. Now, a con is working with relational databases with Node.js isn't as easy as a NoSQL database. Now, you can do it, and there are ways around that. And what I would do when this question comes up is always kind of pivot to say, hey, this is how you can actually then get around building out that application. Pro for Node.js, designed for streaming huge amounts of data in and out. A con is that Node.js is single-threaded, and so it can be CPU intensive. But again, there are ways around that, and a good way around that is scaling your solution in elastic environments such as the cloud. So what is the command used to import an external library? And so to import an external library, the command is the require command. So an example we have here is you're going to start a variable, and the variable is going to be for HTTP, and you're going to then require the HTTP service. That means that the application itself won't run unless the external library, the HTTP library, is installed. Okay, so those were our introductory questions for Node.js. Let's kind of pivot and take a look at the intermediate questions that you would be asked. So what does event-driven programming mean? So event-driven programming means that if something happens, something else will happen in response. So for instance, if you click a mouse, that mouse click is an event. That means something has to respond to that event. Just think of it as cause and effect. It's just the basic motion of physics. So that's what event-driven programming means. You also look at it as a callback function so that when an element is executed, something will happen in response. So what is an event loop in Node.js? So an event loop in Node.js is when you do an asynchronous call. And what that essentially means is that you are sending out data, and then a non-blocking input-output from Node.js is pulling data back in. What is an event emitter in Node.js? So an event emitter has really two areas of focus. One is that it manages the classes that hold all the objects within your event. And we have an example of this on the right-hand side. And then whenever an event actually is thrown, the functions are then called on that event synchronously. So for instance, we have in our example on the right-hand side, we create an event, and then we have the functions that are executed in a series from that event. So let's talk about the API functions in Node.js. So there are two types. One is an asynchronous non-blocking function, and the second is a synchronous blocking function. And the difference between the two of them is asynchronous is that there is no structure to the order for how the API is resolved. Synchronous means that when the feedback from the API is received, you have to execute the response in a series for how the response is sent to you. So what is a package JSON file? So the package JSON file is at the heart of our Node.js package, when we actually will initialize a solution folder to be a Node.js package. You'll find that the package itself holds all of the metadata that's particular to the project you're working on, such as project name, version, requirements. You have to have it installed in the root of the directory for the project. And again, look at any of the videos that we have on Node.js. We do have demonstrations within those videos that actually then go through and break out how to create that root package. And you'll see how you can actually then go ahead and update the instructions or the metadata within the package. So here we have an example of what that metadata looks like. So again, this kind of continues that question of what is a package JSON file? And you may be asked, what is the metadata and why is it important? And the metadata is a basic JSON collection of pairing of key details such as name, version, description, and then the custom version that you put. So for instance, under name, you could create a name for your project, the company, any spaces. What is the version and the description? What is the main or starting path for the solution? Typically, that would be index.js, but it could be anything.js. But index.js is typical simply because index.html is the starting point for a typical web application. So how would you use a URL module in Node.js? So with the URL module, what it allows you to do is really two things. One is that it provides the resolution and parsing of a URL for utilities in your application. And then it allows you to extend your module with built-in solutions and split up the web address into a readable format. So in this example, we have the URL and the response it would give for that URL, which would then be a year and month, and it would be in a readable format. So it would read out as 2020 and then the month. So what is Express.js? Now you've heard me mention this a couple of times in the video, and we actually have a separate video on Express.js. But Express.js is a web application framework that allows you to build out web solutions for both mobile and traditional desktop right inside of Node.js. So it's very easy to use. Being able to install Web.js is as simple as requiring Express to be installed. In the example that we have here on the screen, it's a full solution of showing how to actually build out a solution with Web.js. So in this example, you start off the first two lines, require Express to be installed, and the install comes from Node Package Manager. Then we have a simple application that will then send to the browser window a hello world message confirming that Express is up and running. And then the third block of content, starting with var server, actually will define the port where your application is going to run. So in this instance, the port is going to run on localhost, and the port will be port 8081. And so you can actually go to localhost 8081. And when you do that, that will trigger the application that will forward up the message, hello world, and it's all coming from Express.js. So what are streams in Node.js? So streams are objects that allow you to read and write data continuously back and forth within your application. And there's really four different types of streams. There's readable, writable, duplex, and transform. The readable one is streams for which data can be read. The writable is streams that you can actually write to. A duplex is a stream where it is both readable and writable. And transform are streams that can be manipulate the data while it is being read or written. So how do you update and delete a dependency? So say, for instance, we want to install something like Express. So if you wanted to install Express, what you would do is you would just write them inside of your project. You want to go to terminal window and write in the command npm install Express. If you want to update the dependencies within your Node Package Manager, to update all of them, all you have to do is write the command npm update all dependencies. And then if you want to explicitly uninstall a dependency such as Express.js, that's using the uninstall command. And so that would again be going to terminal window and you would type npm uninstall express. And again, it's really easy to create a simple server in Node.js that will run a simple command. The HTTP service is actually built into Node.js. You don't need to use Express.js. I typically use Express.js when I want to do a web server because typically what I find is that I will want to go and do something more complicated. But if you want to do something that illustrates just the core functionality within Node.js, you can actually just require the core HTTP service that actually comes as part of Node.js. And then you can actually then go ahead and tell it to create a service and then to write in plain text a command or a text string, such as in this case, it'll be hello world, that would pop out. And then the final line is to then listen that if you go to a web browser that's on port 127.0.01 or localhost and go to port 8080, once you actually go to that, that will trigger this application and you'll get the text hello world pop up on your screen. So explain synchronous and non-blocking APIs in Node.js. So all the APIs in Node.js are asynchronous, which means that they are non-blocking, which means you can run them continuously and scale around that, which is just fantastic. It's one of the reasons why Node.js can scale so fast. And the means that the APIs can return data, send data after it's been called, and really increase the efficiency of events as they are triggered within Node.js. So how do you implement async in Node.js? So the example that we have on the left-hand side allows us to trigger async, and it's using the async function. And as you can see in this example, it's actually something that can be done very quickly. In this example, we're actually making a command to localhost and an app that's running on port 3000. And then depending on what we get, if there's an error message, then we'll have error message go to the console log, which is the terminal window. And if we get a response to an application, then we'll actually get a positive response, which would be fetched response. So again, very quick and easy that you use the async function to be able to build out and to get your asynchronous code. So what is the purpose of module exports? So a module export is a way to encapsulate the entire code for a solution in a single package, in a single file. And then you can then share that with other developers, so you're all working from the same environment. So what is a callback function in Node.js? A callback function is essentially that once you run and you've triggered an event and the response has been given, you want to be able to then have a callback to validate that the task is complete. All right, let's move on to the final set of questions, which is advanced Node.js questions. So what is REPL in Node.js? So REPL stands for read, eval, print, and loop. And this is a reference to the Unix and Linux background that Node.js has. So REPL will perform the following tasks. The read will be actually parsing the JavaScript. You'll read that and store it in memory. Eval takes and evaluates the data structure. Print will then print the results, often on a console window or onto a web page. And then loop loops the above command until the user presses Control-C twice. What is the control flow function? So the control flow function is a piece of code that runs between several of the asynchronous functions. And that's it. It actually controls how those functions execute. So how control flow controls the function calls? And it does it through four ways. One is it controls the order of execution. It collects the data. It limits the concurrency. And then it also calls the next step in a program. Again, this is a management tool for how your functions are called within Node.js. So what is the difference between fork and spawn methods in Node.js? So the essential difference between the two of them is that if you use the fork method, it will actually trigger and create a new instance of the V8 engine, the engine running Node.js, and will then run the application in that new instance. With spawn, it's somewhat similar. It doesn't actually generate a new V8 instance, so it's actually creating a new process, but it's within the same V8 instance as the previous application that it was spawned from. Explain to me, what is the use of buffer class in Node.js? So with the buffer class, what you're looking at doing is you're actually controlling the raw data of a set of arrays and integers and the memory allocation outside of the V8 heap. Buffer class is used because pure JavaScript is not compatible with binary data. What is piping in Node.js? So piping is the ability to connect the output of one stream to another stream. That could be a data stream, it could be any stream that you're working with. But it does normally get used to pass data from one stream to another. So what are some of the flags used in the rewrite operation files? So R- is used for read, W is for opening a file for writing, A- is opening a file for appending. So the collection that you have here, you don't have to really memorize all of them, but to have a few of them in the back of your mind is always a good reference point. So how would you open a file using Node.js? So the syntax you would use would be the fs.open, and that would then open up a file. Explain to me what callback hell is. So callback hell, also known as the pyramid of doom, is when you have too many nested, unreadable, and unmanageable callbacks intensively cycle within each other. They're constantly reading to each other, and they're not able to resolve the solution. And this is, it's a big problem, and this is why it's called callback hell, because you're not able to finalize the app you're working on. What is a reactor pattern in Node.js? And so a reactor pattern is a concept of non-blocking I/O operations. Can you explain to me the test pyramid for Node.js? So the test pyramid, and this is standard for testing for all DevOps, is really split into three key areas. You have unit tests, integration tests, and then end-to-end or E2E tests. The unit tests are tests that you actually do in your raw code that you're working on, and the goal there is to be able to validate that the code you're writing is consistently working. Integration allows you to have tests that integrate your raw code that you're working with in your application with other areas of an application. And then end-to-end is the whole system, the whole interface, as it were, for your solution. Describe the exit codes of Node.js. So an exit code is a specific code that identifies the end of a specific process. And examples of exit codes are unused, uncaught fatal exception, fatal error, internal JavaScript evaluation area. These are all good examples of exit codes. So what is middleware? Can you explain the concept of middleware in Node.js? So with middleware, it is the ability to be able to connect to a system and get data from it that's outside of Node.js. So this may be executing a type of code, or updating and modifying a request and response to a specific type of object, finishing the request response cycle. Can you explain to me what are the types of HTTP requests that you may use when working with Node.js? There are actually quite a lot, but 4 of them that you might use would be GET, POST, HEAD, and DELETE. And these are, if you've done any web application before, particularly if you worked with forms inside of a web application, you're probably very familiar, certainly with get and post. Get is the request to retrieve data. Post is generally used for changing state in the data. Head is similar to get, but also asks for a response if there's no body content. So if you're developing an API, this would be a good one to use. And delete is used to delete the predetermined source. So how would you connect to MongoDB database and with Node.js? And you use that using the Mongo client. And the example we have on the left-hand side illustrates that. What is the use of node_env? And so the node_env is an environment variable that stands for node environment in express server. So the example we have on the right-hand side allows you to illustrate how you would do that for, say, a production environment. So what are some of the various timing features in Node.js? So the timing functions that you could use here, set timeout and then clear timeout, and use to schedule code execution that you'd have inside of your application. You also have set interval and clear interval to execute a block of code up multiple times in your application. Set intermediate and clear intermediate to execute code that is at the end of your application.
We'll discuss some of the frequently asked questions in PHP interviews. Now, the questions are categorized in two sections, beginner and advanced questions. So, without any further ado, let us get started with the beginner questions. Now, the most basic question is, what is PHP? So PHP stands for Hypertext Preprocessor. It is a server-side scripting language that is embedded into HTML and is generally used for dynamic web development. PHP is also a very compatible language. That is, it also works efficiently with almost 20 different databases such as MySQL, PostgreSQL, etc. Next question, what is a session in PHP? Now, sessions in PHP are used to store data for users under a unique ID, which can be then used across multiple web pages of a website. Next, what is peer in PHP? Now, peer stands for PHP Extension and Application Repository. It is a framework and repository for the reusable components. Focus on reusable components of PHP containing code snippets and libraries. Next, is PHP considered a case-sensitive language? So this is a very often asked questions in interviews. So PHP is partially case-sensitive, since variables in PHP are case-sensitive while functions and user-defined functions are not. Next, name different types of data types in PHP. So different data types in PHP include integer, float, string, boolean, array, object, null, and finally resource. So there are total 8 different data types that exist in PHP. Next question, how is echo different from print? Now echo, it can output multiple strings at a time, while in case of print, it can output only a single string. Now echo does not have a return value, while print always returns 1. That is the reason that is echo is faster, because it does not have to return a value, while print is slower in comparison to echo because it always returns a value. Now, as you can see, both of these commands, echo and print, are used in the exact same way. Next, what are the rules for naming a variable? Now there are certain rules which you have to follow, or certain good coding practices which you have to follow while naming a variable in your PHP code. So variable name must always begin with underscore or a letter. So it cannot begin with a number or a special character for that matter. Next, variable names can include numbers but not special characters. So suppose you want to name your variable number 123. So you can use this variable, but you cannot use number @123 since special characters are not included. Next, a variable in PHP is declared using this $, followed by the variable name. Now, as you can see, this is how we declare a variable, $my_variable. You can also put a number in between or at the end while naming a variable, just not at the start. Next, name some popular PHP frameworks. So some of the popular PHP frameworks include Symfony, CodeIgniter, CakePHP, and Laravel. Moving on, how to check if a defined variable is null or not. So isAdd function is used to check if the defined variable has any value or not. So to use this, suppose you have this block of code in front of you. So suppose you want to check if this x variable that you've defined is null or not. So what you do is you put the isAdd function inside the if condition, and it will return true if it's not null, while it will return false if it is a null value. Since it is not null, it returns true, and we can display echo as variable x is not null, while in the case of variable y, it is a null value, since so the if condition will be false and it will not display anything. Next, how are objects in PHP passed? So objects in PHP are always passed by value, not by reference. Next question, how to display output directly to the browser? Now, in cases you want to display your output directly onto the browser while running a piece of code, you can use these special tags to display an output directly to the browser. Now, as you may notice, these tags does not contain the PHP written. You can use them directly and replace PHP with an equal to sign followed by what you want to display and end it with a question mark and a closing bracket. Moving on, what is define function used for in PHP? Now, define is used to declare a constant in PHP. Also, in contrast to the variables, there's no need for a $sign before declaring a constant, since the value of a constant does not change. Now, this is how you can use the define function to declare a constant. Suppose you want to declare the value of pi as 3.14 throughout your PHP code, and which cannot be changed. So we can use define for that. Next question is related to this question, since what is constant function and used for in PHP then? So constant function returns the value of a constant. It is not used to define a constant, but it returns the value of a constant. So suppose you define a function constant using this define function and you want to return this value, you can use this constant function for that. Next, is multiple inheritance supported in PHP? So PHP only supports single level inheritance, which means a class can be extended from only one class using the keyword extended. Next, what are the different types of loops in PHP? So PHP consists of a while loop, a do while loop, a for loop, and finally a for each loop. So PHP consists of total 4 loops. Next question, how to concatenate two strings in PHP? Now, two strings can be easily concatenated using the dot operator in PHP. Now, to do that, I'll show you with the help of a code. Suppose you want to concatenate or join these two strings, str1 hello guys, and the second string would be and welcome to Simplilearn, and want to display these strings together. So to do that, you need to use this dot operator in echo. As you can see, this dot operator, so first you write the name of the first string, then followed by the dot operator. I've given this space, and then the next dot operator, because this is also considered as a string, and then the third string variable, and this is how you concatenate two strings. Next question, what is the use of function num AR arguments? Now, this function, as you can see, is used to return the number of arguments passed in a function. So suppose you pass a certain number of arguments in a function and want to know how many values or arguments were passed. You can use this function for that. So suppose in this sample code, you want to know how many arguments were passed in this sample function. So to do that, we declare a variable number of arguments and we will equal it to the function number arguments. Now we will display it, and this sample has passed 3 arguments, so the output would be 3. Moving on, what are super global variables in PHP? Now some predefined variables in PHP are known as super global variables because they are always accessible from any function, file or class regardless of the scope. So in all, they are globally accessible. So suppose you write a piece of code and you declare a variable inside it, it would be a local variable and could be accessed only in that part of the code. But in case of super global variable, they are accessible throughout the entire code. They include global, server, request, post, get, files, env, cookie, and session. Moving on, how to invoke single line and multi-line comments. Now a single line comment in PHP can be made using this hash followed by the comment or / followed by the comment. While in case of multi-line comments, you can use this hash star and write your comments in multiple lines and enclose it with a star and slash. What I'm going to do now is I am going to show you the use of these comments in actual VS Code. Now let us take this block of code for example. Now suppose you want to add a single line comment after this variable. So what you will do is you can use this /. This is a variable. Also you can use /. This is also a variable. So this is a single line comment. Now if you try to write something else after this in the next line, it will take it as part of the code, not part of the comment. So what do you do when you need to write multiple lines of comment? So suppose you need to write 2-3 lines about this line of code. What you will do is you will use a /*. Now write the comment, this is displaying Simplilearn. So this is a 3-line comment which you can end simply by star and a slash. This is how you write single line and multi-line comments. Now let's move on to the next question, that is name some common applications of PHP. So some of the most commonly used PHP applications are system functions, form handling. So PHP is very commonly used to handle the forms that you see on the web pages. CRUD tasks. Now CRUD tasks are create, read, update and delete. So when you will be working with databases, this is a very important part of using databases, that is CRUD, and PHP is used very commonly in that. Next, accessing cookies, variables and set cookies. And finally, data encryption. PHP provides security through some of its frameworks, which can be used and is used very commonly throughout a lot of websites. So now that we have gone through the beginner level questions that are frequently asked in PHP interviews, let us now move on to the advanced level questions. So the first question would be, how can you execute a PHP script from the command line? Now, a PHP script from a command line can be executed by opening the command line, and inside the command line you have to specify the name of the script or name of the PHP file that you want to run. Suppose you want to run a php_script.php, so you type in the name of the PHP script that you want to run, and that particular PHP script will be executed. Next, differentiate between a dollar variable and double dollar variable. So what is the difference between the two? Now, in case of a single dollar variable, it is a simple variable that is simply used to store data. So as we discussed earlier, it is a variable that we define to store different data types, such as integer, float, strings, etc. While a double dollar variable is a reference variable of variable. So this is used to reference already existing variables. Now, to use or to understand how these two work, you can see this particular block of code here. Now, in this code, what you need to focus on is this is a simple variable hello, which contains the string welcome to Simplilearn, and we have defined another variable as var, which contains the string hello. Now, in this echo, as you can notice, what we are doing is we are using this. Also, before that, you need to notice is this is the same string as the name of this variable. So first we are displaying this variable and then we are referencing this variable here. So what it is doing is it is referencing the value to another variable. So hello variable is being referenced. So when you execute this block of PHP script, what you get the output is hello, since this is the variable hello, and after that what you'll get is welcome to Simplilearn, since this variable is a reference to this variable. Next, differentiate between get and post method. Now, get method is used to submit form data, while post method is also used for the same feature. So the difference between them is get method sends data as part of PHP page URL, web page URL, while a post method sends data through HTTP header. In get, the data, since the data is being sent through the URL, it is displayed in the URL of the web page, so it is not secure, while in case of post method it is a secure form of data transfer. Hence, when developing a website for some security purposes, usually we prefer post method. Next up, how to connect to a database using a PHP script. Now suppose if you are asked this question in an interview, what you need to do is you need to just write this block of code and explain it to the interviewer. Now suppose we have a PHP script and we want to connect it to a database. What we need to do is we will create three different variables, that is server name, username and password. Now what we are going to do is we will create another variable con that will be used to connect it, and then we'll use the mysqli functions which will then pass these variables to create a connection. So these variable values are localhost, username, password. These are the default values. Now to check if the connection is connected, what we are going to do is we will use an if condition. If the con variable gets an connect error, we will display a error message that is connection failed. If not, we will display connected successfully. Now as you can see here, these names can be the name of the server that you're trying to connect. I have used localhost, username, password for the default values. You can use the name of the database that you're trying to connect your PHP script to. Next up, what does final class and final method mean in PHP? Now a final class in PHP means that the class cannot be extended, while a final method means that it cannot be overridden. Now as you can see in this block of code, we have used the final keyword for a class and the final keyword for a function. Now suppose this final class is being inherited by this child class, what the program will return is an error, because once you use this final keyword, this class cannot be inherited. And similarly, suppose this function is trying to be overridden, by this part of the code, it cannot be because we have used the final function. Next question, differentiate between function overloading and overriding. Now, function overloading, the same function is used for different purposes based on the number of arguments inside the function, while in case of function overriding, the same name and same argument function is used in parent and child class respectively to change the behavior of parent class method. Now let me show you and demonstrate the difference with an example. So let us look at this code. So suppose you have a function named showTitle, which does contain a single parameter and displays, when called upon using this parameter, displays function1. Now if you want to use the same name of the function for a different purpose, what you can do is you can increase or change the number of parameters inside the function. That is, it now contains 2 parameters. So when the same function is called using 2 parameters, it will function differently and display function overloading. So this is how function overloading works. Next, from this piece of code, we can understand function overriding. Suppose you display a function demo in a base class and you want to override this demo function inside the derived class. So what you do is you make another function with the same name inside the derived class with some different properties. As you can see, it displays something different. Now you create an object for the base class, and when you use this base class object to call this demo function, you can use the properties of this function here. While if you create another object, that is object 2 for the derived class, and you use this object to call upon the same demo function, you are overriding this base class demo function that was inherited. Instead, what it will use is it will use the properties of the derived demo function. So that is how you overload or override a class function in PHP. Now let's move on to the next question, that is differentiate between equal to and triple equal operator. So a double equal operator is generally used to check if the value of 2 operands are equal or not. It is generally used in case of conditional statements, while a triple equals to operator performs a type safe comparison, which means that it will only return true if both operands have the same type and the same value. So you can understand this more with this piece of code. So suppose in this case, since they both are equal, it will return true, while in this case they both have the same type, hence it will return true. Now let us check this equals to. So since they both are 1, and in PHP it will display as true since they are equal, while when you are type checking, that is, you are checking if they are equal with the same type and same value, it will display a false since one is an integer and the other one is a string value. Also, if you check 2 different strings with the type safe, it will also display true. Next question, how does exception handling work in PHP? So when an exception is thrown, code following the statement will not be executed, and PHP will attempt to find the first matching catch block. So if an exception is not caught, a PHP fatal error will be issued with an uncaught exception. An exception can be thrown and caught within PHP. So what we do is we use this try and catch method to try the code, and if an error occurs, we can catch. If an exception occurs, we can throw it, and the catch function will catch the exception. And if we do not include the catch function, it will result in a fatal error. Next up, differentiate between require and include. Now require, if a required file is not found, it will throw a fatal error and stop the code execution, while in case of include, if an essential file is not found, it will produce a warning and still execute the remaining scripts. So as you can see, both of these include and require are used in the exact same way with different functions. Next up, explain different types of errors in PHP. Now PHP consists of mainly 3 errors: notice, warning, and a fatal error. Now notice is a non-critical error, which means that something minor went wrong during execution and a lot of times you just don't pay attention to it. A warning is a critical error. Now it is given in condition where suppose an include function that we just discussed in the previous question went to retrieve a non-existent file. So suppose you use an include function and the file does not exist, it will display a warning. And the final is a fatal error. So it is a critical error resulting in termination of the code. So as we discussed in the try and catch part of the question, if an exception is thrown and we do not have a catch function for it, it will display a fatal error which will return in termination of the code. Next question, how to call a function by reference. So ampersand sign is used to call a function by reference. Now in case of reference, the actual value is modified if the value passed inside the function is also modified. While in case of value, the value of the original value does not change. So this piece of code here is an example of how you can call a function by reference. Here, as you can see, this ampersand sign will call this function by reference, and any changes made in the variables here will affect the original ones. Next question, create a singleton class in PHP. So how do we create a singleton class in PHP? Before that, let's have a look at what is a singleton class. Now, a singleton class in PHP is a class that can have only one object and hence provides only a single point of access. So in generally in class, you can create as many objects as you want, and it will in turn create different access points into that block of code. So in a singleton class, you can only create a single object, hence singleton. So this piece of code, as you can notice, is used to create a singleton class. Now, to create a singleton class, you need to have the constructor function private. Now here, as you can see, a singleton class is created using this private construct, and it then checks if there's only one instance created, and if it is, it functions properly and displays initialize only once. Next question, how to encrypt a password using PHP. So PHP can be used for encryption techniques. Now the password underscore hash function creates a hash password from the password string using hashing algorithm. So suppose you create a password string and enter your password as password @123, and you put it inside the password hash function. So what it will generate is, we are echoing this generated hash. So what it will generate is this. So this is random. It changes every time you generate the password since it is encrypted. And same when you pass this password to the database using hashing algorithm, even in the database the password will not be visible. So your data is secure. Next question, mention different sorting functions for arrays in PHP. Now let us understand this question in the VS Code. So PHP consists of different sorting functions which you can use to sort a given array automatically. So if you want to sort an array in ascending order, what you need to do is use this sort function. So it will sort this array in ascending order. Now if you want to sort it in descending order, use rsort, that is reverse sort. Similarly, suppose you want to sort an array in terms of value in ascending order. So you need to use a sort function, that is this. So in terms of value, what in terms of value means is, suppose in a given array, there are keys and values. So it will sort the array based on the values, that is this 22, 27 and 37. So the array will be the same since the values are already sorted. Now if you want to sort the array in according to key, that is this, you can use ksort, that is key sort function that is provided in PHP. So in case of key sort, what it does is it will sort the array in key, that is the first one would be D, that is Duke, second M, Mac, and the third R, that is Raw. Now if you want to sort this array in descending order in terms of value, you use, instead of a sort, you use a reverse sort. Similarly, if you want to sort an array in terms of key in descending, you use k, instead of k sort, kr sort, that is k reverse sort. So these are the different sorting functions that are inbuilt into PHP. Moving on, what will be the output of the following code? Now if this code is given, let me give you some time and try to pause this video and think of what will be the output of the following code. So the output of this code will be 21, 21 or 21, 21. How did it happen? But before that, if you got it correct, congratulations. But if you want to understand it, see, a is a variable that contains the value 1, while a b is a variable that is getting the value of a variable through reference. Now we make changes in the b variable with 2 followed by this variable again, which is calling the value of a by reference. So if we make changes here, we also make changes in the value of a. Now if we display this, since the value of a is already changed by reference, it will display 21, that is the value here, and again since the value of b is already 21, it will again display 21. Moving on, what are construct function and destruct function in PHP? So a constructor or construct function is automatically invoked when a new object of a class is created and then can be used to initialize value in class. So when you create an object for a class, a constructor function is automatically invoked. But this can also be, so it does not contain any value when it is invoked, but you can also use this construct function to initialize some properties, to give some properties to the class which will act as its default properties if nothing or no new properties are given to the class. Next is a destruct. Now a destruct is automatically invoked when an object of a class is destructed. Suppose you end the part of the code of a class, you are destroying the object. When you're ending the piece of code, a destruct function is automatically invoked to clean up the resources. Next is how can PHP and JavaScript interact. Now PHP and JavaScript cannot directly interact with each other since PHP is a server-side scripting language while JavaScript is a client-side language. But there is a way that these two wonderful languages can interact with each other. So we can swap variables since PHP can produce JavaScript code to be implemented by the browser. So yes, you can produce JavaScript code from PHP which can then be implemented by a browser, and then it is probable to pass those precise variables back to PHP via a URL. Next question is, explain type hinting in PHP. Now in PHP, type hinting is used to specify the expected data type, that is array, object, interface, etc. for an argument in a function declaration. Now during a function call, suppose if arguments does not match the expected data type, the runtime will display an error and that is a fatal error, and the program will then terminate. Now in this code here, what we are doing is we are type hinting. So this code is for string type hinting and this code is for integer type hinting. Now if these particular set of functions that have already specified the type they are expecting does not receive the same type of variable inside them, the program will return in a fatal error and it will terminate. So moving on to our final question of this video, write a class. So yes, this is an assignment, a kind of assignment for you guys. So what you need to do is you need to write a class to solve the following question which I'm going to say. So implement a class named basketball. We all like basketball, right? So implement a class named basketball with an attribute named baskets. So you have to create an attribute named baskets and initialize it to 0 as the starting position, and then create a method named score. Now when the score method is invoked, the baskets must increase by 1. So let's see the solution now. So this is how you create a class that is basketball. Now inside this class, what we are going to do is we are going to initialize the number of baskets, that is this variable, as 0 as the starting position. So to do that, what we're going to do is we will be using construct function as we discussed to initialize some default properties for the class. So this construct function is used to initialize this baskets variable to 0. Now suppose we do not call this function score, which is increasing the number of baskets, the default value will be displayed as 0 every time. Now suppose we invoke this score function every time a basket is scored, this will increase the number of baskets by 1. So this is pretty simple, and this is how you create a simple class which will perform the following question.
So this brings us to the end of this full course on backend development for 2023. We hope you had a lot to learn, and if you have any suggestions or doubt, please write them down in the comment section below. Thank you so much for tuning in today, and happy learning.
Hi there, if you like this video, subscribe to the Simplilearn YouTube channel and click here to watch similar videos. To nerd up and get certified, click here.